The owl of the night. What groovy music he makes.
It's in Shoma's Night Owls, Clip-Bob Whirling Show.
Disco plesiosaur. Chicken dinner. Jack Oxen. Chicken dinner. Oh, this is insane. Okay. That's weird. Okay.
I'm so sleepy I can't seem to keep awake.
And now it's time for night owling with that fuzzy-faced friendly giant. And Shoma.
Oh! Yeah!
Oh my god, this is gonna be weird. What a bizarre and horrible world we live in currently, ladies and gentlemen. There are foxes and rabbits pretending to be couples. There are little anime boys who've inherited the powers of monster kings. Oh my goodness. I can't think of anything else that's bad right now. So, oh yeah, and the Edison company still hasn't fixed my electricity. I don't even know how I'm streaming tonight. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of Night Owling. An impromptu stream starring Raph and Shoma. And like Scar of the Pride Lands, this is the stream you go to when the rest of the other streams are done and they don't want to have anything to do with you. And hopefully serving as my Roland Atkinson as a hostage. Oh, I was on a roll there. Will be Brayton. He'll be joining us fairly soon. But yeah, I just decided to go ahead and start the show because I was afraid that people would be waiting too much in the audience. I mean, by people, I mean Shay's in the audience. Hey there.
Fall out your trees, oh, hear the owl hooting, hoot hoot, oh, night owling, oh, night, when Jack Hogson was born.
I'm a baby. Hey, baby Jesus, man, come and get me.
It was then that Mary and Joseph decided maybe we should get rid of the kid. But then the three wise men showed up and that ruined everything. We weren't doing anything bad. So hey, Brayton.
Hi, my internet is kind of flutzing at the moment, but I wanted to make a grand entrance nonetheless. No preamble at all for us. Usually we have a green room ready to go, but we're right into it.
Yeah, no, I just figured it'd just be a little more I was gonna say it was gonna be a little more professional, but this show.
No. Okay, here I'm sorry. I'll do a professional Christmas song this time around.
No.
I like big booty elves. They lick me like a candy cane. Oh my God, Santa, look at his sack. Oh my God, is that better? That's your favorite Christmas song.
Why does everyone assume that? Even my grandma, before she died, gave me like Sir Mix-a-Lot's LP album collection, which was just 14 versions of the same song.
You had a groovy grandma.
Yeah. Okay, so that song is fairly stupid, but to Sir
Yes.
Mix-a-Lot's credit, if you find a niche,
That's a sentence I've never heard.
yeah, if you find a niche, and yes, and you can make a whole living off it, good for you, sir. Because he's sort of like the '90s rap equivalent of the guy who did the Monster Mash. You know, he had one song, but
Bobby Boris Pickett. Yes,
Yeah.
well, Bobby Boris Pickett did a few follow-up spooky themed songs though, but nothing topped the Monster Mash. He did the Transylvania Twist, which is name dropped in the Monster Mash.
Oh yeah, that's
as well
right.
as
Okay,
Joe.
I thought that was just something you made up just for comedy's sake.
No, the Transylvania Twist is a real thing. I mean, well, he name drops it. He does the Dracula voice and says, "Whatever happened to my Transylvania Twist?" But it's an actual song that he recorded. A lot of his songs do sound similar. You know, they're just another version of the Monster Mash. They're all that kind of funky jitterbug sounding Halloween music. But to further rail on the Sir Mix-a-Lot
Thing.
train here, that song recently got another
Poisons.
remix within the Anaconda trailer that you and I have talked about, which looks fucking dreadful,
Yeah.
but strange. But the thing that stuck out of that trailer for me, specifically a plot point, is that Jack Black drops the line of, "We've been dreaming of doing this since we were kids," meaning that they watched Anaconda when they were kids, but Jack Black is like 60 years old. So how does that work out?
Maybe they were fans of Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World. It was on when they were kids.
That's not the Anaconda they're remaking, though.
Yeah, I don't
Or
know.
trying to.
Yeah, it's such a confusing timeline. It's okay. I don't know. I can't hate Sony right now because they didn't get bought up by Netflix. But
They're next.
they are. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because he wanted
Why?
to get to the other side. Ow, damn it. I need a drum set. I'd be terrible. It'd be like.
Can't you go to the Dollar Tree and get yourself a little drum? Like a little monkey drum?
I tried, but all I do is just buy all the little toy locusts, and now I got myself a beginning of the end toy set I'm going to be making.
It's your army.
Yeah. Very charming. I just need the postcards now. But no, here's the thing about Sony. They are such a predictable company. They're just a little above the troubles I had with 20th Century Fox before they were bought out and basically obliterated by the Disney Corporation. In the sense that you can pretty much see the same business decisions happening in each and every one of their movies. And I know Sony had great success with their 2 Jumanji follow-ups with The Rock, which are honestly pretty fun movies, I have to admit. And I can see why they were so popular. And in fact, another thing that Sony probably wisely does is they keep their movies in theaters for a long time, so they're able to actually build up a budget instead of disappearing in 3 weeks. But yeah, no, this whole Anaconda thing feels very much like Sony's attempt to try to capture some of that. When Sony had big success with Men in Black, they constantly kept remaking Men in Black over and over again, both through the direct sequels and also through movies like movies like Evolution and the Ghostbusters All Girls remake. And this just feels like it's Jumanji, but we own the Anaconda property, so let's just do that. And I don't know, unless the movie turns out to be
but what is next? And let me just say for the record, I have not seen Anaconda. I know of its existence. I've seen the trailers on old DVDs, but that's the point where it's like it wasn't I'm sure that it made its money and whatever, but it wasn't like the gigantic blockbuster event of that summer. It's such a weird nostalgia bag to pull from. It's like, are they going to try and reboot Snakes on a Plane next or something? What could come next from this?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a case where, well, okay, Anaconda was a big hit on video and did okay on But yeah, I honestly don't know what the heck is going on over there at
I
the
assumed
Sony.
it was. I assumed that it was a massive DVD rental or whatever for people to have a good laugh
Yeah.
with. But it's just an odd. It's an odd thing that is so to borrow again the term niche, so niche to a very specific when did that come out? Was that early 2000s, late 90s? Because it was
Yeah, late
CG.
90s, I believe 97.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
just an odd. I don't know. It just seemed like an odd pull. I enjoyed that they're doing something other than a flat point A, point B remake with it, and they're doing an odd kind of Tropic Thunder take on the thing, where
Mhm.
all their filming goes wrong when they meet an actual giant snake. That's interesting, but the premise is more interesting than what I'm seeing from the
The trailers,
advertisements.
yeah. It's okay, so I know Jack Black's in it. Isn't Paul Rudd in it?
Maybe I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, who's the
Yes, he is. He is.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, maybe the movie will turn out to be a pleasant surprise, sort of like how the Jumanji films ended up being. But at the same time, yeah, it's not doing any favors with that trailer, and
No, and is any trailer that features like an animal death gag
uh-huh.
that's always a bad omen,
Oh
It's
yeah, yeah, oh my goodness, and so like Zach Braff. God, no, not Zach Braff. What's the name of that guy? That person who was in that thing with the thing. Okay, hold. Yeah, I don't know. He was in the movie where
Zach Galifianakis, of course.
No, hold on. I'll check him out. But yeah, you're doing a search for a legendary cryptid monster in the middle of the woods movie with the guy who also showed up in one of the worst Bigfoot comedies in existence. Yeah, let me go. Yeah, and he's in the movie too. That's just like a box office omen right there. Oh, Steve Zahn.
A Bigfoot?
Yeah, no. Steve Zahn, yeah, he's a guy who shows up in a lot of comedies. You probably don't remember him, but yeah, he made a movie. Let me try to find it. It's such a bland title.
I greatly enjoyed his Thrawn trilogy when I was younger. Steve Zahn, that
Right.
marvelous author.
Yeah, but Steve Zahn is infamously the star of Strange Wilderness, a 2008 Adam Sandler produced movie where he plays a group of desperate TV filmmakers who try to find Bigfoot. And of course, the big joke is they find Bigfoot in the third act and they immediately shoot him dead, which is very.
What the fuck? Did they learn nothing from the hit television Emmy nominated smash that was Finding Bigfoot? You're never supposed to find Bigfoot.
I know. Oh, have you heard the conspiracy theories that they did find Bigfoot, but in a desperate attempt to try to save the show and the money and everything, all the technicalities related to that series and the paychecks and everything, that footage is basically locked up in the vault until the contracts run out?
That sounds like a better movie than the Anaconda film.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, I find it weird that Steve Zahn is also starring in this movie, basically third bill, and he's like infamous for showing up in one of the biggest comedy bombs of 2008. So yeah, we'll see where that goes. Oh, he was also in the Good Dinosaur, the Ridiculous Six.
Yeah. Oh, great.
Oh my God, what else was he?
What a star-studded legacy of massive, massive disappointment.
Night at the Museum, Kamahara rises again.
Have you ever seen any of the Night of the Museum movies?
I saw the first two. I did kind of enjoy the first one. I remember I kind of had a fun time with the second one. That was with what's his name?
Hank Azaria
Hank
as
Azaria,
the
yeah.
Smithsonian thing that goes down.
No, him basically playing like evil, like comedy Boris Karloff. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It just feels like it's a film series that should have stopped at 2, if not 1. And instead, the fact that they still milk it, because it is kind of it's a very imaginative concept. It's one,
But it's a thin concept that
yes,
to me,
yes.
I'll make another confession. Never seen any one of them all the way through.
Oh,
But
okay.
I again bombarded with trailers and seeing them on TV and things. And I think one of my school field trips were to see Night at the Museum, but I missed that day at the theater.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a premise that would work for like a really cool 20-minute short film or something. A security guard stays overnight, because where do you go after the first one? The gimmick of these things coming alive and him getting freaked out by that kind of dies after
Yeah.
that, I would imagine.
Yeah, and once you have like a battle between good and comedy, evil, and the Smithsonian, it's like you've already hit the ceiling. There's nowhere else to go.
No, the novelty wears off quite soon, I think. And the second one or whatever with Hank Azaria, it had the favor of adding in a bunch of odd, since they're in the Smithsonian, you can add in a bunch of odd character IP cameos, like famously Darth Vader and oh, I was gonna say Grimace. Oscar the Grouch is in that.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's weird. I know I watched the first one maybe 2 times when it first came out because it was one of those movies everybody wanted from the library. And hey, Raph's the nerd who has no life and goes to the library by himself. The sad sack. Go find us night
And you stay overnight at the library, and all the books come alive, and you reenact Pagemaster.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's why I fell in love with Moby Dick. He was the only one who defended me from the 50 Shade of Grey gang.
Whew. A lot of dick to go around, so you
I
can ward them off.
know. That's the irony. The guy who was actually named Dick was on my side.
Or I shouldn't say dick, I should say fluke, I think, or dork. No, dork is the name for a whale penis.
Oh yeah. So often, there's that theory going around that whales, when they get a dork and they're all by themselves, they kind of like to kind of swim on their backs through the water to try to ease it. And in doing so, that's where people get sea serpent sightings. It's just whale dorks out of the water.
Genius.
Yeah, and
Amazing.
right underneath the water, there's like a very happy whale. It's like, come on, waves, help me out. By the way, continuing, just wanted.
He's got a boombox. He backstrokes with, playing like Careless Whisper as he goes through the water. Right.
Oh my god.
But okay, my question to you though, as someone who has seen them, because I don't know anything about the first movie other than Robin Williams and Owen Wilson. I know are also big breakout people from that movie who people online enjoy, rightfully so, because they fit the parts that they're in. But I don't understand, because I don't know what the plot is beyond just the premise of security guard or whatever at the museum, things come alive, he gets spooked. What is the what's the conflict? What is the goal? What happens in the actual story? What does he have to accomplish?
Brayton, it's one of those movies where I'm almost like, what you just said is the plot. Good night, folks. But no.
Well, it sounds like you could make that. That sounds like the plot for like a Don Knotts, again, short film or something. We're like, oh my god, a T-Rex! And it's 20 minutes long. It's funny, and you're out, and boom, done. Premise explained within the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, there is conflicts and antagonists in the first 2 movies. Like I said, I haven't seen the third film, and I think there was even a 4th film and an animated film. But I know in the first film so the reason all these objects come to life at night is because there's a magical Egyptian tablet which gives gives life at night and animates everybody. We're talking mummy stuff going on here. The thing is that if any of the museum characters leave the safety of the museum, as seen with one unfortunate caveman display mannequin, they instantly burst into dust and die. So a character actually dies in the first movie, weirdly enough. And it turns out that 3 older security guards who what's his face is going to be replacing, played by I can only remember Dick Van Dyke. Yeah, Dick Van Dyke's in the first movie. At least see
what the hell?
Yeah.
He's going to be a museum piece pretty soon.
It's so sad. I'm glad he's in such good spirits at his 99 years old.
He's going to be 100 in like a week from now.
I know.
It's going to be his birthday.
All the best to him. But yeah, he still has his wits about him. And I love you, Dick Van Dyke, but like these recent interviews, I think you're a little too old to be playing Ebenezer Scrooge.
Just keep him away from any ottomans or sharp pointed edges, and he'll make it to 100.
Oh yeah. Or big boy Dick Tracy reference. I'm trying to get past you. Big boy Caprice. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, Dick Van Dyke is actually these 3 older security guards been kind of kept in good health because they work at the museum, but because they're going to be retiring against their own will, their plan is to steal the tablet. So yeah, it's one of the rare movies where Dick Van Dyke is the bad guy. So, and yeah,
wow.
Ben Stiller's character has to protect this tablet to help all his museum friends. Second movie, we go into more detail about the origins of the tablet, the Egyptian tablet, and that's where Hank Azaria's Boris Karloff style comedy character comes into play as the main villain who owns his own army of evil mummies. So yeah.
Well, I guess we can do a double feature of that with the Columbo episode with Dick Van Dyke now. Evil Dick Van Dyke's a dick. We could call it that.
Well, okay, so okay, Dick Van Dyke plays a very minor villain in the 90s Dick Tracy movie. What other films where Dick Van Dyke is the villain? Alternatively, though, because it is a Columbo movie, a Columbo episode, it's almost an hour in its own right.
Right.
So yeah, just playing that with Night of the Museum, I think would be enough. So, but yeah,
Okay.
that's an honest question. What do you think?
What do I think of other movies that he was the villain in? I can't
Yes.
really recall outside of those.
Yeah,
He's such a warm, genial guy that, like, even in the Columbo episode, really his evilness, his villainy, the murder that he commits is from I'm not saying it's right, but he kills a really bitchy wife. And his dick-headedness throughout the rest of the episode is him just, browbeating Columbo like 99% of the other killers do.
Mhm.
So he's not an outright, sinister villain in that. But I don't know if he's totally capable of that because, again, you just want to squeeze his cheeks. He's lovely.
Yeah, no, he really made a place for himself. So, and although if you're British, you might think his killing of a Welsh accent in Mary Poppins is enough to make him a villain in
Good call here. But that raises an interesting point, though. I don't know if we've had this conversation before. Robin Williams famously, we watched Insomnia together, and 1 Hour Photo and stuff. In that episode of Law and Order, he has played malicious and malevolent characters. What other characters, or what other actors, rather, we should say, that are associated with such warmth and kindness, do you think would be fun to see play a fun villain?
Right off regardless if they actually played a villain or not.
Right. Well, someone who, they could have, but let's sort of lean towards not that you can recall. So like, like a Julie Andrews type, or like I don't know, Tom Hanks has played villainous in a few movies.
But very few movies, actually.
Very few, yeah. But that type of thing, someone who we associate with cuddliness.
Yeah, well, right off the bat, I'm thinking because...
And I did say cuddliness, not cunnilingus. Thank you very much.
Dorks.
Get it?
We should just call the episode... Okay, that's it. We're calling the episode Whale Penis. That's it.
What a whale getting tail. That's what
okay, there we go. So that's our first candidate.
I see the penis of the great white.
Hey, it's the great pink one. Anyways. Okay, right off the bat, because it is Christmas is coming towards us, horrible, slowly and shambling. I'm going to be revisiting the original Miracle on 34th Street, but yeah, I think I'm probably getting his name wrong. The star
Edmund Gwynn,
not Edwin,
Ed Gwynn.
Ed Gwynn. Thank you. Yeah, I think Ed Gwynn is somebody who it'd be interesting to see him as a villain because even in The Walking Dead, he was a very cuddly and personable mad scientist as opposed to an actual mad scientist. Another actor, like you mentioned.
Well, I was going to say, like, I've never seen him play villainous. I have seen Richard Attenborough, who plays Santa in the remake, has played villainous many times. One of the famous British film noirs is called Brighton Rock, where he plays an absolute bastard of like a young sort of mob boss over there. And William Hartnell is like his second in command in that movie as well. So it's very cool. But what was he in? He's in a movie called Seance on a Wet Afternoon, which is another British kind of psychological thriller.
That sounds exactly like when you think of British mystery, that's the title.
Yeah. I didn't realize till I said it how silly of a title it is after all. But no, that's a story about he's married and his wife is like, someone who conducts seances. And she's not getting much business, so their scheme is to kidnap the child of a rich couple and have the rich mother or whatever come to her, and she can provide all these details and, conjure a piece of cloth from their child's coat or something. While all this is happening, they have their kid upstairs convincing their young daughter that she's in a hospital someplace. It's actually really good. But he's, in the sense that he's a kidnapper, though he's doing it for his wife. Because there's kind of a twist like Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, where she wasn't able to have a child of her own. So it gets into a whole interesting psychological game there. But Edmund Gwynn, though, villainous Santa. Don't shoot me, Santa. Good one.
Yeah, who okay, and then I know he has played villains, and I just saw It's a Wonderful Life at Gardena Cinema yesterday. Really packed house. A lot of people wanted to see that movie in the afternoon.
It still packs him in, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And thankfully it was an uncut 16 millimeter one we watched. So we got to see the horrible alternate dimension scene that Riff Tracks left out, unfortunately. But yeah,
why the fuck would they leave that out? That still
know.
confuses me, because that's all what the public of people remember from that movie is that sequence. So you think if they were going to have to cut anything, they would riff that part and nothing else.
Yeah, didn't you once tell me that was the part that was the copyright issue that kept them from having it as a public domain film?
Well, there's been so it's weird. I guess that is part of it, because there has been that cut of the movie also floating around where there's significant portions of it cut out for whatever reason. It's a Wonderful Life has still thought by a lot of people to be in the public domain. It was for years. It's not anymore. And a lot of that concerns the soundtrack of the movie, but not just the music by Dmitry Tiomkin, who does the soundtrack, but also just like the audio track of the film. So if you were going to play it, you would have to play like a silent version of the movie, and even then you would probably encounter hangups. So I don't know. The rights with It's a Wonderful Life are always fluctuating and confusing to this day.
Yeah, it's funny. I have an old VHS tape of It's a Wonderful Life. I know that YouTube is kind of weird that if you use older VHS versions, you can almost get away with anything. We can do like our own like comedy redub of the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like, because there's this joke I've always wanted to do, and we'll get back to like kindly actors playing villains.
But you were going to say, I assume, Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah,
right?
Jimmy Stewart, because I think he only played a villain really twice. But it's like you watch It's a Wonderful Life, and you can see that horrible intensity. And yeah, I think he probably would be pretty terrifying. Isn't there a Western where he plays like basically a gunman for hire that's kind of a shitty person?
Oh yeah, well, there's the Anthony Mann, who was a film noir director, but also did great Western movies, did a series of films with Jimmy Stewart, which are basically just film noir Westerns. They just happen to be set in the West. And he is a very salty character in all of them. There's one called The Naked Spur, where he is like a bounty hunter type of guy and, is trying to collect Robert Ryan, who is another great villain actor, one of my favorite character actors, the villain from Bad Day at Black Rock. And Jimmy Stewart, he will shoot you in the back in those movies and not think twice about it. So
Did
he
they
has
have
an
it coming,
intensity.
or were fellow scumbags, or does it like innocent women, children?
Not that far. He never had like a Henry Fonda in Once Upon a Time in the West type of role where it was like, oh my god. He never got to that extreme. But they are still very interesting, because even in It's a Wonderful Life, where George Bailey has those freak out moments where he's lashing out at Mary and his kids, you can see that intensity within him. The guy was an incredible actor, beyond just being lovely and wonderful.
Yeah. It's funny. If Falling Down was a movie from the 50s, I think he would have been great in it.
He would have killed it. Yeah, absolutely. And like you could definitely make the argument too, in Vertigo, he's a very not entirely sympathetic character as well. He's extremely controlling, and he gets into a dark place in that film too.
I'm kind of happy that people are kind of turning around on that movie. Like, it's still generally loved, but now instead of, because it used to be considered one of the all-time great gothic romances, now it's just
Well, I mean, no, I would still like to watch it for the movie Graveyard Shift, because it's a thing that I have gone back and forth on, and I love the craft and the aesthetic of that movie, and the filmmaking is wonderful. It's just something about that specific story I don't really find myself drawn to. And there's another movie called Obsession. Obsession, that Brian De Palma made, which is basically just a riff on Vertigo with Cliff Robertson, Spider-Man's Uncle Ben, instead of Jimmy Stewart. And I kind of like that better, just because that kind of embraces the sort of weirdness of it. And John Lithgow is in that, he's also a villain playing a really odd Southern type of role, and on the way that only John Lithgow could.
Yeah, interesting though. Quick question on John Lithgow. Does he play a good villain? Because it's like growing up with him, I just know him
Yeah.
as the ecstatic, weird, wacky guy. Especially when he
No,
got his sitcom.
he plays a really good because he's also a villain in another Brian De Palma film called Blowout, which John Travolta is in that, and that's kind of a riff on kind of Rear Window, but also there was a famous Italian movie called Blow Up.
Mm-hmm.
But it's probably the best that John Travolta has ever been, and John Lithgow, where he is a scary serial killer in that movie, who Travolta is trying to do his own, independent investigation and catch, and it's very good.
Yeah.
But what you were saying about It's a Wonderful Life, it's funny with that movie. Lionel Barrymore, who plays Mr. Potter, one of the most hated villains ever, that was kind of a turn for him because prior to that he was an extremely lovable screen persona.
Yeah, wasn't he almost a leading man in his earlier days?
Oh yeah, he was kind of like I'm not going to say like the John Goodman of the late 20s and early 30s, but in that very lovable, safe type of, fat, wonderful character, in a lot of movies. And in Frank Capra movies, there's, I think, from like maybe 5 years before It's a Wonderful Life, he was in a movie called You Can't Take It With You, which won Best Picture, and he's very charming in that.
Is it about an old man who's dying?
No, well, he's kind of at the end of his life, but it's more about these two families coming together. And he's part of this family, which is full of kooks and eccentric people trying to appeal to the daughter of who's marrying his son, I believe is how that works out. Family who are very stuck up, and it's kind of a cliche storyline at this point, but it's pulled off very well. Anyway, he's a very, very charming man in that, and we watched Key Largo, where he is the good guy who's owns that hotel and helps Indians and is a very, very decent fellow. But a great actor amongst all the things, and he played a great fucking asshole villain in that. And also the head of a wonderful, he's Drew Barrymore's great grandfather, I think, is how that lineage works out, or maybe so, just her grandfather.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
anyway,
2 quick things I want to mention. I was actually going. Okay, you mentioned John Goodman. John Goodman has played some pretty opposing villains, especially in his early career in the 80s. But we know he is like one of the few living actors today who is sort of an American institution, an American sweetheart in his own right.
National treasure, yes.
Yes, exactly. So when he does place villains in these days, it does take you back a little bit. Like he is, regardless how you feel about the ending, he is the main reason to go see Cloverfield Drive or whatever the hell that name.
10 Cloverfield Lane, absolutely. It's a great movie. For the most part.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, I'm going to have to watch it again, but I don't own it, weirdly enough, even though it's semi-giant monster related. I will say...
Because John Goodman.
Yeah. I'm going to shake my booty and take over the world. I got big buttons.
Oh my God, Santa. He also played Santa, and he references... My favorite scene in the movie is when they're playing... Is it 20 questions? I can't remember. Whatever that game is, where it's like you give hints and they have to guess what character you're describing. And he's like, I know what you're doing. I know what you're up to. I'm always watching. You're Santa Claus. Well, yeah. I didn't appreciate the tone though.
If you're gonna do offbeat horror movies are the best. Okay, so with that says though, stupid me, I almost mistaked Mr. Barrymore for Frank Morgan. They're not the same people. But Frank Morgan, based on his little almost suicidal breakdown in Shop Around the Corner, you can see that same intensity that not John Stewart.
James Stewart.
Thank you. Yeah, James Stewart. Jimmy Stewart. Damn it. Had, and you can almost see Frank Morgan. Like, I don't think Frank Morgan ever played a villain. He played probably like upset opposing people. But I would have loved to have seen him as some sort of villain, even if it's like in a comical role where he's like a Machiavellian landlord or something.
Oh, that'd be great. You know what? If they had made like a version of Wicked right after they made The Wizard of Oz, I think he still would have been great as this new version of the Wizard, because of just how manic he's capable of being.
Right.
But no, he was definitely capable of playing more somber character and dramatic characters. You know,
Oh,
we
yeah.
watched The Mortal Storm
Oh,
as
yeah.
well, and he was
Yeah.
amazing.
God, poor guy. Holy crap.
Yeah,
What happened
yeah.
to him?
Boy, oh boy, yeah.
Oy. You know,
Well,
oh God. So yeah, what other actors that we know? Oh my God, there are a lot of actors who are just cuddly and well known for their more heroic and good roles. But yeah, when you see them as villains, it's weirdly enough, I was thinking about Knives Out recently because the new movie's coming out, and
yes, and I unfortunately I couldn't wait. I have seen a really crappy camera recorded version of that already, and I'm dying to see it in HD. But excellent movie. I'll just
Yes.
say that.
Yes, but no, in that movie, the guy the guy who's more well known for playing Captain America.
Oh, the original one, yeah, Chris Evans.
Yeah, Chris Evans. Yeah, no, he does a good job playing an almost like Gaston-esque villainous yuppie who's a lot smarter than the rest of his family.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's another example when you actually
Spoiler alert, by the way. It is a
Damn it.
murder mystery after all.
Fudge! I'm so sorry. So yeah, but no, I can't think of any other actors right now. Although,
well, within that own movie, I should say too that Daniel Craig, who we associate with such intense performances and everything else that he's in, is on the flip side so affable and lovable throughout the Knives Out movies, like both the first and the second and the third. He is just a bundle of joy and hilarious playing Benoit Blanc.
I love the fact that like that scene where he's just by himself in the car, like singing or something.
Listening to his music with his coffee and a donut and going, oh Lord.
Yeah, so now, just a quick thing from what Shay says. Yeah, Shay, I hate to correct you, but yeah, Dick Van Dyke, I don't think he played the old explorer villain in Up. That was somebody else.
No. I don't know who that was. I don't know, but he could have done a lot. I still think that it is, I think if you were going to do, and if they had done it at the time, a live action like version of any of the Pixar movies, Up would have been the easy one to go to because there's such less called upon for visual effects in Up.
Other than the giant Moa bird.
Other than that, but that you can do a big puppet; it'll be convincing.
Mm-hmm.
But him, I think Dick Van Dyke would have played an excellent live action version of that character because he looks like that guy. Howard Muntz is the character, I believe.
Yeah, Christopher Plummer. Didn't Christopher Plummer play that character?
Did he? He may have.
So.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Christopher Plummer, though, another Knives Out. He's very lovable in Knives Out, and I mean, he's a little naughty in Knives Out, but he's very witty about him. And my favorite thing about that movie still is the changing portrait of him, because like one of the first shots of the movie is that portrait of him frowning, and then by the end, once the mystery is solved, then Marta goes to look at that same painting, he's smirking and giving her a wink, which I think is cute.
Okay, I never noticed that detail. They basically pulled a mousetrap. Now I got to watch that movie.
Yeah, it's really sweet. It's really sweet because like he had, she was his confidant, she was his best friend, and like she solved the mystery. It was a perfect little capstone to that.
Exactly. So now, do you think it was kind of weird that part? I love Knives Out, but do you think it was kind of weird when Christopher Plummer just says, "Stop the flow of time"?
Yes, that was weird. And he's dressed as Santa Claus while wearing lipstick while he's doing it. And Julie Andrews is there with a bunch of kids in lederhosen. It's very strange.
It just gets weird.
Yeah, man, it's a sick deal.
Yeah. So Shay says, "No, you nitwit, Raph. I wasn't saying he was the villain in Up. I was saying his character in Night of the Museum was similar to that character." Oh yeah, a sort of twist villain that almost works because you love him.
What's funny? That kind of reminds me. It's because he's not outright evil, but in Pleasantville, Don Knotts as kind of like the mischievous god who gives what's his name, Spider-Man. What's that kid's name? The first Spider-Man.
I know who you're talking about.
Fuck, what's his name? Toby?
Tobey Maguire.
Tobey Maguire. Yes, he gives Tobey Maguire the mystical remote to transport him into the show. Don Knotts is kind of the villain in that, I guess.
And it's weird too because he kind of plays a very similar character in that Adam Sandler remote movie too, doesn't he?
That's Christopher Walken.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I guess they're from the same dimension then.
That would be the only explanation for it, I would think. Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably hanging out with Mr. Mix-a-Pick-a-Blick.
Mix the pickles picks
Yeah,
blitz.
exactly.
Ballroom Blitz. Yes.
Yeah. Is that song about just a family wedding prom party that just becomes a brawl or something?
That Nazis break in and it becomes the Blitzkrieg. Yeah.
So the girl in the corner was Elsa.
And Frank.
Oh, come on. Either way, our
Sorry.
jokes are not kosher.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's
Damn.
not make a pig of ourselves tonight.
Okay, so, and Shay says, from what I heard, John Lithgow played a serial killer villain on Dexter as well. So I've never.
Yes, he is. Yeah, I have not seen that season.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just recently getting into Dexter, so I'm waiting for that because I think that is widely regarded as, if not the one of the best of the few seasons of the original show.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now, speaking of popular TV shows involving murderers, we were, and I think to some extent we still are, fans of the series Barry.
Huge fans. Yep.
Yes, and that show had a lot of like recognizable comedians and character actors who took dark turns, but still showed that kind of offbeat charisma about them. But Henry Winkler, I don't think he ever played a major villain, although he does come close in Barry as this easily corruptible fool, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, and he did play Scrooge, if you want to count that, I guess. But
where did he play Scrooge?
There was
well, let me tell you right now, sir. Oh my God,
before we make Barry pay for his crime.
No, he played
to us, huh?
He played Scrooge in like a 70s or maybe early 80s TV movie. It was one of those things where like they did the old age makeup on him to make him look like kind of modern day Henry Winkler, funny enough. And I always like snicker and don't like, because I don't think it's ever convincing, like, or hardly ever, when a younger actor plays, themselves 40 years in the future, because they always put on, like the old man thing, and it never works.
Yeah.
But there it kind of worked because he always kind of had that raspy kind of voice to begin with, so he kind of pulls off what he looks like and acts like now in that version of A Christmas Carol. But Henry Winkler, but Stephen Root, let's say, was a big surprise in that because he was, who plays Fuchs in Barry. He was forever, sort of a called upon goof and a wonderful goof in a lot of comedy films, like in Office Space, The Stapler Guy, and King of the Hill, obviously. But he playing villainous in that movie as one of the great, you can see this character existing in real life up until the point where he's like running the gang, which I still think was a step too far by the end of the last season.
Yeah.
But when he's trying to, pull like favor and guilt tripped Barry all throughout and like being super jealous of Henry Winkler, he's amazing.
Oh yeah. No. Like I said, a lot of great actors in there, known more for their comedy roles, really showing not only their acting chops, but just how scary they can be. It's like the main guy who played Barry, whose name escapes me.
Bill Hader.
Bill Hader, yeah. He's still hilarious. He's still really talented. I love the guy. I think if Blue Scythe ever ended up becoming a real thing, I want him to voice him.
Yeah.
This lady is talking to me. Get him away. I want to talk to him.
You're smooth down there, I know it.
Right.
Why don't your wife take your name?
Mannequin in a suit. Oh, but no.
Don't backsass me, jazz man.
Yeah. Is that something bad about the Mexican news reporters? Oh, Blue Scythe. I mean, Bill Hader. But anyways, Bill Hader, he, in that show, he's both hilarious and offbeat, but you can also see the like, I compared his performance in that and almost like the Frankenstein monster. It's like, you see humanity, you see kindness, but this is a very dangerous, murderous individual who has done unforgivable crimes.
Yeah.
So there's a movie where you have a bunch of lovable, cuddly people who prove how good they are at playing villains. So
I think, and I'm not going to pretend that I know anything about it at all or have experienced anything like it. So I'm not going to act like an authority on the situation or the topic. But no, I'm just saying in terms of PTSD, I think it's one of the great PTSD tragic stories out there of him having a very horrific, experience in the war. and then coming right out of his, veteranship into the arms of somebody who molds him from that circumstance to be, to act on all of his most dangerous impulses, to where he really is a guy who was molded by Fuchs to be this, machine that he turns into. And could have been such a better person with given better circumstances, I think, and not around the same people. He's a creation of his environment, definitely. So the Frankenstein monster comparison is very apt. But no, great character actors, my God, all throughout that show. And, a famous example, of course, is Bryan Cranston as Heisenberg, being Hal and Malcolm in the Middle, and then turning that into a second career move for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think to lesser success, I mean, there are Saul Goodman in Better Call Saul is an entirely different. And I do recommend, I know that we have talked about and we watched a couple, I think maybe just the pilot episode of Breaking Bad together.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you're going to give either of them a shot, maybe Better Call Saul might be more up your alley, because it does have humorous moments while also touching on all the best, dramatic elements of Breaking Bad. It just takes a while to get into.
Yeah. It's funny. I've seen enough episodes of Better Call Saul that I wouldn't mind ending it.
Good.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing where it's like Saul, Jimmy McGill, Slippin' Jimmy, I wouldn't say he ever gets to the point where he's a definite villain. And by the end of it, where he's like manipulating older people, and there's a thing that he does in the first season, I believe, where he's working at this retirement home, and he like engineers like a gossip train to make one old lady feel bad, and all of her friends stop talking to her and stuff. And that is the most evil fucking thing ever. But in that show, that's what I do with you and all your elderly gal pals. Yes. But let me say too that Michael McKean is his brother Chuck in that show.
Oh yeah.
And there's another character who, we love him in so many comic roles, but he's an excellent dickhead, capital D brother in that show.
Yeah, like he's not, like his role in that show, from what I've seen, he's not inherently a bad person, but he has such a massive jealousy in him that it's the fact that he just wants to see Saul suffer. Not just fail, but suffer. It's like, wow. It's like,
who is there supporting him every single day? And the last thing he says to his brother is, the truth is, Jimmy, I never really cared all that much about you.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the last thing that Saul ever heard from his brother.
Yeah.
It is fucking knives in the back all throughout that show, the seasons that he's in anyway.
Yeah. And it's like, if you've been around enough people with dysfunctional families and hear those kind of horror stories, it just makes that kind of interaction between those two even sadder. So
yeah, that's why it kind of for me was a bit of a I wouldn't say slog, but a chore to get through some of that, is because the villainy and the skullduggery in Better Call Saul, I would say, feels, I mean, Breaking Bad is one of the great shows ever, I'll say that forever, but it's definitely more heightened and more, a theatrical level of, serialized television programming where, it's a lot bigger, so you can kind of separate yourself from it. With Better Call Saul, a lot of the interpersonal villainy that goes on hits a little more close to home because of that, with the dysfunctional families and, the jealousy angle on everything in that series. It's tough.
Yeah, it does get pretty. It does get pretty scary at times too. So,
I would say though he's a more believable, sort of villain turned down the path of bad, Bob Odenkirk in that show, and then he is an action badass, because that's one of the reasons I just can't. I'm sorry, I can't buy him in the Nobody movies because it's Bob Odenkirk. So I would say that that's an unsuccessful version of kind of what we're talking about. For me personally, anyway.
Yeah.
I admit that those movies are fun and whatever, but I just can't pass that mental block that this would never happen.
Yeah, I know. I saw the first Nobody movie in theater, and I had a fairly good time with that. But I can see where you're coming from too. It is a bit of a stretch. Like, granted, by the time you get to the end where you meet, his
with,
dad and
Christopher Lloyd with a
brother.
machine gun, and
you kind of understand the joke, but at the same time, and also, I really hate to say this, especially in a day and age where everything is done with CGI. Nobody and a lot of similar movies from that studio are just there to show off a bunch of. It's just a stunt show on film.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, there might be some compelling stories and some really cool characters, but yeah, it's just it's like trying to watch Power Rangers. You know, there's not much in substance, but there's a lot of pretty explosions and people jumping around.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say that's not a negative,
Mhm.
like an all-encompassing negative to say that. I mean, you know, the John Woo films, he's the master of that subgenre or whatever of, but his movies also have a great air of cool to them, you know.
Yeah.
So they're masterpieces in their own right. And I will say that that bus scene is one of the greatest staged fight scenes of all time,
Great
without a
setup
doubt.
too. It's like, yeah, he gets
Yeah,
his ass kicked, and it's like, no, it's gonna be different.
yeah,
It is a little bit of a power fantasy movie, but I'll
yeah.
take its kind of comical edge, its kind of offbeat edge over something like the Death Wish movies, which are just,
Uh,
ugh. God, it's like I
yeah.
saw one of the Death Wish
Or
movies.
Joker for me.
Joke.
I can't. That unsettles me deeply.
Do you think that what the movie itself, or do you think it's been kind of ruined because of its sequel and the fan reaction?
I didn't see the sequel, so
Good for you.
I can't say that it was ruined. I didn't like it when it came out, and not only because I see all of what it is taking from. That's
Uh-huh.
not the only reason. That's not my film snobbery coming out where I don't like it because it's such a blatant, you know, riff on this or that. Because, like I just said, I love Obsession, and that's such a blatant riff on Vertigo, and I like that
Right.
better.
Yeah.
But what bothers me is just the tone of it is so it's so bleak and mean spirited, and not a thing that I think when you see the people who did love and react so fervently to this. And I'm not saying if you like the movie that you're one of these people, because I think it's horrible to put people in baskets like that.
Mm-hmm.
But if I just don't think it's really a movie that society needed to be very pearl clutchy about it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It
Yeah.
just didn't seem like what entertainment, what is this doing for us? You
Yeah,
know?
and not only that, but it's like, you know me, it's like I've become a lot more cynical about filmmaking lately, especially mainstream movies. And it's like I see more of the business decisions and the creativity these days. Um, but yeah, that's another thing about the Joker movie that I've kind of actively avoid. At the end of the day, it's just a comic book movie from Warner Brothers.
Well, and I don't like Todd Phillips because he's
Yeah,
definitely one of those hard personalities and one of those, you know, the woke killed comedy type of people. And
yeah.
I can't look at that movie and see some of the things that go on and not see his personality in every scene.
Yeah, and not only that, but when somebody goes out of their way and say the woke kill comedy, that's less of somebody with a point and more like just a crybaby who's whining about something minor. You know,
Yeah.
it's like when somebody like, oh, I hate the young kids because they ruined my health. How? You're just finding a scapegoat. But it's like, and not only that, but it's like you really can't trust a creative person who thinks killing an innocent giraffe is the key to comedy. So yeah, it's like you allowed the killer coked up tigers to live, but not that poor giraffe. It's like, yeah, I know the kind of person you are.
Raph, what do you think they did with Jeffrey the giraffe after the Toys R Us bust?
Well, no, he's running across the nation, and he's gathered a little colt, and he has a beard, and you know sometimes he sits on a bench and says, "Life is like a box of unemployment, nothing but pink slips everywhere."
Maybe he's just on a big mascot farm.
Uh, oh, the one upstate. Yeah,
Yep.
that's where Dan Aykroyd told me the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man went. He was covered in goo
Oh.
for some reason.
Well, yeah. Have you seen The Shape of Dan Aykroyd? He ate that marshmallow man.
Oh god, he's not that well. Yeah. He's not that fat, but still, yeah. So, hey, if you're that rich with Crystal Volca, quick question.
Everyone packs on a few around the holidays. Merry holidays, everybody. by the
Yeah,
way.
hey there. Yeah, it's Christmas coming. Oy. Ooh. Ugh.
Bah humbug.
Well, yeah. It's, and what sucks is it's like I've only prepared gifts for like the least appreciative asshole I know in my personal life. So it's like not gonna do that again next year. That's for sure.
Ouch.
So by the way, Bryson, we get something in the mail. No, not you, Brighton. You're actually pretty cool.
Is it Anthrax?
Yes, I didn't know you were a fan of that band, so I got you all their famous albums.
Boss.
My first time hearing that phrase was from Mystery Science Theater with the skeleton spaceship, and just them like looking at the camera going like, "Bah!"
Fleshers and thrust pipes. Oh my!
And then it just turns out the skeleton just
Huh?
falls.
Huh?
Oh, that's
Crow.
lame.
This Pegasus is a cow. Now, does that really matter? No, I guess not.
God, I miss that kind of randomness. So quick question from Shay. He says, to Brayton, what's your opinion on Dustin Hoffman playing an older version of his character in Little Big Man?
Oh, Dustin Hoffman, he's another character actor who I think can pull it off, mainly because he always kind of comes off that old anyway. Like he was like, you look at Hook, for example, I would say when he gets his wig plucked off at the end, that looks like a 90-year-old guy, and that's very believable.
Yeah.
When he just has like little white hair sprinkling out through his wrinkled scrotum head. Dustin Hoffman can do it. Definitely. Yeah. He can't. He's one of those actors though who can't play younger, I'll say, because then it's awkward.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It's like, yeah, John Hurt. I don't think even when he was young, he never really played a young person.
Well, what do you think is harder? Because one would think, because I've never seen it done convincingly necessarily where a young actor plays much, much older 100% convincingly, but I have seen actors dial down their age somewhat convincingly, helped a lot by, modern techniques and makeup and CGI wizardry.
Yeah, that's a good question, because I was thinking there's this British actor named Matt Smith. He had sort of an opposite problem to what we were just discussing, where he came onto the scene big time playing very lovable characters. He's best known as the 11th Doctor, aka Bowtie.
Oh, is that is that Frankenstein head?
Yes, Frank. Yeah,
is that the fucking towhead who ruined this adventure in space and time for me?
Yes.
It would have been great though. It would have been great though if William Hartnell like turned and said, "Who the fuck are you? Who is this?"
Yeah, that was the joke.
Who is this man?
Yeah, that was the joke we originally had, where it's like, William Hartnell looks up and then sees this like bow-tied young man, and he'd be like, "Who the hell are you?"
Oh my God, the dimension is setting in.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, that was Matt Smith as the 11th Doctor, who is actually really good as the 11th Doctor. I was actually tempted to show you some episodes with him. But no, he had the opposite effect, where he came onto the scene as these incredibly beloved, jovial characters. Yeah, I know he did like a British comedy drama beforehand as sort of a political aid, where he really started to shine through. But then after that, he's been playing nothing but scumbags and villains to kind of get away from the 11th Doctor shine. But no, I was thinking about that. In one of his last Doctor Who adventures, he plays an older version of himself. And it's one of the big problems you mentioned. Yeah, you can have a younger actor play an older character. The makeup effects are getting better, even on television budgets.
Well, because like what Shay mentioned, and I'll send it to you in a minute, what Shay mentioned, I think the performance in Little Big Man is fine, but the makeup is always what seals the deal or kills it for me, because Dustin Hoffman's makeup in Little Big Man is like, Halloween. He looks like, it looks like the makeup as the grandpa had in Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's too much.
Right. So yeah. Although, yeah, that's the thing though. Like I was mentioning with Matt Smith, yeah, he looked like a convincing old man, but he didn't do much to really channel an old man energy, especially with the voice. And I think where Dustin Hoffman succeeded as Little Big Man, I actually did see that as a teenager. It bummed the hell out of me.
It's supposed to be funny, but it does have that air of sadness to it.
Yeah, two of his wives get killed by opposite sides of his cultural heritage. It's like, holy shit. Send forth the alien invaders quick. Oh my goodness. But I'm that kind of person, that, by the way. But anyways, it's like when you're playing an old man, you really should change your voice. It's like that is something that happens. I know there's some actors and some individuals we know in real life who can kind of keep a familiar voice from the cradle, from teenagehood to older to their final days. But yeah, for the most part, your voice does change over age. It doesn't become as vibrant or as lighthearted as before. It just gets older. Like I can't do half the sound effects and the voices I used to do when I was like way younger in my 20s. I think I have bronchitis, actually.
Oh my God, blame it on that.
Yeah.
Permanent long-lasting bronchitis.
Yes.
But it's funny, the like, who's the actress from what am I fucking thinking of? Edward Scissorhands. Who's that girl?
Oh God, Renona Wider. Oh, damn it.
Yes, Ryder. Winona Ryder.
Why no Wider?
That's just garbage. Oh, her, and how she opens that movie, where she's like an old woman telling her granddaughter the story or whatever, is wholly unbelievable because she's doing the old lady voice.
Yeah. Okay.
But I want to give kudos though to other people, if I may, that Marlon Brando I think is pretty effective as Corleone because he's a lot younger than you would believe in The Godfather. That a lot of that is the makeup, and by the time you get to him in his death scene where he's like 80 or whatever, it's the makeup is a little strong. But for the rest of the movie, it's a wholly believable different person.
Yeah.
Like same with what's her name, Maggie Smith, when she did Hook, to bring it back to Hook, she was a lot younger than she appears as the old Wendy in that movie, but it's an effective characterization. And someone who, like we were talking about, or what you were kind of leading to, who can play younger, who can play older, who can kind of maintain. I will say honestly, Jimmy Stewart as George Bailey throughout that movie, him staying the same age, even though he's supposed to like have just graduated college or high school or whatever, and then you see him become a father and everything, and he looks the exact same through every stage of his life. That doesn't take me out at all, for whatever reason.
Yeah, you can
I'm never
believe
taking
it.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So also like what is it? 35,000 back then. Yeah, he's a millionaire.
Oh, I just realized who Dustin Hoffman a little bit, man, looks like. He looks like that Chevy Chase gross movie with he's got a penis nose. What is that one?
Oh, Nothing But Trouble.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what he looks like.
Dan Aykroyd's Folly.
Dan Aykroyd, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I love hot dog.
That's the one.
Dan, this is what happens when Harold's not in the room telling you to reel it in.
I was just about to ask, did he ever make a Christmas movie? And I forgot that he was in Christmas with the Cranks.
Oh.
Yeah. We want Frosty. All we want is Frosty.
Yeah, the 90s was the 90s a good decade for movies, or was that the ruination of movies, period? Sort of like how the 70s was considered the new Hollywood, the 90s was the new Hollywood mutating into something horrifying.
Well, Christmas with the Cranks was early 2000s.
Close enough.
But I will say, as I've talked about and stuff, the 90s was both like the 70s, the best thing and the worst thing that could happen, because the best thing was also the worst thing, and that independent filmmaking really blew the hell up, and anybody could make a movie. The bad part was that everyone anyone could make a movie, and then there was no standard of quality or talent anymore. The studios picked all these people up. You got hack jobs and basically kids who were browbeaten into doing what the studio says, and so you now live in a generation where all those people are older and now produce nothing but studio authorized corporate pieces.
Yeah. Not only that, but it's like, even when you get out of the independent film market, mainstream movies back then were pretty hollow and dumb. It's like even the good ones, like they had elements where it's like there's that weird shallowness to it. It's like, yeah, this could be a lot better and more heartfelt. So
I don't know, because I will say some of the more intentionally heartfelt feeling movies of the 90s were pretty bad. Like, the great fucking stuff. The Coen brothers were doing their best work in the 90s, and, David Fincher's movies and Spielberg and Martin Scorsese. Like, there were a lot of classics that come out of the 90s that were mainstream. I do think that the family the family appealing films of the time that were specifically for that market are a lot weaker than they were in the 80s.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. A lot weaker because the budgets were cut. They're not as elaborate as the ones from the 80s. And also there's like a weird 90s snark to a lot of them, especially this is something that really annoys me about a lot of 90s family movies. An unwanted focus on sex. It's
elaborate.
Yeah. Well, when you think about a lot of these films, I think they were trying to appeal to like teenagers, or they were written by people with a teenage like mentality, probably 20-year-olds who shouldn't be writing children's movies because they're still in that kind of horny frat boy mindset. There's a lot of Disney movies like Race to Sun or Hocus Pocus, where there's like a recurring gag about, oh, he's a virgin, or oh, it's like, look at this underage girl who I want to see naked and all that. And you kind of see that with a lot of movies in the 90s with family films. There'd be a lot of like risque humor, or even the case with like the Austin Power movies. Like, I love the third one, but it's amazing the first two films were even allowed to exist, considering how extreme their sexual humor was. And that was a character marketed towards children. And it was, it's, now thinking about it, the 90s was sort of like a more bizarre escalation or continuation, if not a dying whimper of what the 80s was. All those problems, but only magnified.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some of the movies that are blatantly about sex, though, and commenting on it, that are roundly applauded, are still great. Like, you have your Elections, which with her sleeping her way with teachers and stuff to the top to get to Colonel Favor.
I'm going to have to see an uncut version of that movie, because now that you mention it, I've only seen, I think, the cable version. Even that was pretty risky.
It's one of my, well, it doesn't have any like graphic nudity or anything, but it does have the sequence where like Matthew Broderick's in bed and he's seeing like her face, and then the guy who the other teacher who was sleeping with her, and that's a great movie. But you have other things like American Beauty, which is odd because Kevin Spacey's the star of it, but that are blatantly commenting on sort of perverse families and that kind of thing. His infatuation with a younger gal and everything. So you have movies like that, but I also think that I'm very, very bothered more so with child actors from the period because of the snark. Because once Home Alone happened and Macaulay Culkin happened, the studio said, oh, great, we have a 12-year-old Groucho Marx. So now every kid has to be snarky and one up the adults. And, and it becomes so unbelievable and annoying at a certain point.
Oh, yeah.
Where when everyone has to be Dennis the Menace, it's not fun anymore.
Dennis the Menace with the wit of Shakespeare. It's like, no, stop.
Yeah.
It's like, it's like a certain person who can't tie their tie did recently revisited the 1994 remake of Miracle on 34th Street, and I think there's a big difference between Natalie Wood's fantastic performance in the original movie, where she's saying a lot of like really well written dialogue, but it's still believable that it would be coming from like a rather beyond her years kid, as opposed to like, no offense to Mara Wilson, but she plays that character either. She fluctuates too much between being way too damn cute and way too beyond her years as far as the
ahead of her years
goes.
Well, and it's also, it makes sense. One of my favorite movies we've talked about, Paper Moon, with her Addie being such a genius and everything. It's because of the people that she's, it's because of Mose. It's because of the line that they're in that she's able to pull off these cons, and she's, such a smart whippersnapper. Yeah. Not every kid in every suburban household in America has to have, like you said, a Shakespeare genius level IQ and spout off things that the kid was coached to say and references they don't understand, and it's so unbelievable.
I know. Although I hate to say, okay, this is sort of like inside baseball between me and Brayton. We'll try to keep this as quick as possible. But okay, so is Joey the complete opposite end?
No, Joey, I just find annoying because he looks like Baby Jack Hodgson the way you drew him. So it's right there. I was
look like Baby Jack Hodgson,
and he sees ghosts and he smells like pickles, and I don't like that.
Yeah, Joey's a character from one of my stories that I plan on finally coloring and putting in published form. But he's an acquired little kid. So.
It's a great story for me to poop on.
Oh man, come on.
Anyhow,
pickles are supposed to be good for you.
I don't know, but you keep we're okay. Since we're in the season, though, do you think the 90s? And I mentioned Home Alone, and we mentioned Christmas with the Cranks. Well, that's 2000s, but still. And you mentioned it's the remake of Miracle on 34th Street. Do you think the 90s was a good decade for the production of Christmas films?
For the most part, I'm going to have to say yes. I'm going to have to lean more onto the yes category than the no. Because there was a lot of Christmas movies made in the 90s, sort of like a lot of baseball movies came from the 90s. But for the most part, they were almost always quality productions. They were leaning more on good than bad, even if they had major flaws. Home Alone is a great movie. Home Alone also suffers from a lot of like little things that I don't like about 90s entertainment, but it's still a great movie. I'm not sure about the sequel, New York. I've never really saw that one. Didn't they all get eaten by pigeons at the end or something?
Oh, I hardly remember it at all. I appreciate the some of the slapstick that I have seen involving Tim Curry, and I am a big fan of the long forgotten subgenre of comedy, the hotel farce. I wish they'd bring that back. I love hotel comedies.
Okay. I forgot.
Unfortunately, Quentin Tarantino and his buddies kind of ruined it with Four Rooms.
Mm-hmm.
But when they're done really well, they're impeccable. You know, there's always such great shenanigans that you can do with people coming in and out of rooms, and telling kind of it, because those were like the great anthology comedy films, were your grand hotels back in the day and things. So I want to bring that back.
Yeah, but no, as far as the 90s Christmas movies, I think there were more winners than there were losers, and they all had, even the ones that didn't really succeed, all had a level of quality, because after the 90s and into like maybe from 2004 to 2003 and forward, Christmas movies became more commonplace, but a lot less crappier in quality. A lot more crappier in quality, I should say. The Hallmark Christmas movies. Christmas specials that really have no need to exist. Entire streaming shows based around Christmas with limited appeal both in their execution and their subject matter. And not only that, but I hate to say it, before the 90s, there was a lot of really good stop motion Christmas specials, largely because of Rankin Bass, but they had like quality and style that shows and movies that try to ape it after the fact completely lack, especially when it comes to the character design department. But no, I think the 90s was a generally good, maybe the final good decade for holiday movies.
Well, we've discussed in private too, you can kind of draw a dividing line at 9/11 where like pop culture froze. So the 90s was kind of the greatest last decade as well, for as bad as things
was the cultural stroke of the world.
Yeah.
After that, everything went downhill.
Everything just crashed and burned.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like,
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh.
All right. Well.
Yeah, but
80s were pretty good for Christmas movies too.
Yeah, but no. Let's just go ahead and talk about our favorite Christmas movies, and even the Christmas movies that don't work, but we still respect.
Well, okay. Let's make it more interesting though, and say what are some of your favorite secret or your favorite disguised Christmas movie, your favorite secret Christmas movie, your favorite Christmas movie, because we've done streams before where it's like, people want elves and fucking holly jolly shit in their Christmas movies. And I say it's all about the tone that the film creates. That's why I put, the Tokyo Godfathers as a Christmas movie. That's why I like In Bruges as a Christmas movie. It's all about the tone of the film that captures the season for me. So my pick for a secret Christmas movie that's a favorite, and it's only on my mind because I just watched it, or rewatched it rather. I'd seen it before. And the only reason I'm going to say it's a Christmas movie is because it snows at the end, and it's such good snow, and it's alien snow, and that's John Carpenter's Starman. I'm going to say is one of my favorite secret Christmas movies.
That is a movie I have not seen in ages. I wonder if it's freely available on YouTube.
Oh, we got to watch it. It's really weird and fun.
Well, yeah, why not? Yeah, let's see John Carpenter do weird romance.
It's like you could pair that up with fucking Ghost or whatever. It's kind of the same beat. But Jeff Bridges, I think it's one of his best performances ever in playing a very un-Jeff Bridges character in a very appealing way that doesn't get annoying, because the thing that he's doing where he's an alien, so everything that he's saying he's learning on the fly, and he's like define shit and Dutch apple pie. It could get very annoying. You could see like Sacha Baron Cohen doing it and it being dreadful. But the way he's doing it is very charming. I believe the love story that him and Karen Black develop over the film, and at the end, it's incredibly touching when they have to say goodbye. So again, it hardly a Christmas film at all, but just for sort of capturing the feeling of nostalgia and finding love again, and the snow at the end. It's all for the snow that I even want to count it for watching it during the season. Obviously, you can pair The Thing in that as well, because if you want snow, there's nothing like the snow in The Thing.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to disagree on The Thing.
What? There's snow everywhere. Oh, come on.
But it's not really Christmassy, is it? I
Well,
don't
for
remember.
Brimley is kind of Santa Claus.
Well, I'm not going mad. I'm just making a spaceship for my elves. Okay.
You can let me back in my workshop now.
No. No, I won't infect anybody. I'm just making toys, and then I'll affect people.
Wasn't Kurt Russell in a not so good Christmas thing where he played Santa recently?
Oh yeah, a series of Netflix movies where he plays like not a sexy Santa Claus, but sort of a badass Santa Claus.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I gotta take care of something here on the computer. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh.
Okay, but yeah, a movie that feels like it would be a very good Christmas movie. That's so weird. I gotta think about that. Some kind of family movie that gets all Christmassy. Good. Son of Godzilla?
Oh my god! For the exact same reason that I laid out. Yes.
Yeah.
That is. I will say I don't like that movie, but the end image of them cuddled together, hibernating in the snow, and the big pullout from that with the music is pretty beautiful and makes the movie worth it.
Yeah, okay. I'm a much bigger fan of Son of Godzilla, and I know the movie does have its defenders and champions. I honestly do think it's a pretty good movie in its own right, and plus most of the monster effects look amazing outside of Kermit the Frog had way too many beers, Godzilla.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think that movie, it is kind of a fun little family adventure film. I know that there's been arguments made against the movie that there really is no sympathetic character. What, you have abusive dinosaurs and callous scientists and maybe a nice news reporter and a native girl. But yeah, no, you're right. You're right. That is a movie where the last final scenes, it does feel a bit like Christmas because Godzilla finally accepts this little guy. And Godzilla could have just left and let Minya freeze by himself. It's like,
I mean, he's doing that throughout the rest of the film. He's like knocking him on his head and he doesn't give dragging him by his tail, doesn't care one bit.
Yeah, sure, he saved him from the mantises, but after that, you're on your own, kid.
Yeah, I didn't adopt you.
Yeah, so
I didn't sign any paperwork.
Yeah, but then I do love that little gag that he leaves for a little while. You think the native girl is gonna raise Minya, but then Godzilla comes back. It's like, come on, you little bastard. Literally. But yeah, no, that's because there are some actual movies with real Christmas elements.
I still want to fucking say that The Thing is a Christmas movie, and I won't. Instead of Secret Santa, it's Secret Monster. And the whole the whole, well, first, like, everybody's wearing big puffy coats. Okay, the sort of blood testing sequence where they're like burning everybody's blood is kind of like a gift exchange because they're like passing it around. They're gathered all together. Nobody likes anybody. Nobody, as Kurt Russell says, nobody trusts anybody anymore. It's the holidays.
Yeah, being with your family is like dealing with an evil dog that's secretly a multi-organism super creature.
That's Rudolph.
Yeah.
There are 8 shiny husky reindeer in that movie.
That merge into one singular horrible husky reindeer.
And it all went down in infamy.
Yes.
Or history, however the song goes.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. What was that? God, what was that movie with Christopher Plummer where he played Santa Claus and then went full drag at the end?
That's the Silent Partner. Yeah.
The Silent Partner. Yeah, that isn't really a Christmas movie. It starts at Christmas. It kind of ends on... No, it doesn't end on Christmas.
Well, no, but it's set during the holiday season in like drab, cold, white as snow Canada, and it's one of my favorite mall movies as well because you can really feel like you're in a sort of past its prime mall during the holidays in that film. Though you've got the cheesy like Christmas music playing throughout the movie when he's at his office or at his bank job. Which, by the way, are strip mall banks that are in malls still popular? That's kind of a long.
They used to be more commonplace. I know that we have this big mall that's still thriving. Thriving.
Yes,
still thriving here in Los Angeles, called Del Amo Mall. It may be a little too big.
The Dalai Lama Mall?
Yeah, no, Del Amo. Brayton. I'm trying to win the hearts of the Chinese audience in here.
Galanbo?
Okay. Oh no.
Columbo? I do want to say, by the way, Columbo, Peter Falk, I will say, played a somewhat older character convincingly in Princess Bride, where he plays the grandpa.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's another movie that can almost be considered Christmassy, but only because I think it's just kind of a... No, it isn't.
It's a warm feeling.
Yeah, it's
film.
a warm feeling movie, yeah. But yeah, The Silent Partner, but then now thinking about it, oh God, I just had it on... There's a movie that isn't really... Oh God, the one with, I'm selling luggage here, see? What's the name of that movie?
Larceny Incorporated.
Yeah, Larceny.
I want to do another live watch of that too.
I was going to ask you that same thing tonight.
Oh, you were okay. We could do it.
Yeah, revisit some of the weird Christmas classics. I was like either it was going to be like Shop Around the Corner and Larceny's Inc. But I think Larceny Inc. is a good candidate for a movie that isn't really a Christmas movie, but it has a Christmassy feel. Because about these three criminals who kind of get out there, they're nice guys at the beginning. We know that. But by the end of the movie, it is almost like a Scrooge effect where they start off as kind of nefarious jerks.
They're the Three Stooges if they were malevolent, if they were, on the side of crime is what they are.
Yeah, but no, it is wonderful. Like how, originally, Larceny Inc. is a great movie, folks. I know we did a live watch for our Eddie G ×3, which I was kind of revisiting
that was
recently.
like 2 or 3 years ago, though, so we could do that again.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Pick Larceny Inc. What would you pair that up with, though?
Another crime-related Christmas thing, I guess, maybe.
Yeah.
Like what? I don't know. We never streamed The Ref, and that would be fun, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do Larceny first, and then The Ref, because I know The Ref is a bit of a.
Do you not like The Ref?
I know it's a little more of it's a more extreme movie, a little than because when we watched Larceny Inc. we were a little on the tired side, so we didn't get the full effect. So, and I think Larceny Inc. is the more fun of the two movies. I remember watching The Ref a long time ago, but only because I think we actually rented it thinking it was going to be a more extreme comedy when it was a little more serious than what it was. But yeah, no, there's got to be another classic movie with some Christmas elements, but we'll see what happens. So, but yeah, no, I think Larceny Inc. was a good candidate for a movie that doesn't feel Christmassy, but then it does get real Christmassy at the end, especially when
the carolers come in and
exactly.
the dramatics of the ending where the Anthony Quinn shows back up and is going to blow up the store and the vault, and they knock the old owner on the head, and it really gets you in the gut with Edward G. Robinson pulling the guy out of the flaming store. I will say though, the scene that takes place after that, where they try to pull their routine one more time of, pretending like they were hit by a car.
Yeah.
It kind of ends a little abruptly, I will say. Like after this giant explosion and saving this guy, they just cut to another day in the life and then they run away.
Yeah. I'm going to have to watch the movie again, but yeah, the ending is a little on the weak side in that regard. But no, for the most part, I love the fact that, they do come to love this little community of fellow shop owners. And the fact that it's like, for crying out loud, he starts off as a gangster who really doesn't care much about other than money and occasional friendship with his close-knit pals. But then at the end of it, he's literally dressed as Santa Claus. It's like, come into the store, we're having a party here. Stop the drilling, boys. We got guests.
Yes.
So yeah, Larceny Inc. works in that way perfectly. God, there's got to be some other
35 cents as he wraps the thing and throws it at him.
God, maybe George Pal's The Time Machine. It does kind of end with snow at the end, and kind of like a heartfelt goodbye between friends and all that.
Yeah.
I don't know. That is a good question. You've seen a lot more movies than I have, so yeah, I only got Larceny's Inc., Time Machine, and Son of Godzilla,
and How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah, we can do without those movies.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, because there are just so many. Die Hard is, a famous one, but it's so famous and so well tired at this point. So I'm wondering what the next argumentative Christmas classic will be for the next generation.
I think
once we're all agreed that Die Hard is a Christmas movie. We're all past that.
Having seen it with my own eyes, thanks to you on a very good stream, Yeah, no, I fully agree. It is a Christmas movie because Christmas is sewed into its DNA. Even
Right.
though
There's enough Christmas in there to justify the categorizing.
yeah, exactly. Especially with the soundtrack when suddenly it just goes the joy of the world and all these. It's like, what is it? One of the best scenes in the whole movie is when the bad guys finally break into the vault, and it's like, I know these are murderous assholes, but at the same time you're almost happy for them, and the music kind of shows there's just a litation. Damn it, when they're elated. I don't know what's the term.
Elation?
Elation, thank you. Yeah, they're elation at the whole situation. Thank you, Brayton. That's why you're an excellent co-host. You keep this whale from sinking.
Oh my god. Well, I'm not going to pull you up by that.
Right. So yeah, you're Gyra, the oh. No, I was gonna say you're like Gyra, and you're just pulling Raph the whale out.
That makes me feel so nice that you compared me to the fucking moldy green giant. Thank you.
Okay.
Bigfoot Gyra. That was always my favorite thing about that dub. I've bored Raph these last couple of weeks with like spouting my love for Godzilla against Mechagodzilla. But one of my favorite things from the dub of that is Bigfoot Gyra. Like, I didn't know it had a surname of Bigfoot, but thank you for telling me, Kobe Mizuno.
Yeah. I also love how she delivers that line, like with a little hint of disgust, like Bigfoot Gyra.
Like the dub actress couldn't believe what she was reading. But anyway, some other like secret Christmas movies or whatever. Like, everybody agrees that Die Hard is. Everybody agrees that I even like, the smarty cineast crowd or whatever will argue that Eyes Wide Shut is a Christmas movie because a lot of that is, it's an erotic Christmas morality play to an extent. Like some of the more deep cut stuff though, like it's hard to make arguments for some things that are just happen to be set at Christmas. Like 3 Days of the Condor, is set during the Christmas season, though that is definitely a CIA paranoia film. Pure and simple, that's what it is. But it kind of has a little bit, because it's in the periphery of like Yuletide ennui in the background. Rocky 4 is kind of a Christmas movie, and then they go to Russia, which is covered in snow. There's a movie called The Lion in Winter, which I really want to do for the I've talked to you a little bit about that. I definitely want to do that.
Robin Hood is old and he gets murdered.
No. It's set sort of in the time period of Robin Hood, but it's like Katharine Hepburn and Peter O'Toole, very young Anthony Hopkins. It's another sort of family bickery drama, the ultimate angry family holiday movie for me.
Okay.
It's set in medieval times, full of betrayal and backstabbing. Has one of my favorite lines and comebacks to the line ever, which is at one point, Peter O'Toole like says, "When pigs fly," and then Katharine Hepburn responds, "There'll be pork in the treetops by morning," something to that effect. It's such a great movie, and so much great scenery chewing. But
okay, it sounds a lot better than that one movie where it's like an aging Robin Hood and he gets brutally murdered because King John is still around or some bullshit.
I haven't heard of that, but it sounds horribly depressing. The Man Who Killed Robin Hood, and
like
then
that.
The Bigfoot Gyra.
Yeah, it has a similar title, like the lion is dying or something. No.
Wow. Okay. What is the best version of that? Because there's a movie with Ian McKellen where he plays like an elderly Sherlock Holmes or something.
Yeah, you recommended that.
And then there's the old Indiana Jones from the young Indiana Jones Chronicles is kind of that. You could also say modern Harrison Ford is kind of that.
Son of Godzilla.
But Godzilla's not an old fuck in that movie.
Yeah, but you get the feeling that this is like Godzilla. Like that movie could take place like many years in his retirement age. Because if you think about it, Minya shows up in Destroy All Monsters. I'd like to move the timeline a little bit and think Son of Godzilla is the prequel to Destroy All Monsters. Because wait a minute, it kind of, you know what I mean? It's like it
is. It's the year before, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, no. There was. Yeah, you're right. Son of Godzilla, and then went to Destroy All Monsters. But time-wise, if you think about it, I know Destroy All Monsters is in the future. Son of Godzilla feels like it. Like if Destroy All Monsters is 1999, Son of Godzilla.
It's in the future, which is our past.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, that's like Godzilla's penultimate adventure. He finds a kid to adopt, and then like after mankind, revolutionaries the world with superfood and weather technology, they create Monster Island, and boom. What were we talking about? Enough Son of Godzilla.
No, no. I like the subgenre though that we're creating, the too old for this shit subgenre. Over there.
Sometimes it can be done well. Other times it's like, okay, we get it. The old guy is angry.
To go back to Night at the Museum, though, I think it's funny that you could easily have made the plot of that film the third Paul Blart movie, and no one would bat an eye. I'm working at the museum now.
Yeah, they do get crazy. But The Lion in Winter, that actually sounds really good. Isn't that a 60s movie?
Yes. 68, I think. I think the same year as Destroy All Monsters.
Okay. Oh, irony.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was also Katharine Hepburn's penultimate adventure, where she adopted a young Hannibal Lecter.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I always think, though, because you can always tell Son of Godzilla was right before Destroy All Monsters, because the suit that they use in Destroy All Monsters and then in, Revenge and Hedra and Gigan looks like the Son of Godzilla suit if they sucked all the fat out of it. He kind of has that sort of frog-looking face.
Yeah, because, the backstory was they were to make Minya look even smaller.
They got a bigger guy.
Yeah, but then the bigger guy turned out, I think he had an injury or he couldn't cut it as a suit actor. Something physically bad happened to him. He didn't die like the Gamera guy.
But they still didn't use Haru Nakajima, though, because Haru Nakajima only played Godzilla because there are two suits in Son of Godzilla. When he's in the water briefly in the cold open, and then when you see him like approaching the beach, they use the Son of Godzilla suit with the very saggy face and bug eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he's on land, they were going to get, and this is my memory recollection from the Art of Suit Acting bonus feature from like 20 years ago. Yeah. But there was what you're talking about. There was like a baseball player or something who like broke his hand and couldn't do it. Mm-hmm. But the guy who's in the suit, I think, look it up, prove me wrong, was Yuji Sakai, who played Sanda, the brown gargantua, in from War of the Gargantuas in Son of Godzilla. Could be wrong, but I think that's kind of accurate.
I'm gonna have to look that up, but yeah, no, that's actually a good point, because they don't really talk about Haru Nakajima that much in Son of Godzilla.
He could have played one of the human. You could have thrown him a bone and give him one of the roles as one of the scientist guys there. That would have been fine, just so he's there.
Yeah, Hiroshi Sakata plays Godzilla.
Oh, okay.
Senji. Yeah, apparently, Haru Nakajima only really plays Godzilla in the water scenes. But yeah, no, they were going to get like a much taller actor, Senji Anaka. But yeah, he had a hand injury, and that's why Godzilla looks... I don't know if that Godzilla...
I'm sorry, Yuji Sakai was like a sculptor or something, wasn't he?
No, Yuji Sakai. Oh god, we're going down a deep... This
I thought he made like a bunch of Godzilla like models. Because he was a guest at G-Fest, I think, one year.
And he was in a really poorly made Godzilla frog costume too.
No, I think he's like a really badass like model maker guy for not X plus, but that type of level of detail.
I think you're right. We're just gonna call this episode "The Son of Godzilla Confuses Everything."
Okay, but I do know that I do know that Nakajima only played Godzilla for the like 30 seconds in that movie, yeah, I don't know. I think he could have played a human part because he never got to do that. I think he's in the original Godzilla as like a background extra for maybe like 2 seconds. But after that, he's never in.
I know that Haru Nakajima does a lot of like cameo appearances, and he even played himself in a Japanese drama, not Third of the Sun, but something.
Oh my god. A kaiju third rock from the sun.
Yeah, cut to Godzilla with like a little Minya on his leg. Get off me, little boy.
Yeah.
But no, Haru Nakajima basically played himself, and I got the Wikizilla open, so I might as well just look through it.
No.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, he showed up on a Japanese kind of anthology drama series called He of the Sun, where he basically, I think the lead character plays He of the Sun. Yeah, he plays Tanabe, the Gaira suit actor. He's basically playing himself under a different name. But yeah, that was a TV show where it was sort of an anthology show, sort of like Love American style, where it was a different situation, maybe with some recurring characters. And there's an episode where it takes place at a film studio, and Haru Nakajima plays both Gaira and the guy inside the Gaira costume, Tanabe. And he's actually fighting a monster from the Ultraman series, Kili, the big scorpion guy with the big flashing eyes.
Oh, I've seen a clip of that, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. So that's where
That's
that
kinda
comes
cute.
from, basically. Yeah.
Well,
So
you know what? And then we can drop the Godzilla stuff. But the one thing that's kind of similar to this is so there's a filmmaker, a Japanese filmmaker who is fairly unknown over here stateside. There's like one video on YouTube about him at all, but his name is Koki Matani. And
that is
he's
a
like
name.
well, he is like he's a famous comedian in Japan, and he made several excellent movies that people maybe have kind of heard on. One is called, and I've told you all about this, Welcome Back, Mr. McDonald, which is kind of like a farce about these people putting on a radio drama, a live radio drama, but every one of the actors wants to change their parts, and it becomes kind of a farce of everybody like getting jealous of, well, why does he get to have a bigger part now? Why is she a cowboy now? You know, and it kind of spirals and spirals. And then it's funny because what's his name? Ken Watanabe has a cameo as like a truck driver listening to the radio drama and crying by the end of it. He's so moved.
That
But
sounds like a great movie. Let's watch that with Larceny Inc.
so he made that. There's a
Okay.
movie called The Magic Hour, which is about a guy who gets in trouble with the mob and to get out of being killed by the mob, he like overhears them talking about this dangerous hitman, and the guy says, "Ooh, I know him," and he has to like hire an actor to play the hitman without ever tipping off the actor that this isn't just a sort of avant-garde film shoot, and it's all improvised.
Mm-hmm.
He's made several excellent movies. He's kind of like a Japanese Billy Wilder, and he takes a lot of inspiration from Billy Wilder and Preston Sturges and screwball directors in America. But he also he's a writer director, so he's written all this stuff. He wrote and directed a TV show which is excellent and is basically just Japanese Columbo, called Furuhata Ninzambaru, which the guy who plays the detective on that show is wonderful. I kind of want to have a segment on our podcast called Random Recommendations, where we can close the show and just recommend something random that we can, we've been obsessed with. And I want to talk about that. But to make this make sense, the only movie of his that I haven't seen is called All About Our House. And it opens with a scene that because I was excited to see this. I had never seen this. This is one movie I had yet to track down. Finally got my hands on it digitally through the yo-hoing, internet ways. And it opens with a certain shot on an apartment studio balcony. And immediately I said, oh no, I recognize this from fucking GIFs online, from memes online, of all of these reporters banging on a door, trying to get inside the door. And of course, the Godzilla 2000 suit runs out, acts all funny, and then traces down the sort of corridor. And I said, fuck, this is this movie. And one of my favorite directors has a hand in it. And it opens with the guy. It's about the struggling screenwriter trying to write a Godzilla movie and having no luck with it.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the joke. Like it's like he's doing this dramatic scene of like these reporters finding a famous celebrity who's in a scandal, and of course it's Godzilla just meekly jumping out of the apartment. It's like, what were you doing, Godzilla? Who were you?
Yeah, and that happens a few times throughout the movie. Like they cut back to them, and it's at one point it's, oh, there's an alien in that room, and it's just a guy in a leotard with like a dildo on his head or something. And then Megaguirus
shows up at the end too. So.
Yes. Anyway, but you have no idea the amount of dread. Like when immediately when I saw that balcony, just that balcony alone, I'm like, oh God, I recognize this. It's crossed over. This is haunting me.
Yeah, that's how I felt when you showed me Victor and Victoria. It's like, oh, the final sequence with the big drag number. It's like, oh, this was the Space Ghost weird scene with that guy falling off a chair.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because there's an episode of Space Ghost Coast to Coast called Girly Show, where Moltar puts like a montage of women in movies, but it's like a very short, bizarre thing where there's like screaming and just like the most disturbing images from Turner Classic Movies you can imagine. And the last scene is oh God, Music Man, Robert Preston in his drag roll falling off a chair, and it's one of the final scenes from Victor Victoria before it goes back to Space Ghost saying, "That was great, Moltar."
Wonderful.
Yeah, so it's like seeing that scene, it's like, oh, that's where that came from. Okay.
It's funny when you can connect the dots and see like things that you're only familiar in 3-second bursts
I
within their
know.
context
Yeah,
is
it's like,
always revolutionary.
yeah, it's like watching Mystery Science Theater and getting a joke you didn't get the first time. So
Yeah.
eat a
Yeah,
peach,
five
dude.
5 years later after you know a little more.
Yeah, exactly. So, but no, those movies you mentioned from this director sounds great. I
Oh
honestly,
yeah, they're hilarious. I would honestly say there's not really a bad one in the bunch that he's done, and the problem is, they're just not widely accessible over here. But I would definitely recommend both that show, because I would say it's almost as good as the original Columbo. I would recommend the show and the two movies I mentioned, Welcome Back, Mr. McDonald, and The Magic Hour,
Mhm.
are fantastic.
Okay, nice. I would, yeah. The Magic Hour is the one with the radio.
No, that is Welcome Back, Mr. McDonald, and I don't want to spoil why it's called that because
Mhm.
it's such a great visual gag and a setup. But the Magic Hour is the one where it's about the guy living in a very sort of idealistic, like 1940s. I don't know if it's a fictional town or whatever in Japan, because it's not a period piece. But it's about a guy who is in trouble with the mob, says he knows this hitman, runs off and gets the help of this really struggling actor who, basically is just playing parts where he gets shot to play this role of a lifetime. And we're going to shoot it, all avant-garde. You're never going to see the cameras. Just go into this building and ad lib. And, he walks him into a giant mob dealing where he's supposed to play this hardened hitman guy.
Mhm.
And then he ultimately gets hired by this mob. And then the real hitman gets word of it and things complicate. It's lovely.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I definitely want to see that. And the one
Yeah.
called Welcome Back, Mr. McDonald. Do you think that'd be a good double feature with that Abbott and Costello murder mystery radio movie we never really finished?
Yeah, that could work. You know what it reminds me of though, and it's a movie that I wished was so much better, was the Radioland Murders, because it kind of has that sensibility of a giant farce set within a radio studio.
Mm-hmm.
And you've heard of that movie, right? That's
Yes.
another one of those 90s comedies where everyone is in it. Michael Lerner's in it, fucking Christopher Lloyd, your favorite Shanks the Clown guy is in it. And it should, and I think George Lucas had a hand in producing it, and it should work, but it's just so like
Underwhelming?
annoying. Well, no, it's so annoyingly cartoonish,
Ooh.
that it's hard to kind of get in the groove with.
Yeah. So in other words, George Lucas.
Well, I'm not going to blame it all on him. I just think it's kind of like it's like they took notes from Hell's a Poppin', but made the opening 5 minutes of Hell's a Poppin' the entire movie, and with people just shouting.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's one of those movies. Yeah. So speaking.
Well, yeah,
of,
running around and going blah blah every 5 seconds.
Yeah. God, that sounds. Speaking of which, I'm gonna have to revisit Bringing Up Baby because it's like that's.
That's lovely.
Yeah, that's a movie that I didn't think much about the first time I rented it as a teenager. Then I revisited like 2 years ago, realized it was brilliant. But now it's like I'm hearing this kind of big backlash where it's like, yeah, people either you love the movie the first time you see it, or and you hate it when you revisit it, or you were not impressed, but then when you revisit it, you like it.
Yeah. Well, that movie lives or dies by either you like these characters and their annoyingness and their brain deadedness, their goofballishness, or you don't and you're immediately annoyed by them and you can't get with it. But if you're going to do that, definitely do that with What's Up, Doc, because they're basically the same movie.
Yeah, no, from what I remember, like revisiting Bringing a Baby, our three lead heroes, Katharine Hepburn, Judy, and
Cary Grant.
yeah, huh?
Cary Grant.
Cary Grant, yes, and the big cat. They're actually very likable, nice people who really do work together as this like kind of family trio a bit.
And likable felines. I mean,
Yes,
he's not a
yes,
people.
that's what I mean. It's like there's a reason it's called Bringing a Baby. But especially when you compare it to the other characters, we're all just like assholes and nitwits. Especially that horrible woman Cary Grant. Was almost going to marry.
Right.
So yeah, it's like it's great that these two decent souls, they find each other, after a lot of like butt shots and failures. But yeah, they eventually come to love and enjoy each other so much, and then of course they adopt a giant killer cat. So yeah,
And she wrecks his dinosaur though.
Yeah, but it's
his
a
Brontosaurus.
hey there. So yeah. Somebody called Random G Fan shows up. Here's my cameo. Hey, Random G Fan. Welcome to the
no.
Son of Godzilla conversation.
Oh my god. What is there to talk about with Son of God? I just never really liked it because I didn't. I need to go back and watch it, I guess, whatever. But I
Yeah.
didn't find anything going on in that island remotely interesting.
You're right. I don't know. It's a movie where I think it's good, but then you think about the mechanics and it isn't good. But it's. I think it's one of those movies where it's pretty unspectacular until Kumanga shows up, because I think Kumanga's great in it. You know, it's like,
Oh yeah, that's the most impressive puppet of the Showa era.
Oh,
But
yeah.
you pair that against like the other island Godzilla film, Son of God, or Sea Monster,
Mhm.
Ebra, and that one has such like a great propulsive energy to it, and kind of like a bringing up baby screwball thing where, you know, it's like one thing leads to another thing, leads to an even bigger conflict, leads to an even bigger conflict, you know, where it's, oh, we're gonna go look for a boat to steal. I'm gonna say that it's not, I'm gonna say I own all these boats, but I really don't. Then we happen to get on a boat with this guy who happens to be wanted by the law, and then we
Mhm.
happen to get shipwrecked on this island where there happens to be monsters and Mothra and slavery and terrorists.
Yeah.
You know, it's really fun, and it has a great energy to it.
Yeah.
Where
and
Son of Godzilla is
Ebra-
people just sitting around playing with the weather.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. Like, Ebra is actually a pretty good antagonist once you get past the point that he's just a big old shrimp. He's not even a lobster, he's just a shrimp. And Godzilla, like, I think the only thing bad about that movie is Godzilla's suit condition. But yeah, when he shows up, the movie really gets into gear too. I just wish the suit was in better condition. But yeah,
Yeah.
Son of Godzilla, I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to revisit that movie one more time. But yeah, I don't know why Son of Godzilla's been on my mind recently. So it's like, I
Are
don't
you
know.
are you with child?
Maybe.
Oh my god.
I've been having horrible mood swings. I've been wanting to eat pickles on ice cream. I don't know what's going on.
That's why my belly's bigger.
That's why it's kicking.
Jeff Bridges came from outer space and impregnated you. Another
Oh my
to tie it back to
goodness.
Starman.
Actually, it was a little different. Jeff Goldblum came in, gave me some green juice, and was like, "Oh my god, it's gravity."
I wouldn't mind that.
Earth Girls are easy. There's another movie I remember being bad, but now I'm thinking maybe it's actually secretly good, and I need to revisit it. Because
You'd rather be impregnated by that Jeff Goldblum than Brundlefly Jeff Goldblum, though.
what about Grandmaster Jeff Goldblum?
I mean, that works. He,
Yeah.
you know, he's gotten it on with everyone in that fucking universe.
Oh yeah, especially when you see the deleted scenes where he's just being rubbed by giant tentacles for no reason. It's like, what has this guy done?
Yeah, I love that person. This new niche he's carved for himself as just playing Jeff Goldblum. But it would be really nice to just see him play a straight character again, don't you think?
Yeah, because he is a good actor, especially in a lot of the
Yeah.
movies he did in the 80s and 70s too. He's great in Invasions of Body Snatchers.
Yes.
But you're right. He's gotten to the point where it's like, I'm just Jeff Goldblum.
No, it's kind of a
Give me money.
Flanderization effect with Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
It's kind of like with Al Pacino and, you know, any of the other number of guys. Like Al Pacino in the 70s was doing the absolute best character work ever because he could play, you know, from one movie to the next, a very sniveling sort of shrimpish guy, and then full on hoo-ah man.
Mhm.
He was one of the most versatile actors, and now ever since Scent of a Woman, it's just, you know, show up, say hoo-ha, collect your check, and leave.
Yeah, and Dunkin' Donuts really loves that. So
It's Dunk! Dunk! This must never be seen. No, burn this tape. That's the only joke that works in that movie.
yeah, it is a pretty terrible movie. So it's, I don't know. We won't. Okay, we'll save the. Ah, damn it! What's his name?
Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler. Yeah, I was going to try to do an.
Well,
Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler's similar to Al Pacino in only this way, in the fact that he's a very talented actor who only does the worst things he's capable of.
That's the thing, though. It's like these movies are god awful. I've seen enough of them where it's like I wanted to rip my brain off and kiss it and say, "I'm so sorry, little baby boy. Get back in there." But
You're not going to do that with your baby too, are you?
no. I'll try to have this one, unless it turns out to be one of those. Like,
Specifically, the "get back in there" line. You're not going to do that.
no, I won't.
Okay.
Unless it turns out to be one of those evil Satan alien babies we know so much about that John used to try to destroy.
Yeah, that would be bad. Or the Brood, those babies. You don't want any of
Oh
those.
God, yeah, no, they're just all popping out in their little hoodies, like, you know. We represent evil body horrorland, body horrorland, body horrorland.
When they all converge on Oliver Reed, it's one of the scariest scenes ever.
Yeah, I've never seen that movie. But I've seen enough publicity stills and footage. It's like, okay, this woman has her own little putty patrol. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness. So, but yeah, okay. Speaking of which, random G fan 1942. I guess that's a.
Could it really be the random G fan? Could it really be JD Lee's?
Hey JD, if you didn't want my
son
artwork,
of
you
a
could have just
bitch.
said so. I would have taken the hint and left instead of leaving me hanging. Anyways, so it's better to be rejected than to be left alive, left alone.
Wow.
Anyways, random G fan 1942. He brings up Wizard Jeff Goldblum, and I was going to ask you, Brayton. Okay, don't take this the wrong way. Have you've probably seen Wicked where I haven't? Is he any
Yes.
good in that?
He's fantastic, and I have not seen Wicked Forever Wicked or whatever it's called, Wicked for Good.
Mhm.
I have not seen part 2, but the first film, that's all I need, And I'm not entirely familiar with the stage play. I should lay that bare as well,
Right.
the musical.
Yeah.
But I just think they should have stopped at one because it has such like a 3-act structure to it, and it ends on a triumphant note, rather than from what I'm seeing in part 2, where it's like none of the reviews are especially good. The people who I know in my outside internet life who have seen this movie are not entirely thrilled with it in the way that they were with the first one. But Jeff Goldblum by far is a standout. But again, it's him. It has to apply to the character, and it applies to the wizard in that he's just doing a Jeff Goldblum thing, and it works for this, very lovable but Machiavellian, evil Walt Disney type.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, when people try to do the evil Walt Disney, they tend to forget the charm. So,
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like, what is it? There's this new animated series called Knights of Guinevere where they have kind of an evil Disney analog. But yeah, it's only one episode. You really can't judge the whole series just by how good that first episode was. It's about like a really corrupt Disney park on another planet. And the titular Guinevere is sort of like the main princess who's also an escape android. Blah, 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 techno crap, weird sci-fi.
Blah, blah,
independent
blah, my
animation.
backstory, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. But to tie it all
And
together,
there's giant
too,
mantises in the park, too. I don't know what's that about.
dun, 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 dun.
Dun,
Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. I played a mantis at G-Fest. You've seen the video. You've seen the footage.
Why is it always coming back to Son of Godzilla tonight?
Strange. But to take it back to kind of another thing we were talking about, and Jeff Goldblum as well, Jeff Goldblum playing a straight villain would be also interesting. Because, you can kind of tie that in. Okay, so his version of the wizard in Wicked is villainous, is evil, but he's doing the Jeff Goldblum lovable, huggable thing.
Mhm.
Him doing... Because you and I also watched, Davenport's own, Scott Beck and Brian Woods, their film Heretic. I can't praise it enough.
Yeah.
Hugh Grant in that film is able to be a great villainous character, but still not fluctuate from doing the Hugh Grant charm thing. But within the context of that setting and, what he is saying and what he stands for, it's an excellent villainous performance. Jeff Goldblum, I think, in a villainous performance where he's not being lovable, laughable, huggable Jeff Goldblum, I think would be really interesting and show people, again, this man is a fantastic actor capable of variety.
Yeah, I hate to say it now thinking about it, I think the big failing of David Cronenberg's The Fly is that even when he's like becoming a hideous acid-spewing super monster, he's still likable.
Yeah, he's still doing kind of a Jeff Goldblum thing.
Yeah, and the other guy that has Gina Davis's heart, he's a little on the bland side, unfortunately, and he doesn't deserve to get his hands melted off, but still.
Well, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do against the power of Jeff Goldblum?
Yeah, but I'm not seeing Wicked Part 2 because I don't know. The more I think back on the original Wicked, I liked it when I saw it, and I'd like to keep believing that it was good.
Mhm.
But like the more I see of the actresses, which we've talked about in private, that disturbs me and turns me against it. Look away, helicopter! I can't stand those two. And also, there are things about the filmmaking itself that that have been widely pointed out by everybody with the color or lack thereof in the movie that I find really dumb. a dumb artistic choice that it looks so flat and gray.
Yeah.
There's one musical number, the popular musical number in the first film where they actually do turn the color up, and it's glamorous. And I wish the whole movie looked like that.
Yeah, that's your big sticking point with modern movies, the lack of color. Something I fully agree with. My big sticking point is how empty a lot of the worlds feel, especially since nobody wants to pay extras anymore. It's like, what is it? I've been on a big Ghostbusters kick recently, and it's like the first two.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, the first two movies were amazing. I'm glad I revisited that, especially with you, Goji Shay. But then it's like I just saw Ghostbusters Afterlife, and it's like I know it takes place in a small town that there's barely anybody, but when you have a scene where the three lead characters are like working on a ghost trap with lasers and all that, and in the background are just a bunch of bored kids who aren't moving like mannequins, it's like, yeah, there's something screwy going on here.
Was Afterlife the CGI Harold Ramis one?
Yes. It's like,
okay. And are you seeing it did you see it for the first time?
Yes, I saw it for the first time 2 days ago. I rented it from the library. So
overall, on the scale of raffness, good or bad? On the scale of Cruella to Space Jam 2, how would you rate it?
It's a little closer to Cruella than Space Jam 2. It's like there was more things about it I liked than I did not like. I think the main story was good. I think the little girl, the lead actress, she's fantastic, both as a character and in the performance. Yeah, I can believe that being like Egon's grandchild.
Yeah.
It's like I love the idea that it is sort of like it's a legacy sequel, but it escalates. It starts off as a small little story, and then you find out, oh, you happen to be related to this character. And I even thought the use of a CGI Harold Ramis at the end was actually tastefully done for everything considering. There were some little bits I did not like about it, but I think that's more just Sony entertainment and just weird production ideas. Again, extras not reacting to anything, or how weirdly empty the whole town is, or that or like how like a lot of smug characters never really get their comeuppance, because I guess they don't want to offend equally smug people in the audience, who is the paying audience in this terrible day and age of ours. But yeah, for the most part, I think I liked it quite a bit. I think if I was to rate the Ghostbusters movies, though, it'd be like the first Ghostbusters.
Oh, rate! I misheard what you said, but rate the Ghostbusters movies.
Oh, I hope I said rate. I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. If I was to hump the James Bond movies in order, no.
How hot was the new Gozer compared to the old Gozer?
It's Olivia Wilde, of course. It's the best Gozer ever. I'm sorry, Olivia Wilde is just gorgeous. Even when she's just androgynous super god creature from another world, it's like, yeah, I want to cuddle with that.
Yeah,
she can rip me in half any day. Oh, damn it.
Your ranking though.
Yeah. Okay. First Ghostbusters, of course. Ghostbusters 2, I think it's kind of an underrated movie, but I can see why it left a bad taste in a lot of people's. It disappointed a lot of people, and I can see why it kind of gets into the crawl of other people today.
Well, and it got into your crawl for the longest time because that was one of your biggest examples of problems you have with sequels.
A little bit, yeah, but revisiting it wasn't. It's the collective amnesia that kind of annoyed me, but it's not as bad as other movies that. It's like even Ghostbusters Afterlife gets a little annoying in that regard, or it's like even worse. The Star Wars, really, the destruction of a massive intergalactic empire, and everybody forgets about it less than a generation later. It's like, what about the aliens? They'll remember the damn robots. Okay, anyways, Son of Godzilla. No.
Anyway, 9/11. I enjoyed you and Shay's
How does that relate to
reminiscence
Son of
on 9/11.
Godzilla?
No, it related to your Ghostbusters 2 live stream.
Yeah, no, I thought the Ghostbusters 2 live stream went well, but yeah, revisiting.
No, at the end of it, when they cut to the finale, when they cut to the final shot of the Twin Towers, you and Shay go off on like a 3-minute talk about, wow, that dates this, doesn't it? Ooh, awkward.
Yeah, which we shouldn't be saying that, because yeah, those buildings existed. Just deal with the reality they existed, as opposed to like other movies where they magically rewrite history by deleting the Twin Towers even before they went down.
If you don't want to see those movies, you got to avoid like 30 years worth of films set in New York, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but no, for a moment that they were in, it's actually pretty good. But yeah, the first two movies, 1 and 2, come in 1 and 2. I think, I hate to say it. I think
real Ghostbusters TV series.
That comes in number 0 because it's better than everything else. But yeah, no, the real Ghostbusters, the TV series, it's its own brand of amazing, and I do want to show you a couple episodes in the near future, so brace yourself in January. Um, but yeah, no, I think Afterlife would probably have to be in number 3, but I don't want to really undersell Frozen Empire, and the female Ghostbusters. It might be at the bottom of the list because it's a little too comical. But there's enough, like the third act is so action heavy. I really can't hate the movie for what it is. But yeah, it's a I think we're probably just, if we just had the 2 Ghostbuster movies, I think we've been okay.
Well, I was going to say I similarly have been on a kick, but for the Gremlins movies, and luckily there's only 2, and there's always talk of a third one, but it never happens, so I don't worry about it. But I was on yesterday a live stream for the original Gremlins film, and it's a phenomenal movie. But I was alerted to the fact that there was a Gremlins Netflix cartoon series about the young adventures of Mr. Wing, the shop proprietor owner of the Mogwais, where it tells you all about how he discovered the Mogwais. It's horribly animated, and he's like a Dora the Explorer looking baby child in that. It was made on Netflix, and I guess no one's talked about it, and for good reason.
I saw the first season. It wasn't
why
I was interested. I know that Joe Dante had a heavy hand in it, so it wasn't like completely.
He did?
Yeah. So, and I do like that they actually tied the Gremlins to not directly to Chinese mythology, but they do make a big point that the Gremlins are among many weird supernatural creatures that exist in China. But I do have to admit, though, it's another Netflix series, the Netflix animated series, where the tone fluctuates constantly. Like, I appreciate it does go to some dark places where they do randomly kill some innocent people throughout the series. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's like, was this a bold choice from Joe Dante, or is this Netflix just being Netflix? The animation, it's typical CGI animation. I would have preferred something more unique in 2D. But there were some elements I thought was pretty interesting. Like, there's an episode where our heroes meet like what you think is like a friendly Chinese passenger on a train, and it turns out he's actually a gremlin-eating mythical monster who's been hiding amongst humans for ages. So, but yeah, no, that's all I'll have to say about it.
Oh yeah, well, I just don't give a shit on principle because I think not knowing the backstory of the Gremlins is one of the smartest choices in the movies, and that's what makes them interesting. Is that the films tell you all you need to know about the Mogwai. The mysticism is the fun part of them, and so I don't give a flying fuck where he found them. You know, it makes them feel more ancient and otherworldly with just the small bits of info that you get, and it ruins Mr. Wing, who the problem I have, and I don't have as much a problem with it that I otherwise would, is that they kill him off as kind of like as a 6 weeks later joke in the second film. You know, he just dies, and so Clamp can demolish that part of town and that shop. But I don't mind that as much because the sequel has such an irreverency for everything in the first movie that it gets a pass. But
and also it's kind of a logical send off for that character, and plus it actually brings back the character and the actor, as opposed to other movies where they seem to just kill off either because they're embarrassed to have old Mark Hamill in the movie. He's not as sexy as other old actors we have, or it's like where a character is killed off screen between sequels just because you couldn't get the actor back, and the writers and producers were either vindictive or too stupid to know how to deal with it with more finesse and class.
Well, did you know, because this is something I failed to bring up on the live stream, is that the actor in question, Key Luke, who, of course, you know, an actor whose resume is as long as a whale dick, and, Master Po from Kung Fu, he was the original Kato in the Green Hornet serials, apparently. He was in everything. He was the voice of Kenji Sahara and Rodan. But he was also a movie poster artist. In fact, he painted the famous poster of the original King Kong film. It's the famous poster of Kong holding Anne in one hand and like a crushed plane in the other, and it's kind of side profile with him looking over the city. That's a Key Luke painting.
Holy shit. And
yeah, and he was never credited for any of that. The artists could not leave their signature on the posters, you know, but yeah, what a guy.
Yeah, so God, now thinking about that would explain the giant ape that just shows up randomly in one episode.
Interesting.
But yeah, okay, I'm just joking. Well, I haven't seen the second season of Gremlins.
Well, is
show.
there a pterodactyl? Is there a pterodon that shows up through a volcano in one of the episodes?
No.
Well, all right.
Yeah, there's a snake woman. There's an evil wizard who eats people. There's mythical fox demons everywhere. Yeah, it's a weird show.
Okay.
But no, I think you bring up a good point, because I was okay with them revealing the origins of the Gremlins, but I think at the end of the day, some monsters and some horror movie characters are a lot better off when you have a hint where they come from, or they do give you an explanation, but they don't outright show you. Well, yeah, to leave that kind of mystery for the creature, because an elephant is more impressive when you don't see it be born from the womb.
Yeah. And well, just also with the characters of the Gremlins, they're more magical and mischievous and more fun because you don't know everything about them, like any number of other characters, like the fucking Looney Tunes. You don't need to know Sylvester the Cat's entire fucking family lineage or whatever.
Yeah.
The film and the film tells us everything we need to know as an audience for the story to work, and leave the rest to, just seeing what they do, seeing the havoc they cause. It just feels entirely unnecessary and not something I ever even really thought of until that was revealed to me that existed.
Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, it's sort of like my problem with Godzilla. it's like, yeah.
Well, we all fucking know where he comes from. He
Yeah.
comes from Tomiyuki Tanaka's ass is where he comes from.
Oh God, I need a new film project. Oh, hey, a copy of Beast from 25,000 Fathoms. How can I rip this off?
Can I say this, by the way, too? Because I've heard you badmouth that movie. I've heard other people badmouth the movie. I don't think The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms is that boring. Okay? I don't think it's that bad. I really don't.
Okay, I need to revisit the movie, because I just seem it's like, oh boy, time to watch the movie that created Godzilla. Oh, I gotta go do dishes.
That's one of my. You know what? Leonard Maltin could have written all his reviews like that. So for my review of oh shit, the dog's barking.
It's weird. I got his big movie book, and it says every review suddenly stops halfway, and it's like, oh, I gotta go take the mail out.
Yeah. Did you try and get John Landis to sign his book?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, I think the universe aligned perfectly so that I could actually meet the real Leonard Maltin and just tell him how nice things were. And he was pretty nice in person.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's always such a weird thing meeting your celebrities, like Godzilla. no,
I've met Godzilla. We both met Godzilla.
Yeah,
in various acting forms.
Oh yeah, that's right. I met the kick-ass Green Ranger Millennium era Godzilla. You probably met Haruo Nakajima. So.
Well, I know I met Ken's. I didn't meet Haruo Nakajima, even though he was at. Or no, he was at the G Fest before the first one I went to, so I never got that chance.
Yeah.
But I did meet Ken Pachiro Satsuma, and I got a picture with him that we've shown on, I think, on a live stream before.
Oh, yeah.
And I got to playfully fight him because I was wearing my fancy red polka dot tie, and he like grabbed my tie and pretended to choke me and went oh in a very Satsuma like way.
I want to take a scene from Godzilla versus Mothra with Batra and just put your face on Batra.
Yes, yeah. That was my experience, and
Yeah.
sparks were flying everywhere. It was very interesting.
So it's a little obscure by all the bubble effects, but I appreciate the extra detail.
Yeah. No, and then all of a sudden, while he was doing that, and we were trying to get a picture taken, giant, obnoxious Japanese letters flew at the screen, and like Brayton versus Satsuma. Yes.
Oh, we're in sync. Oh my god.
Yep.
Like the giant mantis isn't son of Godzilla. No, I was going to say about Godzilla, yeah, we know he's a dinosaur who got mutated by the atomic bomb. But it always works better when you hear it off camera, when you know where he comes from, but you don't see it. So it always kind of cheapens Godzilla a little bit when you see the big dopey dinosaur in Godzilla versus King Ghidorah.
That looked so much better from when I was a kid, how I remembered it, than it looked going back and seeing it now with modern eyes.
I know.
I like that movie a lot, but that is just not a sequence that works as well anymore.
Yeah, it's like, okay, it's already a hard sell with that big bulking dinosaur costume. I appreciate they tried making a more realistic dinosaur costume, but some of the scenes aren't filmed well. Like the scene where you see the dinosaur from behind walking out of the distance, and it looks like the suit actor's about to heel over and die.
Yeah.
Or it's like some of the really dumb scenes with the big tail hitting the American soldiers.
Yeah. A dinosaur's attacking our boys.
Oh, what? A
Dinosaur? What?
Yeah, and
Take that, you dinosaur.
yeah, and the fact that they're not at all phased by the fact that 100 men died on that beach. Oh well, that
Yeah.
island needs archaeologists more so than it needs
It's all
us.
well worth it though for the kind of homage that we get in -1, which is generally terrifying. That
Yeah.
opening scene.
I know. So, but yeah, no, yeah. So yeah, Godzilla is mystical when you don't really see what's going on. Like you said, yeah, -1 does a good job showing pre-mutated Godzilla without being mutated.
Yeah.
You know.
But I like even there though that they say, "What in the hell is that?" And he's like, "Godzilla. I heard the fishermen talk about him or whatever." So obviously the legend of Godzilla was already something that's mysterious and kind of existed too,
Yeah.
like in the first movie.
Yeah, exactly. And I can totally see what you mean about the whole gremlin thing. It's like, as wonky as the rules are about gremlins, it's better not to really see the full-on origins and why they are the way they are. And while I
Yeah.
think tying it to like creation myths and Chinese mythology with the television series was a smart way to go, as opposed to my little weird headcanon, which would have never worked. I tried explaining that the gremlins were subterranean creatures. That's why they don't have much exposure to water. They probably, yeah, but it's like that's way too science fiction-y.
Well, like I said, you already get not even in just the rules, but in the interaction that Wing has with Gizmo himself, you kind of get that inference already anyway because they can communicate with each other so well. And something I learned from the audio commentary for the movie, I think either Howie Mandel or Zach Galligan says this, but when he goes to get Gizmo and take him back, he keeps saying like "Guila, Guila" to him when they're having their little back and forth. And Guila apparently in Cantonese or something means foreigners. So already there, you're like, oh my God, you left me with these white people, was what's inferenced there.
And I do think Gremlins is bold for being one of the few 80s movies to say white people suck.
Bold, I think, is the word for Gremlins 1 and Gremlins 2. And I'm happy that likely we'll never get a third film. And if we do get another thing, I think it's been done already, but if we get another thing with the Gremlins, it will just be like a Super Bowl commercial or something.
Yeah, tell me. I think they've already done that. So to some
They
extent.
did. I think they did like a British telecom phone commercial or something with the Gremlins. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So, by the way, yeah, I got to do some technical bullshit going on here. So,
Oh
yeah,
no!
yeah.
Don't get all technical on us.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, it's like
What's the problem?
Okay, yeah, I tried doing a test stream earlier, and unfortunately, it's a completely different stream from what I advertised earlier. So now I got to update some of the links. So yeah, let me just do a little quick note here. So, but getting back to do you want to get back to Christmas movies, or don't worry about it at this point?
It's past.
Yeah,
it's gone.
past. Okay.
Let it die.
Yeah, but no, just let it die. Plus, we're probably going to do another one of these before the end of the year. So by then, we can go all out and do a big Christmas show with Lewis and probably talk like, how do the elves work and all. Oh my God.
But also, like, another thing you don't want to know the backstory is, and I know they've done like Muppet Babies, but it's like, who cares what like the Fozzie Bear's, childhood was like? You know what I mean? He is what he is.
Yeah, so, okay, hold on. Let me go in and update some information. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to move the microphone a little bit. I will talk while I type. Okay.
Gotta whip this out, so stand back.
Here's my dork!
Kathunk.
This is how you make a son of Godzilla.
Okay. Kathunk, or shall I say, plink.
You used to be so optimistic. Like less than a month ago, the thunk was sort of the universal huge joke that we'd all throw around, and now it's all of a sudden small.
Yeah. Well, I like to change things up. I like to,
I know. I just think it's funnier when you go with not just you in particular.
I think it's funnier when you say that my dick is huge.
Like a whale.
And I mean huge.
Yeah. To be fair, though, we're not whales. We're human beings. But more to the point, if we were among other whales, would those penises still be gigantic, or would those dorks be relatively small because we're gigantic as whales?
Possibility for a episode title: We're not whales, we're dorks.
I like that. I like that a lot better than it always goes back to Son of Godzilla around this damn show. Okay, hold on. Screw it up with the previous stream link. here's
Johnny.
a new one.
Oh.
So please join us. By the way, Random G
Oh, too late
fan
for that.
and Shay, go ahead and ask us any questions if you can. Please join in. We did this impromptu, so
I think we're pretty good for doing it on the fly. I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah, because
And on the fly, zip, fuck.
yeah. So I was gonna do a dumb joke with Jack Hodgson, like a short video where he's talking to the camera, like, you know, don't you hate it when this happens because I'm an old man, you know, something like that. But Jack Hodgson was gonna make this big deal, and it's kind of based on a joke I had with some friends that technically nobody really has a big penis. It's like we're all medium sized and small regardless. You know, it's like I've been to jails, I've had X-ray glasses, I used to go to the YMCA, I used to randomly hang in public showers for no reasons. I can tell you they're all unimpressive. Don't even bother. That's why in porno movies you see the same 4 guys over and over again.
I see a little more than that, but all right.
Oh wait, yeah, no, that's a whole good industry going on there. Yeah, it's nothing but dudes, so of course you gotta like really. It's like there's more going on there.
Sure. And like Toho, you have your favorite reoccurring actors.
Yeah. Haruo Nakajima, what are you doing here?
I'll say that for it. Son of Godzilla has like the most number of it's this reoccurring guy of the Showa films, because you have Akira Kubo, you have Akihiko Hirata, you have Yoshio Tsuchiya, you've got who's the chick isn't Kumi Mizuno in that movie? Who plays
No.
Dio or whatever her name is?
Yeah, no, Dio is from Son of Godzilla, played by Mizuno.
That's Mizuno. That's her.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Son of Godzilla is like a one-time Godzilla actress, even though the actress herself, I think, was a choreographer before becoming an actress. So I just know that she was really cute and we all had a crush on her.
So she's not Mizuno.
No,
like
she's
I
not
said.
Mizuno, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Mizuno a lot as Dio, but no, Rico is a different character.
Oh, I thought Rico was named Dio, and okay, well, fuck.
Yeah.
Well, who cares?
Son of Godzilla, you son of a bitch.
Do you want to announce that you're doing a robot stream?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So Tuesday, I don't know if you're going to be free, Brayton, but we'll save Iron Giants the second feature if you want to join us.
I have zero interest.
Yeah, no, we're thinking of doing Merry Mecha Mayhem this coming Tuesday on my Twitch channel. And we're going to be watching Gundam Endless Waltz, followed by The Iron Giant, 2 giant robot movies with Christmas elements. Kind of, sort of, not really. But what that says, yeah, I think, we're going to start around 6 o'clock California and Pacific Standard Time, roughly 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And for most of my viewers who are in Tennessee and whatnot, that's going to be roughly 8 o'clock your time. But yeah, no, Brayton, if you want to make, I do have Win and Lydia is going to be joining me unless they both get sick at the last minute. And if not, then I'll probably just cancel the stream. But yeah, I'm doing that this Tuesday. And we're getting back into the movie Graveyard Shift after 2 months of Halloween antics this Saturday with...
Oh, Auntie Mame, starring Rosalind Russell. So delightful. And Rosalind Russell, to tie it back, not to bring up Baby, but to His Girl Friday, was Hildy in His Girl Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And something that you'll either be on board with or not. There is a pivotal Christmas scene sort of early on in the movie, but where she meets an important character who kind of meets a demise like a certain character from His Girl Friday, which is, I think it's funnier in Auntie Mame than it is in His Girl Friday. But it's such a wonderful...
She kind of survives. I know who you're talking about, but those 3 damn news reporters, I wish I could just go into a movie and beat them up, but go on. They probably get the better of me. They're 30s drunks, but... Yeah.
But it's an absolutely delightful film. Angela Lansbury played the character on Broadway, and I guess was kind of salty she didn't get to play the part in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see anybody else but Rosalind Russell do it, because it is one of those, the Jane, played by Betty Davis and whatever after Baby Jane, is often touted as like the greatest drag performance portrayed by a woman on screen.
Mm-hmm.
This is like number 2, because she is absolutely doing a drag queen performance as this wonderful aunt character who inherits this child and brings him into her very supportive, very fabulous, very fashion oriented world. It's a very upbeat, very charming movie. It's a little long. I think it's 2 hours and 22 minutes, but it's a delight. Great for the season, I would say. An absolute joy from start to finish. And yeah, there are a lot of great character actors in that film too. And I was reading a review online, and I think it's accurate, is that it's one of the greatest musicals that's not a musical, because every single scene you feel like it's going to break into a musical number, because it's shot kind of in a similar way, and everything is so big and funny that yeah, it's fabulous, and kind of one of the great. Another Warner Brothers film. So what we'll be watching would be
Rest
taken
in
from
peace,
the Warner
Brothers.
Yeah,
Rest in peace.
we'll be watching the restoration done by the Warner Archive for our stream, which is glamorous and vivid and lovely. And RIP. I mean, whatever happens with Warner Brothers happens, and it's out of our hands, unfortunately. But what I'm really worried about is the archive and
Yeah.
their trove of physical media preservation. Yeah, but anyway, we're doing that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Random G Fan says, I would love to see a more direct movie adaptation of the Wicked books. Or no, he was talking about Oz books in general. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
No, it's like, I think the closest we got was Return of Oz, but that took some major liberties by combining various characters. And I do agree with you, as much as I love that movie, they do kind of go overboard at being a little too dark, even by the comparisons of the books. But yeah, it would be nice to see some proper adaptations of the original Oz books outside the very first one, because that's but even the first one kind of leaves out a lot of details, like fighting against a giant spider on Sokol Island, and protecting the porcelain Minas who live on that island.
Well, until you get that, you can make do with the Oz prison drama television show.
Oh yeah, but that also had a giant
J.K.
spider
Simmons
in
is
it.
that. Is J.K. Simmons in that? I think he is.
Yeah, no, he is in that.
Playing Dorothy Gale?
No, he plays like a really scary white supremacist who basically was his breakout role until he was killed in the final season by a giant spider. So, yeah, he was like, it's like, we got to kill all the black prisoners, and then just a giant spider arm just comes into the cell and grabs him. It's like, well, I'm J.K. Simmons, bitch. Then he's dragged out and gets eaten. Yeah,
Dorothy Gale.
Yeah. Damn you, Dorothy Gale! I'm melting. I'm J.K. Simmons. Oh, what a world! What a world! What a world! I want that Spider-Man. I'm gonna make him infamous.
Think, Auntie M, think. I'll just make another.
Mm-hmm. Oh, JK. Oh, yeah, he's in Ghostbusters Afterlife. I don't know if he's wasted in that or that was kind of a nice little freak out, but still.
You still got to see Beetlejuice, which I think is the only legacy sequel that works.
Yeah. God, are there any good legacy sequels out there, though? Like, the Star Wars ones have kind of pooped the bed. So I understand you had to kill What's-His-Face because he didn't want to be in any more of those damn movies. And I have my issues with Dial of Destiny, even knowing that like I agree with everybody. There's like some really good elements, but it just kind of offended me on a personal level.
But Blade Runner 2049 and the Mad Max Fury Road were pretty well regarded.
Yeah,
those are excellent.
So I've seen. Well, actually, to be fair, I've only seen the Mad Max movie. I haven't seen.
The
Blade Runner
I like the Blade Runner one much better than the Mad Max Fury Road because the Fury Road kind of grated on me because it was just constant noise.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. I think that's. I hate to say it. I think the only reason people love that movie so much because there was a lot of cars exploding.
Well, I mean, par for the course. I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the Road Warrior is still the best of any of those.
Mm-hmm. Especially, oh God! Thank goodness that one stunt actor survived being literally flying through the air for 58 miles before he landed on his legs.
I like to believe that there was an actual stunt woman playing Mrs. Deagle as she flies through the window in Gremlins. I want to believe that.
Was that Mrs. Dingle? It sure was.
To take it back to Breaking Bad, the young drunken cop in that plays Mike Ehrmantraut, Jonathan Banks from both Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. He was the older bald man, the no half measures, that guy. and a fabulous character actor all throughout the 80s and 90s. Until he got his big break with the dramatic performance. And in the Gremlins 2, there are 2 more Breaking Bad actors. Dean Norris, who was Heisenberg's brother-in-law on the show, is one of the leads of security there. And Tuco, who was like the scary drug boss that they first encountered.
As the bizarrely annoyed package delivery kid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know,
and he's really sexy. Like he's very young and trim and cute.
Okay, I'm straight, but yeah, I have to admit he's very dashing in that movie for a very minor. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's a nice looking.
Where'd he come from?
Yeah. But no, is it just me, or is that actor always playing like even in a small role like that, he's always playing an intense standoffish character?
Yeah, like the other movie that I really remember him from vividly is Training Day, which is fucking intense from the word go anyway. But there's the part where they Denzel Washington and Ethan Hawke get to his house, or where he's just like one of the friends at the table where this setup is going down. And he's the most intense actor ever. And he seems like, if you look at interviews, he's a relatively jolly guy. I don't know.
Yeah.
He seems cool.
Okay, yeah, no, it's just I get the weird feeling, because I was thinking about that actor recently for some weird reason, because he had such great legs in Gremlins 2.
Yeah.
Those are some nice calves. Well, anyways, the back of his legs.
He's gonna beat us up if he hears this.
I know. That's the thing, though. How many of these actors, and I was also thinking about like District 9 and some of the local talent they got for that film. How many of these people are actually really good actors who can play that kind of scary, criminal, standoffish, antagonistic type where they just rage underneath? But how many of that is just the actor is just that person, period?
Well,
and
no,
I
think
it's their way into this film.
No, I think it's often the opposite, where that is the case, where the intense actors are the good people, and like with filmmakers, the goody actors are the ones that you should be unsurprised at this point to find that they're awful people, because all of that is performative. The same thing with these Christian filmmakers, these Hallmark filmmakers, your Kirk Camerons of the world and whatever. They all turn out to be such bastards, but they present the image of being for everybody, and we're teaching good. They're lectury, so therefore inherently they're coming at you from a position of I know better.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. God, do you think Jimmy Stewart was like secretly a vampire?
Jimmy Stewart had his problems from what some stories will tell, but ultimately he seemed like a fairly decent fellow and a guy who cared about the people in his life.
Yeah. No, it's funny because we were talking earlier about actors who are usually like big, lovable, softies that you just want to hug and all that, but they rarely or if ever played villains. And I hope that Frank Morgan was a decent person in real life. I hate to we go back in time. It's like, hey, Frank Morgan, and it's like Weird Al Yankovic in the Amish Paradise. He just looks at us and just flips us off.
Could you imagine if Weird Al was a complete asshole? How much your world would change?
I know. That's hey, Weird Al, flips us off.
Go fuck yourself, guy.
And then he kicks his feet, he throws his shoes off, and they like impales us in our forehead.
Who do you think you are approaching me?
He has a gun connected to his accordion, so he just starts shooting like. Oh, I've been shot in the ass by Weird Al. Oh my god. Anyways.
The night Weird Al went crazy.
Yeah. Random G fan wants to remind us that J.K. Simmons is also the yellow M&M. Oh yeah, he can play dumb. Wow, that's like finding out Mr. Krabs is played by sexy deep voice man
Clancy Brown.
Clancy Brown, thank you.
He played who? Because I heard J.K. Simmons was the blah, 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 blah.
Yellow M&M in those M&M commercials.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, real? Okay.
Yeah. He
I
plays
didn't know that.
one with a peanut in him.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, me neither.
He's a salty peanut, Charlie Brown.
Yeah, I still got to do a thumbnail for that. There's so much to do.
I sent you 5 different sexy Mr. Peanut photos. You didn't use a single one of them.
You're gonna have to send them again because I must have got distracted by something else. Whale dicks. We're not whales,
Now
but we are dorks.
now for my thesis statement on the instability in the Middle East. Oh shit, there's a squirrel outside.
And I just jump
What
out
am
the
I gonna
window and chase
do?
after the squirrel.
It's never seen again.
Coming soon to ABC, the ADD professor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to talk about the psychological collapse of trauma based on, oh, birdie! Just jumps out of the skylight and just flies after the bird. It's like really terrible green screen effects. Yeah, I'm gonna get a bird.
We are honored here. We are brought here today to honor the legacy of my great, dearly departed Uncle Fred, who, oh fuck, a hangnail.
That's episode 2. He just picks at the hangnail for like 38 minutes because we spent too much money on the flying effects in the first episode.
Yeah.
So it fluctuates. Some episodes it's like a complete farce where he just runs into the street and chases after a car. Other episodes he just like, my toe itches.
And causes a giant like highway pileup of cars crashing behind him as he tries to drive while itching his toe.
Oh my god. Speaking of car crashes, I saw a delightful movie yesterday. Okay, so
the one Fast and the Furious movie where Paul Walker dies?
God, well, close enough. Okay, Rainn Wilson, you know that guy. He was in Super.
Did you meet him?
Barely, to be honest with you. I think, okay, there's a reason why Raph doesn't really want to meet celebrities. It's like
you had a better interaction with Elliot Gould. That was surprising to me.
I met Elliot Gould?
Or not Elliot Gould, Dana Gould.
Dana Gould was a sweetheart for the brief moment I met him, and thank God I said hello before the movie started because it was just like,
yeah,
fuck this noise, I'm out.
Damn, a squirrel,
yeah,
a monkey.
Yeah, he flew away after the squirrel. So yeah, but no, I've had some good interactions with celebrities. Other times it's like Dietrich Bader. I still don't know if that was supposed to be a funny interaction or just like. If he had a cigarette, he would have burned it into my right eye.
Don't go playing dirty McCruption around Batman.
Yeah. Did I ever? Yeah, I ever tell you.
Appreciate your act, kid. Yeah.
Yeah. I never told you the story about the time I met Dietrich Bader. But that's another story for another time. But yeah, no, Rainn Wilson. Yeah, he came all the way down to Gardena because they were showing a new movie. It was a double feature of Code 3 and Super. And it was a part of, as they said it, but I don't know if there's going to be a second one. It was going to be the Rainn Wilson Film Festival, the first annual one. But yeah, Code 3, he plays a tired, desperately wants to get out of the job paramedic. And it's actually, like, despite the incredibly grim subject matter, the number of surprise deaths, and some pretty shocking imagery and characters, it's actually weirdly delightful for what it is. And it kind of paints a more realistic picture of just like dealing with medical nonsense in Los Angeles than I've ever seen in any similar movie, especially when it comes to just how uncaring certain doctors are, regardless if it's their job or not. But no, Rainn Wilson is really good in that movie. It fluctuates from moments of genuine sorrow and sadness to moments of joy and victory. And he's really good in it too. And plus, they filmed in all the local areas. For crying out loud, there's a small scene that takes place in Mandy's, a local restaurant that I can walk to if you gave me 15 minutes. Starting now.
It's just across the street, but you get distracted by everything on your way across the street.
Ooh, stars, clouds, ladies, hula dancers. Wait, where are there hula dancers late at night on California? Okay.
You know my favorite, and then we'll let you get back to your story. But you know my favorite unspoken of sight gag, unexplained in Gremlins 2. It's nothing that goes on in the building. It's the paddy wagon arrest of all of those mimes.
I know we didn't like mimes. What's their deal?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's oh God. Yeah. That's another thing. I was like watching Ghostbusters 2 with Shay, and there was like a lot of little gags I never noticed the first time around. Like when they go into the museum to first kind of study the Vigo picture, all four of them, And Janish is like, no, you have to go. No, you can get slides in the gift shop. You can't touch this photo. Yeah, there's a hilarious little bit that I never noticed until now, where when they're all like doing the scans on the painting, you see Jonas just crying his little eyes out, and it's like an Ernie Hudson, damn it, as Zedmore, Winston,
The fourth Ghostbuster.
the
The third
Ghostbusters, yeah.
Whatever. No, yeah, he's the fourth Ghostbuster. That's right.
Yeah. No. You see him literally giving him a hug and comforting him.
Oh.
In the background, it's like, it's okay, dude. I know we're ruining your photo, but come on. So, but yeah, the mimes. It's like, yeah, what's that about?
They came from the set of Shanks the Clown.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a clown town. We don't like mimes here. So I'm trying to find. Okay, I'm trying to find the picture I took with Ryan Wilson, but all I'm getting is Nippo's final pictures.
Oh. Don't make us all sad now.
Yeah, well, don't worry. It wasn't that impressive a picture to begin with. Oh, right. What am I looking at here?
No, I mean, don't make us all sad about Nippo.
Oh. I thought, oh, right. I'm on the wrong account. That's why I can't find my photos. Okay. Sorry about that.
Oh.
So, photos.
But describe your interaction. Or do you want to describe it with the visual help here?
Kind of want to just, oh, okay, the photo's not ready yet. But yeah, there's a reason why I try avoid. Like, if you just meet a celebrity in person and have a decent conversation, that's great enough. But when you try to take a picture with them, there's always variables that make it impossible, especially when you put your trusted cell phone in the hands of another person and they can't take a picture for shit. And I had that situation with Brian Wilson. And not only that, but it's one of the worst pictures I've ever taken with a celebrity ever. It looks like
come on. There are contenders out there that you've shown me.
Oh yeah, well no, it's like me and my friend Mark, we had a really great day with a really good weekend, I should say, with Walter Jones. The original Black Ranger from Power Rangers, and we have at least some photos of him. The day we went to Final Wars with Anthony of Toho Kingdom, that went well. You saw some of the pictures. But it's like, yeah, no, with Rainn Wilson, he came in between the two movies to have a very long conversation about, what it's like to be an actor and whatnot. And I actually did film it, but the weird thing was he was doing a lot of hand motions, so his face is covered up by his own mobile hand.
He's like me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can't see it, folks, but Brayton is literally moving his arms left and right as he's talking into his microphone.
I can't help it.
Yeah.
I gesture largely.
I know. It's like he just keeps. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like it's like an inflatable tube man.
Well, I did a really bad boo-boo thing that you would hate. Is I almost got water on one of Denny Roth's artwork pieces at G-Fest one year.
Oh my goodness!
Because I was holding a cup of water in one hand, and I was just saying hello and whatever and talking, and I was absently moving my arms as I was talking, and I almost spilled stuff on his shit. I felt so bad, and then he hugged me, and then I was traumatized forever.
Mm-hmm. And then he grabbed you and climbed up the Empire State Building, and was like, "I'm Denny Roth." Whoa.
Yes. And then next thing I know, a month later, I'm having a Rothschild.
Oh, okay. He just touches you, and it's like Keith and Amy in Futurama.
Yep.
Yeah. Ooh.
Anyway, Rainn Wilson.
Yeah. So he touched me, and he got pregnant. No. I get the.
You're canon with The Office now. That's fun.
I know, but no. It's like you kind of tell something, because I took footage of the interview. I'm not putting it online publicly. I recorded for archival reasons, especially if the
and you'll show me unlisted, right?
Oh yeah, I'll show you unlisted, and it's okay. You can if you're interested, folks. It'll be on just for watching when Shoma's away. That has a lot of
people might get grumpy if it's public.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. The only reason I recorded it is because if something does happen, if the Gardena Cinema doesn't, keep its door open for another year, I do plan on just, at least there'll be something of an archive of what it was like when it was open. So, and if anything,
can we talk about what happened? Can we talk about what happened in Halloween if they closed down?
if they close down. But no, for the most part, they're my friends. I can't really be. They're so good with me, and I get so many free hot dogs too. Not what you're thinking.
They're good with you, all right.
Yeah. It's Raph. Brayton, what's going on? That's another thing. I easily get distracted with all the random orgies I keep finding myself in.
Yeah.
Pizza
Just
man.
breathe
Oh
deep,
my
Raph.
goodness.
Just breathe deep.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh god. This is a salty show, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Anyways, but no. Ryan Wilson, yeah, before he came on stage and talked to everybody, you can kind of tell there was something up when he was like, okay, by the way, just to let everyone know, if you have office material or office merchandise, he is not signing it, so give that warning ahead of time. And I think like 3 people left after they heard that, like never to be seen again. And then it's like he made a joke about it. It's like, I can't believe you had me drive all the way down to Gardena. Dude, you filmed at Mandy's in my area. It's like, it's not that big of a deal. Although I think it's probably a joke too, because of just what people assume Gardena to be like. So I understand. So I get it. It's like a weird magical land of like 24-hour taco trucks mixed with every homeless person you've ever seen.
Oh, goody.
Yes, that's where the Gardena Cinema is. God bless him. But yeah, no, he did the interview. It was very open. It was a very entertaining discussion. So I just hope the audio came out okay. I know the visuals did really well because I just had the camera resting on my knees most of the time, as opposed to trying to. I've done tripods there and almost never work. And when you're dealing with other audience members, you always end up with that one asshole who has to sit in front of the camera. It's like, dude, do you see the camera? It's like, am I that invisible to you or something? But no, the minute it's like, I got a bad feeling that a lot of people came to the film festival. It was like, not a packed house, but we had like a good, like $400 worth of people there. But everybody just came in early, just to kind of like, they thought maybe Rainn Wilson was going to be there all the time. So we had a theater full of people for like a good 90 minutes just waiting for the first movie to start. And it's like, oh, is he here? Can we take pictures with him? It's like, I don't know, sir. I just know he'll be showing up later after the first film. Thankfully, Code 3 turned out to be a really good movie, actually. I'll just say that. On first viewing, it was very impressive for what it was. And, of course, Rainn Wilson is charming and despicable in it at the same time. So it's like there's a scene where he's riding the ambulance, opera singing like you did at the beginning of the show. This is my last day.
It wasn't opera.
Day. It was good singing. You belted it, boy. But no, it was.
Did you show the Meg?
You were doing the Phantom of the Opera there, so.
No, I was doing Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was playing the hits. Come on, another one. Thank you.
All right.
It took a long time. I understand. It's a weird joke. So he finally did the interview, but
did you show the Meg?
The Meg?
He's in the Meg.
Oh, that's right. No, we can do that in the future along with Monsters vs. Aliens. We'll call it Rainn Wilson's Bad Kaiju Day.
Wow.
He was Galaxar in that movie. So, but yeah, no, it's like everybody kind of mobbed him in the lobby to take pictures. It's like, yeah, I think out of like the good, like 30 people that were in the theater, like only like 5 of them stayed inside. And I just went out there just to get some footage to add to the video of just him in the lobby. But yeah, I think when it's like everyone was taking pictures with him, it's like, Mr. Rainn Wilson, can I take a picture with you? It's like, go ahead. But it was more like, it's like, okay, who's next? You? Okay, get over here. I gave the camera to this nice Hispanic couple who unfortunately could not film anything for worth a damn. And the end result,
Telefona?
No, they could speak English. They could speak English, but yeah. Okay. I think it's one of those terrible photos where everything's shaking. Rainn Wilson is looking off, not looking into camera, he's looking off to the side, like he's bored and wants to walk away. I'm there smiling like an idiot in my blue coat. I'm also wavy and unfocused. And it was just one picture too. So yeah, it was a god-awful looking picture. So
Okay,
yeah.
well, you show that, and I'm gonna send you my picture again of me and Godzilla, so you can show that.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it has not downloaded from my phone yet, so it's not
What the
available.
fuck?
Yeah, I know, it sucks. So I can show the picture where I started with one of the female actresses from Piranaconda, but no.
Oh, the one that you brushed up against?
She was nice about it. That was a nice experience. But yeah, no.
It was a nice experience. Then I fed her all the hot dogs she wanted.
Like I said, Brandon, I don't know what's wrong with me. All these random things.
My God.
Oh, God. Can we just call this a sex show? Let's breathe. Let's take a moment to gather. But yeah, no.
Well, that was the extent of your interaction then.
Yeah, that was the extent of the interaction. It's I may have gotten some
Wow.
side eyes when I was like filming the whole thing. I really should have said like he had his sort of his not his agent, but sort of like his best friend who kind of helps set up a lot of events and appearances. I said I should have just went and talked to him beforehand. But yeah, no, the minute they were done in the lobby, they both left along with the friend's wife. I guess they wanted to go enjoy Saturday Night Live away from the theater. And most of the people left too. I think they were only there just to meet Ryan Wilson because barely anyone stayed for Super. And those who did, they've never seen Super before, so they gasped and shocked at a lot of the stuff that happened.
It's a little aggressive.
Yes,
that film.
I saw the movie once with you. I had a good time, but rewatching it again in context, it's like holy, yeah, this is a. It makes you question.
The weird sex scene where he has he has sex with Elliot Page, I believe, and he like pukes afterwards.
Oh God! And then sees like the elven girlfriend and elven wife in the vomit in the toilet.
Yeah.
So.
It's a hard pill.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that I hate to say it, but it's like I like a lot of James Gunn's movies and writing, but I have to wonder. I think he goes a little overboard sometimes. It's like, did you need to kill all those innocent people for a quick gag? You could have done something else.
James Gunn unleashed.
I know.
He's a trauma man.
I know. Oh God, have you seen his old trauma movies? I haven't.
I've avoided them. No.
Yeah, I know there's a talking penis in one of them, which seems weirdly right for tonight's show.
Yeah, is it a talking whale penis? Is that Big Ben that we've heard so much about?
Why do you hate Big Ben so much? This has been going on for 5 years.
Why do you think they call me Big Ben?
Zip the thunk-a 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 thunk. Thunk 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 thunk. Meanwhile, a guy in Wyoming, what's that rolling sound coming? Oh no! It's
wow, looks like this is gonna be a bright and shiny new year.
Oh man. Nothing but whale dicks tonight on Night Owling. Random G fan, thank you for sticking with us. Oh, we got 15 views. That means there's been a lot of alienated people who came in. He says, speaking of Clancy Brown, he most recently played Salvatore Moroni in The Penguin Show. Yeah, he was actually very good in that. Unfortunately, yeah, like a lot of streaming shows, he doesn't last very long. But yeah, no, he was good in that. So I don't know. I think Clancy Brown deserves more screen time, but they keep killing him off in everything he shows up in.
How old is he?
I want to say he's in his late 60s, but he's been around for a long time. Hold on. Let me...
So there's still time for him to have a really great, starring role type of deal.
With all his voice acting roles, I think it's safe to say he's definitely carved out a legacy. So.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
And he's just had some great character parts. The most broadly appealing or unappealing, famous would be his the instrument of evil in the Shawshank Redemption. So he's got a name for himself both in front of a camera and behind a microphone.
Oh wow, he's 66 years old. Yeah, you're right. He's old enough.
He's got plenty of time.
Yeah, no, he's got plenty of time. So yeah, no, he's done because everyone knows him as the main villain in Highlander. In the Shawshank Redemption, yeah, he's actually. I love his character in that because yeah, he's an instrument of evil. He's a thug. But you get little hints that, yeah, under better circumstances, he probably would be a decent person. So, just unfortunately, he's, a security
under better employership.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that, it's like he rewards the prisoners with like cold beer, and he's actually kind of enjoying the vibe of things improving. But then, of course, the whole conspiracy just to hide the taxes and the murder of that one young man. It's like, yeah, things go. Yeah, I'm not defending the character. He is bad. Like, the warden is worse. But yeah, it's like little character moments like that go a long way. Damn it.
Oh my god.
And of course, everybody of your generation will always remember him as Mr. Krabs, and he is great.
Of course, my boy.
Yeah, there's no one else could have ever done it. I sent you 2 little gifts.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Ooh, it's in wrapping paper, and the other's in foil.
Yeah. These little men could have fit inside little gift bags, I think. Especially Mr. Oh fuck! Now I forget his fucking name, and he was so nice and tiny. The man in the bottom there, Marase, who designed
who did
Ghidorah and Mothra and Varan. And...
He also did Mighty Panking Man. Do you want me to
Right.
show these on screen? I don't mind getting them
Yeah.
ready. Okay, then
Sure.
yeah, let me download them then. Download. Oh wait a minute, I can't find. Oh, there's the download button. Thank you, Facebook, for making it even more complicated for this man. I can't do nothing.
I don't know shit about fuck.
But I do know Son of Godzilla. So yeah, no, and of course Clancy Brown. I know you haven't seen a single episode of it, but Clancy Brown will always be remembered as one of the top notches Lex Luthors from the animated Superman series.
And I've seen enough clips, and I've seen I've seen like 100 times the compilation movie that they stitched together from 2 episodes of World's Finest.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
I saw that so many times, and it's crazy to think of now because you look at it and it's obviously from the animated Superman show. But back then, when I was younger and watching that, didn't bat an eye, just accepted it as another animated movie.
Yeah, no, good. So yeah, it is a good 3-parter though. But yeah, there's episodes from the show itself that I think are actually really. I don't know. It's a good series, but it definitely kind of pales in comparison to Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah.
So because Batman the Animated Series I think is God, it is fairly amazing. So and then they kind of lost it. I guess when they weren't doing I think they didn't have much interest in in Superman, so that's why they kind of dropped the ball a little bit. So
Drop the dork.
Yeah, so to speak. Yeah, I don't know. I get the feeling in their desperate attempt to make Superman a more of a badass, they just make him more abrasive. So as opposed to what he should have been. So.
Oh, there's a Roller Girl.
Yeah.
Come on, Raph. This is Roller Girl. I can't get it up.
Brayton, God, this is a bad night. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, no, hold on. We'll put some celebrity pictures up in a moment. I just gotta make them all fit to the screen. Okay.
It won't fit.
Yeah, we'll start with the lesser one first before we go into the better ones that you.
And I was looking for my Akira Takarada picture because that one's also cute, but I can't find it.
Yeah. Oh wait, I have an Akira Takarada picture. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, because Patrick and I were how that happened was that was the last one that you were at the convention and we all attended.
Mm-hmm.
And I went down to meet and gave Patrick a hug and met up with Patrick, and we were just walking back and he like nudged me on the shoulder and said, "Hey, behind you." And I said, "What?" And Akira Takarada was like 6 inches from my face. And Patrick and I just both got a picture there.
Oh,
and he
wait
was
a
very
minute. Yeah,
handsome.
I got copies of yours.
Oh, you do? There they are. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, hold on.
What I'm describing right there.
Yeah, we're gonna go Akira Takarada on this ass in a moment. Damn it!
Oh my god, Mr. Bullseye.
Yeah, they call me.
We somehow escaped.
100 sexy. No. Okay, yeah, no, he was okay. Okay, from what interactions we had, you more so because he was practically a staple at G-Fest. He was such a sweet, awesome man.
Oh yeah.
Holy crap. A class act in the very, very form of it.
Yeah, he was kind of like to the franchise and with, his graciousness with the fan base and people who love him and everything. He was kind of like a Japanese Christopher Lee via, I don't know who would be in terms of approachability. I don't know who to compare him to, but he
Mhm.
was always so approachable and sweet, and you know, he would like cameo in he had a cameo in that Godzilla Battle Royale movie that was pretty lengthy. It's like a 3-minute scene. He has dialogue in it,
Yeah,
so
although
he would do anything for anybody,
I know
and
it
he was
was
great.
weird. Yeah, it was weird though, that one scene in the Battle Royale movies where he was dressed up as a wizard arguing with himself as a detective. What was that about? I don't know, man. It was a
He was
good.
also he was also the dressed up as the evil Jafar.
Yeah. Oh right. Yeah. Didn't he play Jafar in one of the
He played
dubs?
Jafar in the Japanese dub of all of the Aladdin anything. He was Jafar. So the dubs of Return of Jafar and in the Kingdom Hearts video games, I believe, he was also the voice of the Japanese version of Jafar.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Now I have an excuse to finally sit down and watch Aladdin.
Yeah. I
So
listened to a little bit of it. Someone posted on YouTube of him singing the Prince Ali song and doing his maniacal laugh, and he was amazing.
make the boy suffer. Hoo-ha.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, on screen right now is Brayton with Mr. Takarada, and they are both well dressed, easily mistakable for Batman villains, according to the staff of G-Fest.
Yeah, oddly enough. Yeah, no, that was great. Like I said, Patrick and I were just walking, and he tapped me on the shoulder, and I turned around, and there he was, staring eye to eye, because he was pretty tall. You
Oh
know,
yeah,
he and I are the same height.
yeah, and
So,
you are almost the same size as me too. So okay, you're a little
God
taller.
forbid. No, okay, lengthwise, you mean? Yes. Well, I'm 6'1", so he was, 6 feet, 6'1" as well, and we were staring eye to eye, and it was a magical, lovely moment.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, no questions asked about it. He would pose for a picture right away and was very gracious.
Yes. Okay, bigger question though. What's up with the guy in the background who's like looking at both of you, like he's having a double take? It's like what?
Oh, the jealous side. Yeah, I think he had the same reaction I had when I turned around. But I think they're over there getting a pizza because that's where that like food tray was with pizza and other things right next to the hotel restaurant there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, then he must think you two are like the maitre d's of the pizza restaurant. He's like, come over here.
Yeah. Why are they not wearing an ill-fitting stained Megalon t-shirt?
He's the only one I see with a Hawaiian shirt, so maybe that's why he's confused.
Oh, okay.
Why is anyone dressed like me? Okay, so let's do let's go with Patrick. I'm a little embarrassed with my picture. So
Yeah.
there's our wonderful, dear, professional, highly intelligent friend who we both secretly want to kiss, Patrick.
Yes. I came the closest. No, but
I know.
and my lucky dog.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all I get is pictures of just him most sad that I'm coming.
Yeah, and Patrick there, a shorty, so he's shorter than Akira Takarada. But just point that out to body shame. But no, he's yeah, it was no questions asked, and it's me holding the camera here, and Patrick who took the picture. So it was like I don't even think he was with his person. Like Akira Takarada was just wandering around without his wrangler, I believe.
Mm-hmm. So and it's like, what's up with the weird magician Ming the Merciless guy in the background?
Rap, I can't account for all of the background extras.
Right. What's her name? What's her number?
What's her number?
Yeah. What's
No,
her
but
sign?
Akira Takarada and also Ben Furuya, who often appeared together, were always so well dressed and overdressed for the occasion. And I need to talk to their stylist.
Right. Yeah. No. Also, it's like I just realized Patrick has guns. He might be a shorty, but he could punch.
Oh
us
yeah,
all out.
he's Patrick's well built. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
he lives on the state next to me, but assuming this, he does actual physical labor.
Mm-hmm. So
You know,
and also, how are you supposed to reach that machine inside the hotel when you're in the parking lot?
Raph,
Pay
move
here for
on.
parking.
Move on.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, speaking of embarrassing crap, okay, here's my picture of me with Akira Takarada, and I don't know if that was the same year we went or if this was one of the I think this was one of the Monster Paloozas, because he was there, and I've given free artwork to celebrities before, and usually never works out, but no, when he saw it, he really liked it very much. But to be honest, I gave him just a random picture of Heisei Godzilla kind of floating in the ocean or in space if you want. But if I knew he was there, I would have drawn something with, more directly connected to Mr. Takarada. But no, he was very gracious about it. He was very nice. We took 2 pictures, and this was the second one where he allowed me to actually touch him. But yeah, no.
I want to see the first picture where he's backing away from your warm embrace.
Oh yeah, the first picture has him with like a cattle rod, and I'm like, touch me. No.
I want to shake your hand.
Yeah, but no, I was happy to tell him that me and my brothers, we grew up with Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster. I think we watched that one a lot, and we really loved his character in it. And he says, oh yeah, that's one of my all-time favorite roles playing.
Yeah. He's very proactive, and it's a great character. And as we've talked about, his outfit in that is great. The striped shirt with the yellow, it's a striking look for him. You need to watch those 007 inspired movies he's in.
Yeah, not gold, Silver Finger or Silver Tongue? What's one?
Iron Finger, and then The Golden Eyes is the second one. But Iron Finger it's a good title, but the better title is the Japanese title, which is 100 Shot, 100 Killed. And then the second film, instead of Golden Eyes, I think it's called Booted Babe, Busted Boss.
Yeah.
That
is a title.
Yeah.
Okay, so you meet some interesting people over at Gardena Cinema. And let me make sure I'm getting her name right. Okay, this was one of the actresses of the recently released Cobra Gator, aka I think it's Dino Gator or whatever the hell they're calling it. But yeah, this is Lauren Parkinson, and she plays the character named Ronnie in it. Sort of like the bad girl who's one of the first people to get eaten by the titular Cobra Gator.
And the worst Doctor Who villain.
Yeah, Lauren Parkinson. Oh my.
Ronnie.
Oh, Ronnie, the Ronnie. Yeah, she just came back from nowhere. And ironically got eaten by a giant monster in that one. So what did they do to Omega? God damn it. Oh, one of my all-time favorite Doctor Who villains. But anyways, but no, she was really nice. She was really pleasant. I took a picture because, it's like pretty girl. Why not? It's like, you're not going to get this opportunity often. And
Brayton's not going to visit you every weekend.
Yeah.
That's one thing. You and I did not get a picture together at G-Fest.
Yeah, I regret. Yeah, I'm surprised. It's like, there's not even video footage of us fighting on the bed.
No, well, you need to ask Andrew, because Andrew he took a photo with his phone and then just showed me it on his phone. I don't think he uploaded anywhere of me directing you as Dirty McCruption. There's a photo of that.
Yeah, I might have that back up somewhere. But yeah, no, thank you, Andrew. We got to get him back on the show one way or another. But yeah, no, she was really cool and it was really nice to meet. And I did accidentally brush against her. I'll say that in public. It's better to admit that or not. But she was really cool about it. I got scared and ran away in the corners. Like a gorilla being touched by raindrops. Oh yeah, but that was a fun day too, because we also watched the original 1950 The Thing, because the director of Cobra Gator, Jim Warnowski, he's a big fan of that movie. So it was a cool double feature. I was almost going to stay for the third feature because it was Dana Gould introducing Ed Wood, but we had a
live stream and the movie Graveyard Shift, and then you talked about this evening for 50 minutes.
I did. So
no regrets.
And speaking of babes, here's you with Ken Satsuma.
Yes. Well, both photos of me and Ken Satsuma. I'm in the second one too. There.
Oh yeah, that's when you're going through your phase and you look like like Godzilla.
Interesting. Puberty. It's a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
But the first one there is seconds after he choked me to death with my fabulous tie. But no, very kind, and I said thank you very much in Japanese to him, and I didn't have anything for him to sign. I just wanted a photo, and then I guess because he would have taken a photo with me for free, the G-Fest people felt bad that I was paying them money, so they're like, well, here, take this. And they gave me like an 8x, like one of the big pictures that they had there of 84 Godzilla, a publicity of that version. And I have that downstairs signed by Satsuma.
God bless these guys. It's like they're willing to take pictures for free with people, and I know it can get annoying. Look at Ryan Wilson being like, "I want to leave this lobby."
Yeah.
I don't want.
Well, I know that he would have taken a picture for free with me because my granddad, who took me there, has a picture with him as well.
Of Ryan Wilson?
No, of Ken Satsuma.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. I hate to ask this. I'm surprised, considering how much of a badass he was in real life. Because yeah, he seems like the kind of guy who could rip a building apart with his bare hands.
Well, I mean, he was ripping me apart with his bare hands, and he was doing this. He was doing the noises. As he was doing.
Maybe he attacked you because like a bull, red sets him off.
It reminded him of Destroyer. That's what it was.
Oh, Destroyer! Oh. Mr. Satsuma, no!
You killed my baby.
You killed my baby. I didn't mean to be racist. I was just being really.
That's
intense.
how he would. That's how he talked.
Yeah.
If you see an interview with him, that's what he sounds like. Yes.
God. Oh God, I love. Okay, that bringing Godzilla down to size. That documentary that Norman England helped produce.
Yes.
I love that scene where you have the 3-generation Godzilla actors and their different takes on Godzilla. It's like Haru Nakajima is like very nonchalant, like, "Oh, I don't need this building. Down you go." But Ken Satsuma is like, "Oh, fuck these buildings."
Just karate chopping everything.
Yeah, and the third guy is like, "I'm just happy to be here, but I got big fins."
Yeah. He's the only one left.
Yeah. There's been other Godzilla suit actors.
Yeah, I know, but no one cares about those things.
Especially the poor guy who plays Shin Godzilla. It's like, I'm a classically trained Japanese theater actor. Who cares? It's CGI. Get out of here, silly.
And have you seen the embarrassing behind the scenes of that, where like they stuck a Walmart plastic Godzilla mask on him
Okay,
and just
to be fair, that was his idea to help him get into character. But no, I think it's even sadder when they force him to wear the big old heavy block behind his butt.
Well, that's stupid, because why would they motion capture him? Because it's so immobile. Why wouldn't they motion capture the -1 Godzilla?
Yeah, no, that is true.
Because he's got so much more to do.
Yeah, say what you will about Shin Ultraman, but getting Ben Furuya back to play Ultraman for those mocap scenes was pretty. Well, it's Ben Furuya. He'll do anything.
Yeah.
People want to talk to me? Yes.
And he'll look stylish while doing it.
Yeah. Oh my God. Have you met Ben Furuya yet? Because I think the universe would explode if you two touched.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't meet him, but I've seen him from a distance, and he always looks like a Japanese Yakuza boss in all of his appearances.
And he was flying through the sky, standing still too. It's like, oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Flying high in the sky.
In a super jet, he comes from a million miles away, from a distant planet land. Comes Ben Furuya, oh man.
And good old Mr. Kaize Murazi. I'm saying his name
Kaizo Murase, yes.
Yeah.
Who I was just leaving his little exhibition that they had there, and turned the corner, and there he was, I guess, walking to the room, and we got a quick picture. And he asked me like if I wanted a picture. I didn't even have to approach him. And I was like, "Oh, sure."
Yeah, and there he is, also dressed up as a James Bond villain too.
Yes,
Mr. Blue Sky.
Yes. What a villainous duo we make.
Yes, exactly. This is my #1 henchman, Red Tie.
Yeah, I only got a picture with him because I thought it was Andres at first, but no, he was.
Andres isn't that tall.
He was quite a short man, but very nice as well, and love his work, obviously, and it was great. Look how fucking skinny I am. That's the sad part.
Yeah, well, God, you're still in better shape than I am. It's like I'm being called a penguin by people I used to love.
That's great.
It's time to run for mayor. Yeah. Okay.
You're talking to all of your cats like his army of penguins.
Be careful, each and every one of them has a mother. So, if you knew Doctor Who, I so want to do a picture of those henchmen just in the middle of Omega's throne room, and he's like, "What?" That's an obscure joke. Getting back to random kaiju fan, he mentions, "Now I want a Mr. Krabs movie just like the Plankton movie on Netflix." They made a Plankton movie?
News to me.
Yeah, that's news to me too. Like, I like Plankton as a comical foil. He's not really a villain. He's just a really annoyed burger owner. But it's like, yeah, why they made a movie of Plankton and his wife, the robot? Wow. I mean,
Karen.
computer? Karen? So, Karen, my robot wife. I'm
What?
Plankton. Ah.
Tell me something I don't know.
Yes. And then he says Batman the Animated Series loves that version of the Penguin. Oh yeah, the more, I don't know. Yeah, the Penguin.
What about him?
I don't know. He's a dude. You think
He's a
seen Whale
penguin.
Dick?
Probably, yes.
Yes.
He's got a thing for flippers.
I know.
I'm Jack Hodgson.
Come at me, MJ.
Everything leads back to Jack Hodgson. It's all coming up Hodgson.
Yeah. No, he's just the only character I can voice. And it's weird too because I was inspired by Jack Hodgson after watching Son of Godzilla.
Right.
Yeah, if Kamakaris was a human being, he'd be Jack Hodgson. So, okay. How long have we been going? This is the part where I start to regret my life.
What, like
3
hours
and 12 minutes. Okay. Yeah. I think we can go a little longer. What do you want to do?
Oh, all right.
Said the whale to the ocean.
Put it away, man.
No.
God. That was my least favorite Fantasia 2000 sequence.
Nothing but dorks. Oh, that could be another title for tonight's episode. Nothing but dorks.
No, I liked the We're Not Whales, We're Dorks.
We're not whales, we're dorks. Okay, I guess that's the one we're going to do then. So, oh, that's right. Clancy Brown was also in The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai. He was Frankenstein's monster in the criminally underrated The Bride, 1985. He's actually very good in that one. Hold on. He was Sergeant Charles Zim in Starship Troopers, aka the only person who doesn't get killed by a bug. Everyone else gets killed.
Never seen Starship Troopers.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's worth one viewing at least. But remember that it's much more kind of it's supposed to be satirical, but it's pretty boneheaded at the same time. So, yeah, the movie's had a real roller coaster of opinions. Before, people thought it was 90s schlock, way too violent for what it is. But then people say, oh, wait a minute, it's very satirical, making kind of fun of propaganda, especially since the director was really offended by the original book. Mm-hmm. Paul Verhoeven, he really hates old school Nazis. But now people are looking at the movie and they've seen it as like being way too blunt, and obviously an example of a director who hated the book so much though he didn't even bother giving it a decent adaptation. But no, it's worth a watch.
That'll be like me and my adaptation of the Kama Sutra.
Too many girls. Too many. Oh, what's an open flower? I don't get it.
Spread the love around. Come on. Well, let's do the Big Dipper.
Yeah. The magic celestial dork. What's this position? Hey.
Yeah.
I don't know
if I should talk about this, but like, I think I saw when I was younger and I was looking online, I think I saw a video version of the Kama Sutra because it was like a full feature length movie, but it was like an instructional video where it was all just different sexual positions.
Was it from Penthouse?
I don't know. This was like when I was 10.
Okay, yeah, because I remember Penthouse did that whole video series and it was like a big deal, but because Penthouse is so classy back then, I don't think every teenager got bored when they saw that tape.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a girlfriend. I can't please her.
Cut to 20 years later. I have a girlfriend. I can't please her.
It's true. No, it isn't. What am I saying? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Yeah, he's in John. Okay, getting back to Clancy Brown, he says John dies at the end as Dr. Albert Marconi. A cool character.
Spoiler alert.
No, sorry about that.
No, it's the title is the spoiler.
Oh, I see what you did there.
John dies at the end. Penn and Teller get killed. Santa Claus conquers the Martians.
Or as Zog Groden likes to call it, Santa Claus violently beats up Martians for no reason.
Well, Santa Claus doesn't do shit. It's the little alien Martian boys and the little Earth boys and girls who do it all.
Yeah.
Santa just sits around and goes, "Whoa, my dear lady." It's my John Call as Santa Claus impression. Yeah. My dear, you've never been so silent for so long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, last thing I'm going to say about Clancy Brown. I forgot he starred in one of the better 90s episodes of The Outer Limits in Afterlife, where he plays Sergeant Lyndon Stiles, a man who is forced to become an alien through a DNA experiment. He's actually pretty good in that episode.
Haven't seen that episode.
Yeah, it's one of the few good ones I would actually recommend from the 90s Twilight Zone, because it doesn't end with a typical, oh, everyone dies at the end horror movie twist. Spoilers. Okay, enough.
Damn it. Yeah.
All right, enough of the Clancy Brown show. Okay, what else going on? All right.
You're a salty peanut, Clancy Brown.
I know.
Clancy Brown, a boy and his dog.
Right. How do you think he tastes? Like a crab? Beer? Disappointment?
He tastes like a hash brown.
You know, it's weird. Yeah, I can see him doing hash brown commercials. When I wake up in the morning, I like to have hash browns in a little baggie I cook here on a skillet. I'm Clancy Brown, here for hash browns and a skillet.
If he were a big pothead, that could be his superhero name, Hash Brown.
Damn it, we got to do a movie now. He's young enough. He can play like the most, like, it would be like the Big Lebowski, but like Clancy Brown is like a really stoned out superhero.
Yeah.
Well, what am I doing? I'm fighting people. Oh. You want me to open a restaurant? I can barely do anything as it is. Oh.
Don't pick my apples.
Oh. This fat guy is whining about being in jail. I'm going to have to do something about it. Shawshank.
I'm not supposed to be here. You don't understand.
Die! Oh. I'm Clancy Brown. He just says,
real.
yeah, he just says that as he's like karate chopping the poor guy in from behind, like,
I'm glad everybody felt really bad after getting him worked up like that.
Yeah.
That poor guy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's like, it's all fun and games until somebody dies.
Yeah.
Now I see what you mean by that joke, so. Oy.
Well.
Okay, gonna take a quick breather here.
It's crowning.
Why don't you ever let me breathe normal? I'm trying to take these deep breaths to think, but then it's like nothing happens. It just gets weird. Come on, man. Why you gotta do that?
Why you gotta do me that way, man?
I don't like it. Oh, darn it. We're getting to the tree Those are the only two voices I can do. Jack Hodgson, tree.
The tree. You can do Dr. Claus, too.
That's right, graduate. No, I
Yeah,
gotta work on it a bit. Yeah.
That's close.
Okay, get back here. There we go. Okay, I got Dr. Claus.
Yeah.
Oh, Random G fan says, "Well, it's nice you guys got nice to see you guys, but I got to go to bed. Put more suggested videos in your recent posts again, Raph." Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I saw all those little obscure kaiju you mentioned. Okay, thank you very much for that. So he says, "Good night, guys." All right. I'm just going to see if I have any recent artwork I'm going to share. Oh yeah, we have a Boo video coming up later this week.
This week, finally.
Yeah, this week. Yeah, I finally listened to everything. I'm gonna take your suggestion and make all the photos actually match up to what I'm saying on screen.
Unlike certain plesiosaur podcasts that have vanished.
That will come back. I just have to, rewrite history and make sure that, the Rhamphorhynchus wasn't killed by the damn plesiosaur.
Right, and rewrite history and let the the Earthlings know, the commoners know that GMK was inspired by this film.
Yeah. You were so salty about that.
Yep.
Okay, but yeah, no, we got like
Kevin Darren Dork.
Leave him alone. He's a good man. You'd like him. Hey, Zyza Draws has joined us. Hey, Zyza Draws. If you have any questions for us, go ahead. We're talking about whale dicks and whale dorks and Son of Godzilla. But yeah, no, this coming hopefully either Thursday night or Friday. It's a new illustration commentary, and Win joins me, and we talk for a good not a half an hour, like 15 minutes about the character of Boo. And this was a picture I recently completed for the thumbnail. It's Boo out of costume. It's like just in her normal everyday sundress, and this is how she looks like when she's not dressed up like a space pope. So. And as we mentioned in the commentary, it's because of you and Win that she ends up getting normal hair, as opposed to my original idea of her having like a giant brain protected by a turtle shell. Oh, fudgedy D. How did that happen?
Nobody's home all by my. He's back.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know how I got out of the channel. I must have pressed the wrong button or something. What was the last thing you remember before I bundled it up again?
Welcome, Zazadras. We're talking about whale dicks, and then you went away.
Okay, I don't know what happened. Yeah, Ziza Draws. Welcome aboard. We're talking about whale dorks and Son of Godzilla, but no. This like towards Friday, if not Thursday night, depending on how well things go, we'll have I'm gonna have a new illustration commentary, co-edited by this good man right here, Mr. Brayton. Wave to the audience. He's waving.
Yep, believe it, I am.
Yeah, he's waving more than usual. A third hand showed up from behind his back, and he's just waving. So.
Yeah, my third leg too, if you know what I mean.
Bazinga. Okay. That was such a fun word to say before he got ruined by Winning Man.
Bazinga?
Kind of, yeah. But yeah, no, this was a new illustration I had to illustrate. This just to give the video a better thumbnail. But this is Win in her like normal casual clothing when she's not dressed up as the evil space pope. That's her in a sundress. So no, she's not in her underwear, contrary to popular belief. But yeah, this is what Win looks like when she's not dressed as a space pope. And what's interesting is
well, that's what Win looks like?
Oh, damn it, Boo. Fuck. Damn it. This is a weird night, man.
This is what mediocrity sounds like.
Mediocrity or a guy who can't talk. Anyways.
Yes.
You should have let me breathe. I'm going to take a little breather, talk to...
So this is what Win looks like. This is what I sound like. This is what horror is this channel. Yeah, but I edited this video that Raph had been sitting on with Win that you and her recorded at like 6 o'clock in the morning. A lot of things have been cut out of this particular video, including some live cold readings that were performed. But the finished product is pretty cohesive and gives a wide stretching overview of this character's inception, projects this character has appeared in, and Raph and Win's confounded phobia of little green, gray, big-headed people.
Excellently said. Thank you very much. We should just have you take over this show. I should not even show up. I should be in the comments like, let me in. No.
Well, if anyone in the comments has anything they want to hear us talk about or any questions they have, we're desperate for material always.
Yeah, always. Yeah, we're here for another hour, so maybe, who knows. But yeah, no, there's an upcoming illustration commentary. Brayton beautifully said it. So, and Win is our co-host in it. So, and we talk about Boo, the character. Well, we show off pictures of Boo. But yeah, this is Boo when she's not dressed as a creepy space pope and is just in a normal sundress. And what's interesting, I do have to admit, it's good to run ideas with constructive people, because originally Boo was going to have an exposed brain covered by a see-through carapace, like a turtle shell, a transparent turtle shell. But you guys were like, that's too weird and complicated. Just make it her hair. So no, she has a pink 1940s.
Because she's a girly girl.
Yes, yeah, why not? So and Zizoudraw says Boo's got lovely hair with two little triangles like happy eyes. So
good.
Yes. All right. This is probably the only character I've created that people actually like.
I like some of the others.
Not Joey.
No. But you've made like 5,000 of them, so someone's bound to like others.
That is true, but I don't. It's like that old like oh god, Tiny Toons adventure gag where it's like they kidnap Tim Burton. It's like, Tim Burton, these are all your childhood friends: Mr. Blockhead, Mr. Sad Boy, Mr. Creepy Face, and they just all come out of like a weird sketch. And he's like, stop it, ah.
Have you seen the home video footage of them at behind the scenes at Disney or whatever, where Tim Burton was still an animator there and they're bullying him and he's like working in a storage closet?
And he just looks at the camera so
Yeah,
dejected with his mouth.
doesn't say anything. Yes.
Yeah, I think he was in on the joke. It's like, this is Tim Burton. He's a weird kid. Oh.
Yeah.
I think it was more hopeful back then because, you know, it's like, oh, they're going to let me do my own Hansel and Gretel picture. And then it's like, oh, they're not going to let me show it anymore. Why am I here? And that's when he became mean. He became mean Tim Burton. Because, you know.
He became Grim Burton.
Hey! Grim Burton. So, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like working at Disney at that time when there was like the Dark Ages and you had like a big, tall, balding Frankenstein monster and this tiny goblin like glasses wearing jerk. It's like constant.
Well, historically, I don't think it's necessarily a company that's inspired a lot of confidence, self-confidence, or humanity.
That is true. Yeah, we live in a weird day and age too. So, you know, here's a subject matter. Speaking of Disney ruining everything, the whole Netflix Warner Brothers deal.
Oh, I'm not gonna get myself worked up about that again. I wrote like a 5-page rant about it already.
No, okay, we can save that for another night then. But yeah, I will say
we'll
this.
Save that for the night after it goes through or not. Finally, if it's settled, then we'll talk about it.
Yeah, but I will say this. I also fear for the amazing library that was the Warner Brothers archive. And it's like,
and I just said that 20 minutes ago.
I know. I agree with you there.
Okay.
Yeah. So buzzing bazoom.
What are these noises?
What's noises?
These sound effects you're making, the buzzing bazooms.
I'm going crazy, my friend.
Well,
I'm going mad. I can't think of anything anymore. I'm just trying to see. Do I have any other artwork? I gotta have more recent artwork than this. I know I got.
Have you drawn any nude, frightening visages?
No, I'm not going to share that online. Weirdly enough, I haven't done any.
You promised that you would when you did your very first characters in my brain thing, and then you talked for like 5 hours about Jack Hodgson, Boo, and your Cheese King, and so you never got around to him.
What do you mean?
When you did your very first night owling where it was just me and the characters in my brain, you said, well, I do have some dirty stuff, but we'll get to that later, maybe when Brayton shows up. And then you spent like 2 hours talking about the others. And then when I finally showed up, you never got to it.
Considering how risque tonight's show has been, not as bad as the unofficial banned episode of Night Owling, which you can find on the Night Owling playlist way at the bottom.
Stop it! Stop linking them to that.
Okay, don't worry, they're not going to see it. They won't find it. That's like what they got to go through, like 18 hours first. No, it's like how? Hold on, how many episodes of Night Owling are there?
50, too damn many.
50 times 6 hours. Bada bing, bada bing. Oh, here we go. Yeah, October, November. No, I'm not going to share any of the naughty stuff. It's like, yeah, no, that's an isolated video where I feel comfortable. I'm not being like grilled, like, you know, Raph, why would you draw
It's an, you know, and maybe it's an isolated video, but it sure as hell is such an isolated incident.
We won't go further into it, which is getting weird. That's another one to call this up. It's getting weird.
100%.
Weird. Somebody had to.
All right. So what's next?
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm not seeing anything that you're showing on screen.
Oh, yeah. That's right. You don't got to share screen. Yeah, I'm trying. Probably for the best. Hold on.
Well, I had one earlier, but then you kicked me out of the room, and now I don't have it.
I know. I feel bad. Yeah, I'm going through some recent illustration files. Just seeing. I'm not going to show that. Wait, should I share the whale girl? No, that's weird fan art. Why would I do that?
You could show some of my illustrations.
Yeah, your sketches. Yeah, let's start. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me put Frankenstein on the screen. I was kind of, because this barely got any traction. Hold on.
Because everybody hates Frankenstein.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can't get no love.
Yeah, nobody likes Frankenstein. And he helps you free your mind because he's Frankenstein. Okay, yeah, let me find some stuff of yours. So, Blackula, is he okay to share?
No.
Okay, who do you want to who do you want me to share?
Oh, I don't care.
Come on, share my stuff. So,
Share the gal without a face.
oh yeah, that one's a good one. Yeah, hold on,
Yeah. Christian.
got her on screen. Oh yeah, while Zizao draws here, let me see if I have one of his pictures. I just want to talk about a little bit. Okay. Oh yeah. Well, no, hold on. Let me put in the words Brayton in the search engine.
The people aren't seeing what I'm seeing, but dear God, so many folders and files. There's Brayton as the Riddler. My appearance at G-Fest.
Hold on, we'll see if he's there. Oh, there. Do you want me to show him this?
Okay.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, whatever. I don't care.
Okay, because yeah, apparently you can't go to G-Fest anymore because you were the Riddler.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know.
Riddle
Brayton.
me this, Satsuma.
Yeah, I don't know anybody named Brayton. You sure? Not the guy who's dressed up like the Riddler? Ah, damn it.
What the fuck, too? I was wearing green.
Yeah, it's. I don't
Excuse
know.
me for not being a dumpy little fucking egg-shaped bitch whose job was to stand at a door. Fucking God, screw her.
Yeah, so that wasn't JD's daughter, was it?
No.
Okay, right.
His daughter's like around my age and cute. That's not no.
Okay. Oh, can I show them? I can show off an early preview of our
Oh yeah,
Big
absolutely.
Shark
Show him that.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's another contribution we did. Okay. Yeah, and let me find something from Zizao Draw since he's in the audience. Let's throw him a bone.
That sounds
Figuratively.
a little demeaning.
Let's give him a shout out. Yeah, hold on, because I do like Zizao Draw's simplistic artwork. It's very appealing, but also imaginative too. He's done some good kaiju stuff recently. So
Ooh.
What the heck? We've been talking about Son of Godzilla. This is a cute picture. Okay. Yeah, that's the kind of crossover artwork I wish I could do more of. But yeah, let me get these in place.
And cut to my picture. That's the kind of cross-dressing I would want to do more of.
Yes, okay. Did they ever confirm the Riddler is gay?
I don't think it needs to be confirmed. I don't think there's much left to the imagination.
It's like when George Sulu came out. It's like, yeah, Batman and the Joker are like, we know.
John Glover would have been a great live-action Riddler as well. Like around that era where he was Clamp, he kind of looked the part. He could have done it.
Oh yeah, you do know he did play the Riddler in the animated
That's what I'm
series.
saying. A live-action version, he also would have been able to pull off. He is in Batman and Robin, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, as Dr. Woodrow, who would later
Right.
be known as the freaking Woodman monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the name of these characters. I only know Gentleman Ghost, and that's it. Okay. Let's go ahead and just do Zizao Draw's picture first. We'll put it on the screen here. Yeah, this was a really cool really cute little picture. I think he did this for Mother's Day, where it's like there's the native girl from Son of Godzilla holding a little Minya, and the scientist lady who helped raise Godzilla Jr. from Mecha Godzilla 2. And yeah, this is just a very appealing and adorable picture. There's a terrifying zombie turtle in the background there. I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, no, this is the kind of like crossover artwork. Yeah, it's a Skeleturtle towards the end. Oh, and Zizao Draw says, dirty stuff? I guess he wants to see it.
Dirty. You've never drawn Dirty McCruption, have you?
No, he's only
Aside from the paper puppet that you did.
Yeah, that's probably the closest I ever drew.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe I do have a very unsuccessful sketch of Dirty McCruption. Let me find it.
Yeah, I need to draw him as well because I've drawn several Crimson Weirdos at this point.
As well as Grumpy Raph looking terrified, or just terrified Raph.
Yeah, terrified Raph watching his computer blow up is also another favorite.
No,
what should I do?
Oh my God, what have I done? So, okay, hold on. Yeah, let me go ahead and find it. Dirty. God, if I put in dirty,
Careful typing in dirty. Yeah.
yeah. See, yeah, there are tons of like photoshopped images, pictures.
Oh, I love our little like Sampo Sands taking a photo of Dirty McCruption.
Okay, yeah, okay, I'll put that up. Oh God, this is just all sorts of stupid shit coming up.
Because he is basically your Homer Simpson. Like, he's so applicable to any sort of scenario or situation. It's a shame you haven't drawn more of him. I want like a single what do you call it? A single frame like comic book strip series, like The Far Side or whatever, with Dirty McCruption, his adventures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I gotta do like just a full-on picture of just Dirty McCruption, like an epic pose where he's doing something stupid. Oh God, yeah. Hold on, let me.
There's so much.
Yeah, so much photographs and other pictures, but I've never really. This is probably the closest thing I've ever done of actually drawing him as a paper puppet. But before we go on to that, yeah, do you want to explain what the joke is on?
It's a shame that we don't have that photo Andrew took of the photo of me and you like directing Dirty McCruption. I'll message him about that actually right now.
Yeah, he's probably awake at this time. He's a busy boy. But yeah, no, this was a hilarious picture that you photoshopped where Sampo Sands is filming Dirty McCruption. I get the feeling that Dirty McCruption...
And my Photoshop isn't any worse than his, by the way. Mine is a better image.
Yeah. Oh my God, Sampo Sands, what were you thinking?
Because it was originally him taking a photograph supposedly of Toshiro Mifune, and I smartly replaced Toshiro Mifune with Raph.
Yeah, and it was so conveniently too that Toshiro Mifune is in the mirror. What a con man.
Yeah.
Oh God, but that is a funny picture. So this is the closest I ever did drawing of Dirty McCruption, the paper puppet, for a brief sequence in the Glue podcast.
That's accurate.
Yeah, there's Dirty McCruption. There's this hideous half fish boy Billy, who gets killed off screen. There's Win as Dirty Miss Corruption. I don't know why we all just did the joke where all the police officers sound the same. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna do this. Oh yeah, we're gonna get some money. Yeah, and then you decided to do Billy's voice. It's like, hey, Billy, ain't sure, Billy. Hold on, and there's a really terrifying sketch I tried to do of Dirty McCruption. Let me see if I can find it. Because I did attempt to do a serious picture of Dirty McCruption, and it's just one of the worst things I ever sketched. Hold on. There you go. That's just terrible. I don't know what I was thinking when I drew that.
I don't know. It's a little ghoulish, perhaps.
Yeah, also his head is super small, but his bow tie is big enough to wrap around it 4 times over.
It's you could say that it's like a weird perspective, wide angle type of deal.
Yeah. So, yeah, it is ghoulish. Like, I can't look at this anymore. Okay, let's go on to your better looking artwork. Hold on. We'll save that as a grand resistance.
What? Well, we're not talking about me as the Riddler?
Okay, well, yeah, let's ease into the... Yeah. Here's you as a Riddler. Explain.
Well, no, it was like a Halloween dress-up day at my high school, and I wasn't gonna do it until the night before. Then I had to patch together this crappy costume. So what I did, it was part of Spirit Week, where like every day of the week at school that you do something stupid. So one day you'd wear mismatched clothes. The other day you dress up. The next day you dress like a decade. It was one of those stupid school things, and I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to dress like a superhero or a comic book character, but I decided at the last minute I should, and the Riddler was my character of choice, and I scrabbled this together it was a really stupid decision too, because like I had this green material that I actually ironed on to the lapels of the suit, one of my blazers that was old and didn't really fit all that well. Mm-hmm. So I did that for the trimming. I cut like a little question mark and taped that onto a bowler hat that I have. I had this stupid the very tiny Zorro mask. I had a cane, and the gloves stupidly were dishwashing latex gloves. So by the time, and I didn't put any baby powder or anything inside of them. So by the time I was done wearing them all day long, my hands were so fucking dry. It was unbelievable. It felt like they were going to crust and fall off my arms. So yeah.
Yeah, it was. Oh God, I remember when dishwashing gloves were a thing. God,
They still are.
I know, but they're so uncomfortable to wear. It's just better just to let your hands suffer in the hot water than have those damn things on. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. It's I remember they just get so sweaty, and then your fingers are just covered in weird crap.
Yeah. So imagine wearing that for 8 or 9 hours of a school day.
8 and 9, not 6 hours. Holy crap! School's a
Whatever it
ripoff.
was.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It's been a while. But yeah, I wore them all day long, and then by the end, when I finally took them off, it was a horrid feeling.
There's giant pieces of dead flesh all over everything.
Goody. Yeah, my hands looked like Trump's hands, where they're melting and crumbling off.
Aye. But other than that, I think it's a pretty successful costume, all things considering.
Thanks.
Yeah. You wanted to share.
I was this like when I was I was 15, 14 when this picture was taken. It was the best I could do with the night before worth of notice.
Well, at least you did better than I could. I probably would just put a cardboard box over my head and it's like, I'm cardboard man. What's up? That's my thing. I'm a cardboard man. Ah. Wow. Cardboard man. That actually did happen once. I was like, damn it, I don't have a Halloween
Yeah,
costume.
it happened once, and it's on video, and I drew that character. You could show that drawing.
Oh, what, of Cardboard Man?
Ted the Terrible.
Oh, Ted the Terrible. No, God, no, that was a different thing. I was thinking of other time I put a cardboard box on my head.
Oh, was it more embarrassing?
Yeah, I just drew a picture on the cardboard. So,
Oh.
unfortunately, I went trick or treating in like the nice side of town, so you can tell who the really cool parents were and who were the shitty parents. The cool ones were like, "Oh, here, have a free pen. That's a nice costume," and the shitty ones were like, "I don't get it. Why would you do that? What's wrong with you? What the fuck?"
You shouldn't have hit me.
Thankfully, this was before the age when people would just randomly kill like strange kids in the neighborhood. So I came very close to not dying that night, I guess. Okay, so that's Ted the Terrible. Yeah, no, this was. I did a video where I was just doing a test to see how a monster costume would work, and I just made this very simple thing where I'm just wearing a black sheet with a cardboard monster head. But Brayton, as you would say,
I drew exactly that and made it into a character. He's a man, a deeply disturbed man who thinks he's a kaiju and very mentally unstable. He breaks out of his prison, and if you don't address him as a monster, he will bite you with this shoebox head he has constructed by his own hand and will run away and trip and fall and then run away again. Rawr!
I am the worst heat monster ever.
Yeah.
Now
I think it's an interesting character though.
Mm-hmm.
I have taken every one of your live action performed characters where you have acted and turned them into far more interesting characters. So you're welcome, basically. You're welcome for my obsession with you.
Yeah, you're the only one that takes my failures and make them cute.
Well, you're welcome.
Yeah. I thank you very much.
I even think your future president character is a good one, worth doing.
Yeah, I even bought a new skeleton for that. I gotta bring that character back. So it's much smaller though, but only so that we can do model work with it. So okay. Gotta share a picture of a giant worm here.
Zip.
The think.
Hey kids, you ever seen Dune? Zip.
He is the hip zip lap. Nip nap bah.
Good David Lynch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Listen, I was here on the planet minding my own business. Get it? Because I'm a miner. But there's gonna be a worm. It's gonna eat me. Can you like save me? I don't want to get eaten by a worm.
I think that's his only film that he appears in.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, but at least he had a face, unlike this gal.
Unlike this, why the hoo-ha?
Huzzah!
Yeah. Christiane, one of I think one of cinema's more quietly devastating horror characters. She's kind of uh the film Eyes for the Face are really interesting because it definitely falls in, as we've talked about, like the Grand Guignol tradition of, a mad surgeon body horror type of doctor, but he's doing all of this to give his daughter a face because her face was tragically lost in an accident. And yeah, she's sort of walks around as a ghost in her own home and I think what makes it creepy is the completely featureless mask, kind of
Mhm.
like the Michael Myers effect, where, she's not a monster. She doesn't kill anybody. Well, she takes kind of a revenge of sorts at the end where she's responsible for someone's death. But yeah, she's not, well, no, I take that back too. I think she stabs her mother. I have to watch that again. But anyway, it's a great movie, very terrifying in its unnervingness. And yeah, she has a real sympathetic, tragic touch as kind of a living nightmare. She has kind of the gentleness of a ghost for a lot of the movie,
Mhm.
but physically she is just trapped, in the attic. They've sort of locked her away, which is fucked up.
Mm.
And the film ends, spoiler, with her just, wandering into the horizon, into the darkness, and God knows what's going to happen and become of her, but hopefully something not as bad as she was experiencing before. But that's
Man,
her, and I think I captured her well.
that sounds like a Christmas movie right there. Let's watch it.
Yeah. It's all about family
Mhm.
and togetherness.
Right. Oh, yeah, there's a scene where she flies out the window and becomes a space ghost.
Someone does jump out the window.
Oh, yeah. What year was this movie made?
60.
Six. Oh, yeah, okay. So, and isn't there like really nasty parts where you see her without her mask and they're doing surgery all over it?
Well, no, the surgery parts are the nasty parts, but that's not of her. Her actual makeup in the movie isn't that terrifying.
Okay. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm just going to try to find one more with Zizod draws just to make it fair.
Yeah, the gross thing with her is that they do a thing where, her new skin is grafted to her, but it fails. So there's like a photo collage of of her skin kind of rotting away. That's kind of unnerving.
Ugh, God, I've probably seen that a million times in top 10 most horrifying scenes in cinema.
Number 8, Elmo and Grinchland or Grouchland, whatever.
I'm gonna get you, Elmo.
How come Oscar the Grouch and the Grinch never crossed over?
I don't know, but give it time, it will happen. So, okay. Before we get into a really awesome contribution with me and Brayton. Yeah, this was a picture I did last Halloween of the titular character from Frankenstein Conquers the World. And nothing really came of this. It's like it went up and nobody liked it or anything. So I think it's the teeth. I'm such a genius.
Frankie.
I'm so cool, yet nobody appreciates me in my time.
Little buck-toothed cave boy.
Yeah. So I don't, and it's like I don't know. I guess it's like a weird thing, like the more overly sensitive fandoms. It's like if they don't like something, they don't like something. But it's like either because they just hate the character and they don't want to talk about it, or it's like I know the actor was kind of ashamed of doing the role because it's like he already. From what I understand, he was already a deaf actor, so and the Japanese were really harsh about that stuff during the 60s.
Oh,
So
I didn't know that.
yeah, so him playing basically a giant, I don't want to say simpleton, but I can't think of any other way to describe the Frankenstein monster. And he's good in the role. Wonderful face acting, very, it's like if you think giant, heroic, but terrifying caveman monster, this is the thing that comes up. But I think it just kind of got embarrassed of the role and decided not to do the movie further. So I guess
What do you mean do the movie for? There was going to be a sequel? What the fuck?
No.
How would he do it further?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I know that he basically retired after this movie because he did 2 other movies before Frankenstein Conquers the World as his normal self, and he's not a bad-looking gentleman either. So, but yeah, I guess just playing the giant Frankenstein monster was a little too much for the poor guy. So,
Lightweight.
not like the guy who exploded in the Gamma costume. Now, yeah. But no, I was proud with how this piece came out. It's based on an older illustration. I just kind of updated and made it bigger. Granted, it's not 100% accurate. For one thing, his eyes are way too big. And his teeth is different than how I portrayed them in here. But yeah, nothing happened with this one.
What is supposed to happen with it? It's a thing that you post. And you're done with it.
I know, but I was hoping to get more views and likes on it. So
Showered with praise. Look, it's not going to happen every time. Stuff.
I know, but it's like I think I build myself up too much. It's like, oh, this is gonna be it. This is the one that's gonna reach 200 views. 15. What the fuck?
Raph, you're fishing for what do you call that? Validation, and you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't. So, but check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Now this is the shit.
These three sorry sons of bitches.
Yeah, no, this is a part of an upcoming podcast. When it'll happen, that's for you to know and for us to know and you to find out.
It will happen before the December ends. Yes.
Yes, but yeah,
and I have to say, I have had experiences recently of listening to the worst podcasts of all time. Legend of the Dinosaur is coming back soon. No, but I've listened like a number of the most well-regarded movie discussion podcasts are unlistenable. They're terrible. Tarantino's podcast is, whoa, they're not.
Let's take a listen to him. We just take his rambling.
I fucking hate Paul Dano. Okay, he's fucking the weakest actor in SAG. Okay. And then Kermit, we got him with a sword because it's all ninja stuff.
Have you seen? There's a photo of him and Paul Dano, because imagine you've heard this, all of the controversy around what he said. So there's a photo out there of Paul Dano on the red carpet after filming There Will Be Blood, and Tarantino is menacingly staring him down in the background. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, I think I actually picture that. I'll get it for a moment. It's going to lead to a stupid joke, so.
Yeah, but we support Paul Dano, right?
Oh yeah, no, we like Mr. Paul Dano. Even when he plays one of our least favorite versions of the Riddler, we like the guy. So
yeah.
What was your issue with that version of the Riddler, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean, well, he just played him like, an autistic loner or something. There wasn't any flamboyance to him at all, and I didn't really care for his the gravelly, dark, conspiratorial, anonymous style version of it's like they were trying to do with Bane what they did to.
Oh, are you still there? Hello? Uh-oh. Looks like we got a bit of a technical issue. You okay there, man? You're quiet, Brayton. I don't know what happened. You may have accidentally pulled the cord. Okay, Brayton has gotten quiet on us. Hello, Brayton. Okay, hold on. I'm going to go back into the recording room again. Maybe that's the situation that's going on. Or is it just me? I can hear me. Oh, yeah, Brayton has left us. Aw, man. Okay, yeah, Brayton disappeared. Okay, if he comes back, we'll be ready for him. Yeah, no, I was going to post this picture of Aubrey Plaza, like, menacingly looking at an actress she doesn't like. But then I realized, oh, that's a little on the silly side, so I'm not going to do it. If you want to see some dirty stuff, I'll put out at least one kind of somewhat wholesome monster picture coming up. But yeah, we'll talk about the Jaws thing a little later. So yeah, if you have any questions for me, whoever's up at this time, come and talk to me. What is going on here? Oh. Sorry about that. I got so much going on right now. This is a weird stream. No wonder we're going to name it after whale Whale Dorks. Hello. Warning, the stream's current bite rate is lower than recommended. Okay. Well, anyways, okay, until Brayton gets back, I'm just going to talk about this piece right here. No, I'd rather have somebody comical come and join me. I'll wait about it. What a weird night. This is what happens when you do things impromptu-y. Okay, I'm going to go check my Instagram very quickly. Ah, there he is. Hey, buddy, what happened? Hello?
I disappeared again.
Yeah, I don't know what
Hello.
happened. Yeah, first the website booted me off because I know I didn't press the wrong button. And if I did, well, yeah, that's part of the course with Mr. Raffo. but yeah, what happened?
I don't know, Raph. It's not my fault.
Yeah, let's blame the world.
But what was I talking about? I was talking about the Riddler, and I went on like a 5-minute rant about why Paul Dano would have been a good choice for the Riddler, but I didn't care for them trying to turn Edward Nygma into a Dark Knight Rises Bane style villain because there was nothing about the character. I think it's the furthest from the comic source material that I've seen. Like, Tom Hardy's Bane versus Luchador Bane is one thing. Heath Ledger's Joker versus comic book Joker is another thing. But Paul Dano's Riddler and the Matt Reeves Batman is so far removed from my idealistic Edward Nygma that I couldn't get with it.
Yeah.
I didn't find him interesting.
Yeah, that's another thing I've noticed about a lot of superhero cinema, especially DC. Its insistence that weird nerds and loners end up becoming supervillains just because they don't have money. Because they've done this thing before with Jim Carrey's Riddler, and then you see it all the time in some of the worst Spider-Man movies where it's just some kind of awkward nerd, possibly on the spectrum, becomes pure evil. And it's just kind of a tiring it's a tiring cliche in many regards. Like, yeah, sometimes they play it up a bit. Like, it's an evil businessman who becomes a supervillain, the Green Goblin. It's an evil, suave genius, Dr. Ock and whatnot. But yeah, it gets a little boring after a while.
And I liked Michael Keaton's version of the Vulture being, part of the superhero cleanup crew turned evil.
Yeah. So, but yeah, even that. Jesus, Marvel movies, how I've fallen out of love with them. So I'm even rethinking my...
They'll pull you back in.
No, I don't want them to pull me back in. That's the thing. It's like, we should have just ended it with Ant-Man.
The world would be a better place, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Just end it with Ant-Man. Who cares about everything else that comes after it? There you go. And then somebody new in the chat says Brayton 10's movies book club. He says, my question, where do you get off, pal?
Yeah, that was me in a rage fit after being booted.
Yeah, but no, let's talk about what I really love is like when we do these collaborations, you do much stronger sketch work than I do. It's like, and then it's like you do really good characters of people. And then it's like we did this for...
And I can't work a computer.
Yeah. And that's where I come in. You do the genius, and I come in, and I'm just a freaking inker. I'm a tracer.
Yeah, and then you shoot your ink all over it.
Yeah, like a dork in the night.
Yeah.
Here we are in beautiful Venice. What is that? It is the Loch Ness Monster? No, it is not.
But yeah, this is going to be the backdoor giggity pilot for the movie book club where you, Patrick, and I have to get it out before the end of the year because it's the 50th anniversary. Talk about Jaws for roughly an hour and 12 minutes. And it's going to be this. There's going to be very slight animation involving blinking and waves moving and sharks with Tommy guns and lasers in their freaking heads and accompanied with a sparing amount of visuals for scenes that we talk about in the movie. But it's a very good discussion, especially when edited to make us sound coherent. The original raw recording was like 3.5 hours. I edited it down to an hour and 12 minutes. So yes, but it's listenable. It's great. We play off each other very well. There are funny bits in there, and we gush about the movie and talk about why we like it and our experiences with it and how Raph likes lesbians.
Do I talk about lesbians?
Yeah, well, Patrick has the quote when he's describing the book Jaws of, there's all kind of diatribes in there about mafia ties and lesbians and all kinds of stuff. And you say, wait, now I must read this novel. Yes.
Right. So lesbians. I didn't know the shark was into girls.
Yeah.
Brusette was the shark from the third movie?
Yeah.
The big
But
one.
and it's sad though too, because the Chrissy, the first girl, she passed away a couple days ago, or
That's
like a
right.
week ago.
Yeah. Every time we talk about people we love, they die.
Well, she wasn't eaten by a shark, so that's good. She lived a long, healthy life.
Yeah. Yeah. Lauren Parkinson and Dick Van Dyke, please stay alive. That's another title.
Rainn Wilson, we can take her leave.
Rainn Wilson, yeah.
But yeah, I thought this turned out really cute, and obviously displaying a key scene from the movie with all of it. It's great with this movie because there are 3 central characters to it that we can all fit into the role of, and I kind of want to do something like this for the special singular movies and stuff that we talk about for our podcast. And also, I have an idea for the main title card for our podcast is also a work in progress, and when we bring guests on, I kind of want to do a parody of the Batman and Robin thing of, them in the window with us climbing up a rope.
I'm looking forward to that because, like I said,
who's gonna be at the bottom of the rope is my question.
It's gonna be me,
dangling for your life over the city. Woo!
Oh god, and I can't hold on to the rope either. I die. I die.
Kevin Smith brought this up in his fan commentary for Batman 89, and I had the same thought too when I was younger, of when Batman asks her how much she weighs, because how much she weighs is dependent on them ziplining away from danger when they're being chased, and she has to lie to him. And Kevin Smith was like, that was one of the most horrifying scenes from my childhood, because I was like, Batman wouldn't be strong enough to carry me, and I'd have to lie to Batman, and it'd be very embarrassing when we got 2 feet off the ground.
How much you weigh?
I'm a size 3.
You lie, you little puff.
Yeah, but no, this came out really cute.
Yeah, very much so. Although, do you think you got me a little inaccurate? Because I don't remember being a cup.
I'm a little teacup, short and smooth. Nice mug.
Yeah. Here's my handle. Here's my. Oh my God! Who's that big guy behind me?
Yeah.
That's a random janitor, Harold.
Yeah, but no, you're telling us your tale of woe playing with a little shark in a submarine.
Shark was this big and ate the whole boat and we all died.
Nom, 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 nom.
Can't believe. I like Quint, but it's like, yeah, crazy character. Get Raph in there.
Yeah. Another great part of the podcast is when we talk about how the bear in Grizzly 2 looks no better than any of the bears at the country bear jamboree, and then I say yes, and when the country bear jamboree breaks down, they eat the tourists. I'll never put on a Mickey Mouse hat again, to quote Quinn from the movie. And then we go on a big a little thing about how when you go to the tiki room, the birds attack you, and luckily or unluckily, they have an elephant there trained to break bones, and that's Alfred Hitchcock. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Chippy, they call me Jumbo.
Yeah.
I think is the line.
I get you. That's how they got rid of Gilbert Gottfried and Roland Atkinson.
Yeah.
They brought in Alfred Hitchcock and he saved the day. But yeah, this one came out really well. So a lot of finagling of different elements, but I think it worked out. Yeah. Now, Brayton, I'm not going to share any of my naughty stuff live for various reasons, but we can at least do this one with the giant cloud girl and the pterodactyl, if you wish.
What the fuck? From a dream that I had. Unfortunately, there was a leaky faucet, so no dream's perfect.
Oh, yeah, that's we won't get into that. But yeah, no, this was just a random.
No, let's get into that. Are you ever going to draw that?
No. Unless no, you do a lot of work.
And then when you meet Daryl Hannah, you can have her pose with that photo that you draw, that picture.
But it's like, I know the other guy who'll be holding the photo will have it all shaky and whatnot, and it'll be all blurry.
It'll be okay. It'll make it look like her boobs are shaking. little motion blur never hurts.
She's not that. Ugh. Anyways, yeah, no. I had a dream once where I was like married to a Daryl Hannah looking Medusa or Gorgon, to be the more correctable term. And it was a fairly pleasant dream. We just lived normally. We just cuddled a lot. There was nothing sexual or weird going on about it, other than the fact that she was a 10-foot tall, pale Gorgon woman. But it was raining and the roof was leaking. So it's like, yeah, no dream is perfect. I was on this desert island with all these beautiful hula girls, but like there's only RC juice boxes and I don't like them. No dream is perfect. I was Batman and there was no crime in the city. I had millions of dollars and I was sleeping with Catwoman. But then Alfred had to wear a stupid hat. No dream is perfect.
So what is the sense behind this? Where are we going? Where are we coming from with this thing?
All right, many years ago, I was no. This was a random illustration I just kind of popped in my head, and it was like one of those things where it's rare for me just to put like something by paper and to immediately ink it. And this was like just for some weird reason I drew a pterodactyl being stalked by a giant cloud maiden. You can tell because, you know, her bazingis are covered by clouds, and she's made of clouds. So yeah, there's an ink picture I tried selling at various conventions. That never works because, yeah, you just alienate people. So yeah, it's somewhere in my collection right now. If you want it, let me know. Not you, Brandon. Is anybody in particular? I know how much you like clouds and pterodactyls.
I've looked at clouds from both sides now.
Oh my goodness. Sometimes you see whales, sometimes you see dorks up there.
Have you ever seen a woman in a cloud? When you look up there and cloud gaze?
I see all sorts of Lovecraftian horrors, but I don't think I've ever seen a sexy, beautiful woman up there.
So this is not inspired by the Noriaki Yuasa or whoever tall tale about seeing a flying turtle and then being inspired.
Well, here's the thing. It's like we were supposed to do some Halloween horror show host sketches for Gardena Cinema. It didn't work out. So I was on the bus going home, and I was looking up in the sky, and there was a pterodactyl. And it's like, boom! And the bus driver was like, what are you talking about? He got distracted. We crashed. I died. But yeah, it worked out in the end. We made 38 movies with this woman. We're celebrating her 70th birthday this year.
Wow.
Yeah. Don't let anyone tell you I stole that story. And it was just a cheap trick to try to make some money.
So there's no truth to that whatsoever. Not your story, but the infamous turtle one.
No, there probably is some truth behind it. I know that there was supposed to be like a big co-production with Indonesia, but like less than 5 years after World War II, hell no, that wasn't going to happen. And I'm guessing like the whole thing about him looking out the window and seeing a monster rising from the ocean, I can understand him seeing that as sort of like a vision in his mind's eye. And the re-release of King Kong and Beast from 25,000 Fathoms both did really good in Japan. More so the King Kong re-release. So he's probably, I want to do my own monster movie. F it.
It was far more likely that he saw a turtle on the wing of the plane.
Okay, that story about how Gamera got made, that's suspicious. I'm surprised nobody's really brought that up. It's almost one for one as the story with Godzilla. And it's from the guy who ran Dai Studios, too. It's like, if Sergeant Bilko was a movie producer in Japan, he would be the guy who ran Dai Productions. Holy crappy.
Yeah. Read Patrick's article, people out there, if you haven't.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to quote him. He says, the Dai guy sucked.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the whole
Dai's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. F it, Gamera. Happy 50th anniversary, a-hole. Yeah, it's just a 5-sentence article. It's great.
It's the 60th anniversary of Gamera, and no one cares.
Yeah. Other than like a museum exhibit with surviving costumes and using Gigabash. Euron made it too. Huzzah!
It does my heart proud.
Yeah, it's like holy yeah. Please let me have the opportunity to write like a comic book miniseries of Gamera. I can do a lot with them. I can make soup. I can make leather bags. I can make drums. So, anyway, and don't worry, I won't have Gamera fight a cloud woman.
But yeah, what a arresting image we're seeing here.
Yeah, and I think it's relatively wholesome compared to my other stuff, but yeah, because it got me in trouble at the airport.
You tried pasting it onto the wall.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, move over, Michelangelo. It's time for Cloudo Boo Boo Boo. So
Now, do you have any interest in the future of doing like more sequel streams? Because you did the Ghostbusters 2 thing. Would you ever be up for doing like TMNT and TMNT 2 Ooze and
why
stuff?
not? Why not? That first movie is good, and the second one is David Warner. Let's do it. David Warner.
Yeah.
There's you and me agreeing to this.
Help, Conga, help.
Yeah, no, Zyza Draws, if you're still in the audience, yeah, this was a picture he did of Ultraman and Superman doing the fist bump. Unfortunately, when I reshared this across Facebook, like, oh my god, fans are such idiots. Ultraman, he doesn't look like an evil Superman. I don't get it. Who's that blue guy? I like Godzilla. So, well, who cares? We're all nerds. Forget it. Forget about it. But yeah, I just had to share one more from Zyza Draws. So,
Have you ever been to an Ultraman live show, Raph?
Oh, wait. You mean an actual Ultraman live show, the one the Japanese have made? No.
Yes.
Yeah, they tried doing one at the Egyptian Theater, but I think they could only get like a guy in the Ultraman Dyna costume, and the other guy was just in a normal like monster mask, so it wasn't really that impressive as a show. No, weren't you at the one where G-Fest had Ultraman and it was like Gyros was walking around, or you avoided that like the
Raph,
plague?
that was that was this year, Raph, and I
Ugh.
was with you over the internet laughing at it.
Oh yeah. Okay, sorry about that. I have a short memory.
But I know I admire the kabuki style purity of the ridiculousness of it. I saw one where a giant inflatable Belial kaiju in his kaiju form face planted immediately after walking on stage, and then got no offense in while fighting like four of the other fit ultra gentlemen. But no, some of them though that are really elaborate that are done in Japan kind of remind me of one of those elaborate like rich church programs where it's like where you've seen the videos online where like they're parroting Batman and parroting Pirates of the Caribbean and stuff.
Oh yeah, with Iron
Someone
Man
did like a
being
documentary on
crucified,
it. Yeah, some of them remind me of that. And if I were going to be involved in any of them, I would be the person that they have there to shriek and yell at the audience and explain what's going on.
Oh no! Ultraman has his dork stuck in a zipper. What shall we do? Get new pants! Get him new pants! You heard him, folks. Get him new pants. Here comes Ultraman Pants Seller. Don't worry, Ultraman. Here's some new pants.
Yeah. No, I've come to the realization that I like that. And I enjoy the intros, the openings that are no context, just all in your face, appealing to your stimulus, whatever, your endorphins with these intros. I like that, but I don't want to know anything about any of these fucking shows, and I don't care. I have all of the entertainment that I will need from the intros to these programs and from the live shows in which these things are performed.
Yeah.
Don't want to know anything else about them.
No, I totally understand. But yeah, no, there is kind of an impressive nature to these live shows. And God bless them. I know that they were they did something in New Jersey. And unfortunately, the only thing, it was probably fun and successful. But the only thing that everybody remembers, unfortunately, is that actor as the gigantic Ultraman Arc Belial, the big.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, coming out on stage. That poor It's like, for crying out. Guys dressed up as Ultraman. Your backup plan is you're supposed to lift the monster up and fight him. Pretend like you're getting ready to fight the monster.
And they flip around him and kick at him, and then when he's defeated, he sadly saunters off the stage.
Oh my god. Like it kind of reminds me, getting back to Tiny Toons, there was this gag where It's like they went on the live show for like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles spoof. And like, oh no, here's all these ninjas coming to fight us. What do we do? Wave your cardboard swords. And it's just these two little kids like just waving their cardboard swords. And all the ninja henchmen are like being flown back like they're being hit by like bullets or something. Like,
It's like at Disney, when I used to go to Disney World, they would have like, I don't know if they still do it because this was pre-Disney acquisition, but they would have like the days where a bunch of kids could put on Jedi robes and have a little plastic lightsaber and fight either Darth Vader or Darth Maul on given days. And I was young enough where I was going to do it, but it rained, so I couldn't do it. And the consolation prize was you got to go indoors and take a photo with the guy in the Darth Vader suit. So I did that.
Yeah,
But
sometimes you see video
they used to
footage.
have that,
Yeah.
and like there would be people there coaching you. There would be people there coaching you of like, put your hand out, and I would do that. The kids would do that, and then the stormtroopers would go, like they were affected by your force powers,
Oh my
your
God.
midichlorian count.
Yeah. And then some of the poor kids, like they grow arrogant with power, and then they go behind the scenes and actually try to kill the poor stormtrooper actors. Like, what's that
And
about?
some of the kids go mad with power and try, like, you've seen some of the, like, bashing, like the violence that comes out of these poor fucking kids that are, lugged along to Disney World, and they just let all of that anger out on the poor actor in the Vader costume.
Oh my God! Like those poor kids, they probably don't know the difference. They're young. They probably don't know the difference between fantasy and reality, like their parents. So it's like,
Yeah.
you bastards, you killed Aunt May, Aunt Baru, or whatever. Help me, I'm being hit by kids. And actor Tamar Wilson is like in the audience, like, I'm Boba Fett. I should help that kid. He just goes around beating the shit out of these actors too. So,
Yeah. Jump on my back, will fly away.
Okay. In their mind, they're flying in the sky like badasses. In reality, it's just a really embarrassing piggyback. Oh my God. And then it's like you have the videos where it's like, I think the poor little kids, okay. There's this one video I remember I saw where a little, like, Darth Vader comes on stage. There's a little girl who's supposed to be a Jedi, but then it's like she sees Darth Vader and she's immediately like bows down like, oh, please.
Yeah.
I want to serve
Yeah.
the forces of evil.
Kneels before him, yes.
I know. And they're so desperate. Like, no, you're supposed to fight Darth Vader. No, I want to be one with him.
My master. Yeah, we hadn't talked about this on stream, and I don't think I've talked to you about the update we've received about it, but Star Wars related is there were leaks that Disney was doing its own restoration of the original theatrical version of the original release of the 77 Star Wars film.
Uh-huh.
And Raph and I assumed that it was going to be for a Blu-ray release or a DVD release for home video.
Ugh.
But apparently it's only for the 50th anniversary, a limited theatrical re-release of the movie. Which I'm sure they will make so much money, and it's a shame that it's only for that.
Yeah, hopefully things will change and there'll be enough of a fan outcry where they do release on Blu-ray. But then again, it's Disney. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's like maybe they'll give
I
us...
wonder why they've waited this long. If they're able to do it now, what was the fucking holdup?
I guess
Was the holdup that they just can't release it physically? Do you think that could be the legal binding thing that they can only, if they're going to do this, only do it theatrically?
I don't know, and I think, well, it's like we talked about this off camera, while we were like, chasing whales, and in our little
Riding
boat.
the backs of whales.
Yes, I hope there were the backs. Those are some weird backs. A lot of protrusion.
I thought that was his blowhole.
Why is it outwards? Oh, it's a snorkeler, right? Whales need snorkelers. We all need snorkelers. You need snorkelers. I need snorkelers. That just sounds weird.
I look like a snork.
Ugh. But yeah, no, it's just so it's just, yeah, we thought that we were going to celebrate the, the 70th anniversary of Star Wars or something.
50th
anniversary. And it would have made sense too. Finally release the original films in their proper form. But first off, it's a major studio that doesn't give a shit about physical media. So we should have known that ahead of time. Their streaming service is going down the shitter, period. So it's like, yeah, there's no way they're going to put that on the docket. And yeah, it's like the Disney Vault strategy. They have this movie that's never been seen in ages. Milk it for all it's worth. We might see it on a physical media later, or it might be one of those overpriced print-on-demand Disney archive nonsense Blu-rays. But yeah, just it's very
Well, at the same
disappointing.
time, it's like I don't care as much because I have my despecialized stuff, and I own so many fucking copies of Star Wars to begin with. I'm done.
Yeah.
I have my VHSs from childhood, which are the unchanged versions. I have the DVDs. I have the Blu-ray set that was released in 2011 with the first 6 films. I own Force Awakens on DVD. I'm just done. I have enough.
Yeah, and it's just and with all the weird fan backlash and just the bizarre corporate stupidity and bad fan nonsense that go on with Star Wars for the last 8 years now. Yeah, I'm kind of done with Star Wars too. Like, if the movie's playing on cable, which that never does, maybe I'll watch it. But yeah, oh, so here's something that's really gonna boil your blood and fry your biscuits. This is gonna get your dork straight.
As you slam my penis in a door.
I'm sorry.
That's what my dad told me. This is gonna make it straight. The Adventures of Brayton's homophobic father.
That's what happened.
This'll fix you.
Yeah, this is why Moby Dick ran away from home. Mom, Dad, I don't like girl whales. I'm gonna go find some semen. Damn it.
You know, son of mine.
Farewell, loser daddy. Covered in barnacles.
Yeah, but I'm not done with Star Wars. I'm just done, pouring money into Star Wars.
Yeah, and plus, you found such good despecialized versions of it too. So why not? Thank God the high seas on the internet. But I was going to say, to get your blood really boiling and really popping. Okay, so somebody, Be Kind Rewind, really cool YouTube channel. I'm actually a subscriber to it long before you showed me the video. They did pat me on the back. I need validation. I love you. Well, yeah, they did a video talking about the Wizard of Oz experience at the Sphere. I'm not going to call it Sphere. Screw you, Vegas. So more power to you, Circus Casino. I'm going to go down to that horrible convention just for that. I like clowns. Anyways, I like clowns now. But yeah, she mentioned that the Wizard of Oz at the Sphere has proven to be successful enough that they're now thinking of doing more movies, and it's a little suspicious that she mentions that around the same time that Star Wars is supposed to be having its major, 50th anniversary. So, by the way, Goji...
Well, in 2 years.
Yeah.
But, yes, that this leaks. I'm sure that'll be a thing that they try to put in there. No doubt.
Yeah, exactly. With that said, though, because it is Star Wars, do you think they're going to leave it alone for the most part? Other than, like, the obvious stupid CGI AI nonsense?
No, I'm sure they'll do that. I'm sure they'll do the stupid... Yeah, but the thing about I'm sure they'll add extra, monsters in the cantina and extra stormtroopers and shit and extras TIE fighters and whatever. But I'm wondering if they'll add the fucking stupid contrived cameos, the deep fake cameos that they did with Wizard of Oz of the owner of the Sphere, apparently, where they put him in the Wizard of Oz as a soldier, as like a guard at the Wizard's Palace or whatever.
Oh my God. Is that why he looks so awkward? It's like, oh, this is not going to work. I need money.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. He's in there somewhere. I know that for a fact. So I'm sure they'll have him in Star Wars somewhere.
I know I'm a hog for attention, but even I wouldn't sink that low. Instead of Godzilla, when Godzilla and me are embracing each other, I'm just gonna put my floating face in the background, just passing by, like. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna put me in the middle because I want a hug too.
I love you too. I love you, Godzilla. Why do you have burnt skin? What happened to you? Trauma. Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm Godzilla. Oh yeah. I think to myself, what a wonderful world as I bash some Mesa tanks into the ether. Yeah, I can't rhyme. I'm going to read some two quick comments here. One ties back to our Star Wars thing. But first off, Zaizadraw says, I saw the Ultraman live show with friends at Anime Expo 2020. Oh, here in California. Good for you. I was just expecting a few announcements, but sprinkled throughout were a few stage fights. We enjoyed it.
Are they fights? Because what I'm seeing is a lot of acrobats where they're not making contact. They're just sort of leaping around each other. It's kind of an odd thing to see in public, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. And that raises the question to me if Japan had LARPing. And I was wondering if that was a culture over there as well.
That is a good question. Too bad we don't have the right minds with us right now to tell us whether it's a thing or not. But at the same time, though, you
know what I think? I think I think the people who would be able to tell us if that was the thing or not wouldn't be in their right mind, to tell you the truth. But
yeah, you're right. It's like some weird Japanese guy dressed up as a wizard living in a cardboard box is like, ah.
I'm the Crimson Weirdo.
Hey, not everything has to be the Crimson Weirdo. Could be the Purple Loony. I'm the Why does it sound like contemporary Japanese actors? Like,
this is my roommate Malk. Crimson roommate.
Hey guys, I'm Japanese Mark. How you doing? I speak only Japanese, but sounds like English. Yeah. Okay, so
now let's hear the Crimson Weirdos theme song. Utani wa sukuna inase, he's crazy.
Oh my god. Yeah, I was gonna say, you know what's even sadder than the Ultraman live shows, both for good and ill?
Tell me.
These are kind of rare. But I've seen online videos where they try to do Ultraman live shows in other parts of Asia because, yeah, people across Asia, everyone around the world loves Ultraman one way or another. I think the Brits are the only ones that haven't really gotten into it yet, and the Russians. Ugh. But the really sad videos, the ones you don't see very often, are what happens when these poor Ultraman actors are forced to deal with.
In Brazil?
Huh?
Or in Brazil? I watched a Brazilian one.
Oh, Brazil too, yeah. I know Ultraman.
Where they're all speaking Portuguese.
Yeah, but no, there's footage of them trying to do these Ultraman live shows, and there's always a drunken dad who comes up and insists on fighting the Ultramen. And the poor Ultraman actors, I know they're stunt actors or acrobatics, but I don't know if it's a thing where they haven't been in real fights with drunken people, which is something I think Satsuma did all the time when he was at G-Fest. Or if it's a case where they're not allowed to beat up somebody's dad, because that would just be traumatizing. But
I'm picturing the scene from Blues Brothers, the Stand By Your Man thing, where the bar people are throwing beers at them while they're on stage.
Yeah, but no, it's the saddest thing in the world where you just have these belligerent drunk fathers who just wail on these poor Ultramen, and the Ultramen can't do anything.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so you know what that means, Mephiles Sajin. You need to find yourself a bunch of drunk dads and turn them giant size, and you'll have an army to take over the universe. Guz. What? An alien devil wants me to go giant size? That sounds better than paying alimony. Let's do it.
I just imagine it's a fascinating thing to see live, because I imagine there are a lot more kids in the audience over in Asia and Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you pan to them trying to do the same thing at G-Fest, you see a lot more bald spots sitting down watching it, and people over the age of 30.
People who just need a good drink to become evil Ultraman destroying monsters. This is good,
Yeah.
but I wonder.
Yeah, beat the fuck out of him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the minute they pull out the gyrus frill, it's like you can see the audience just getting pissed off.
Yeah, I'm not implying anything, about them being on a spectrum of any sort, but I'm implying that there's something sinister when it's a bunch of adults taking glee and watching this live.
But with that says, yeah, I think there would be some sort of pageantry to enjoy, especially if you went to the Japanese shows. And I gotta say though, okay, two quick things. I'm not going to say who, but there was a professional I met at one of the early Power Morphicons where it's like, I think a lot of these people are on the spectrum. I'm just saying, I'm scared. Protect yourself. It's like, okay, sir, who I will not identify. Sorry about
And
that.
then the pies came out.
They threw pies at us. I don't know why.
What a bunch of nerds. That's not comedic.
Yeah.
So, if they had a budget, the one thing that would make it kind of cool to go to is if they had the scale and the budget of one of those like Universal backlot action shows, then it might be cool to see. But for the most part, it's just a bunch of guys in costumes fighting in front of an LED board with their lasers on it.
Yeah. Okay, to be fair, the other thing I want to get to before going to that weird bit about, people are on the spectrum.
Well,
Like I should talk, I can barely say words most of the bibs.
I can barely say word most of the boobs.
So great, bleh. How you doing? Bleh.
I'm fine, Gina.
Oh, boy. Okay, anyways. And Brayton's still waving his arms left and right. I don't know what's going on. He's been doing it all night. It's impressive.
I'm waving them in the air like I just don't care.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. But yeah, okay, so the thing I will say about the Japanese shows is that usually they have a more elaborate story for an hour. So it's like, oh, this year Ultraman fights a talking dinosaur who rules under an underground kingdom of other dinosaurs. Or
How elaborate.
Yes, that was the big thing about this year's Ultra show. So
Destroys Zoffy.
exactly. No, that was the thing, Brayton. The main villain was a guy in a giant Tyrannosaur costume, like one of those ones they try to do at the museums. But he's talking. It's like, Ultraman, this is my underground lair of other dinosaur monsters. Ah.
Yeah, sure it is.
Yeah, so it's, I guess, everybody. But it's like, in addition to those elaborate stories they try to do, when you see like the full videos of those Japanese shows at Ultraman Expo, you see the kids in the audience. Holy crap, they are so invested. It's like, oh my god, Ultraman is in deep shit now. No, Ultraman, you can beat him. Go, Ultraman. Oh my god, what's the Japanese?
So when does Master Splinter come on stage and serenade the audience?
Skipping stones.
I'm passing stones.
And then Mephistophelian shows up and starts insulting the
Hey,
kids.
kid, yeah.
Why does it
Is
sound like
that your
Patrick
girlfriend?
Warburton?
No, of course you don't have a girlfriend. I'm an Ultraman convention.
Hey, American, you here for Ultraman or cheer us? You traitor.
Oh, he's just doing Andrew Dice Clay bits up there. Oh,
Yeah,
I get your Ultraman right here. Oh,
Mephistophelian wearing that big white costume covered in diamonds. Like, oh yeah,
oh God.
Red King sat on a rock.
Yeah.
And then I did him.
Hickory neck. Oh, he's thrusting awkwardly.
Those are the deleted scenes from Shin Ultraman.
But the kids are so invested.
Yeah. But no, those kids, yeah, they look like they're watching like life and death opera on like live stage. So, oh my god. So, but with that said, there's got to be footage out there of like a Japanese kid who like gets so actively, invested in these shows. He runs on stage and tries to kill Red King with his bare hands.
Yeah. Maybe that's what happened at Expo 70 with the Gamera Godzilla crossover.
Oh,
that's why it's lost footage. It's covered up.
Yeah, exactly. God, I would love to see that show, and I know it probably wouldn't be that good, but still.
You've seen like 2 seconds of it, and of like what Gorosaurus being thrown to the ground, and it's astonishing.
The footage I see is just Godzilla and Space Cows doing the little Godzilla she thing, and like jeans. Are they wearing jeans?
Well, there's other footage of it out there, HD footage of Godzilla tossing Gorosaurus on the ground while Cornjob is in his clown suit in the background. Have you not seen that?
No, I've not seen that. I hope it's not AI.
Oh. No, it's true. I'll share it with you.
Okay. I'm going to read these comments from S45. He's joining us. He says, no, losers. It's because the original print of the original 1977 Star Wars print was found in the 2005 by the BFI, as George Lucas thought all original prints were destroyed when doing the special editions.
Well, he hoped that they were anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But like Vader chasing down the last of the rebels, Lucas could not rest until he had to rest because he's old. Then he sold it to Disney and said, carry the work on for me.
Yeah. I'm not doing any more movies if people yell at me. You do it.
Yeah, it's I want to sit here and just feed my neck.
Uh-oh. Angry Japanese child coming on stage.
Have you seen the videos of him like out in the wild where there's a guy talking to the camera and he just happens to pop up in the background?
No.
And he's just shuffling along down the street by himself. It's weird when you see a wild Lucas. He's free range.
Yeah, I saw the picture where Lucas is walking through the woods and he apparently has boobs sagging. It's called the Peterson. It was taken by a cowboy who just happens to be faking the whole thing.
Ah.
Bigfoot.
Yeah.
S45 says, also, hi, can't stay long as I just started my own single-member LLC company and I have start work on my first client in a few hours. Very excited to start my own official company and being my own boss. Speaking of Star Wars, I will be definitely watching 1977.
Speaking of Star Wars, obey the Martian Empire!
During its run in theaters, I saw Revenge of the Sith like 7 times during its re-release earlier this year, and it keeps getting funnier every time I see it.
I saw that upon theatrical release, but it's a weird story for me because I didn't have the movie spoiled for me by the video game like many other kids of my generation, but I had it spoiled for me because my brother got a bootleg copy of it on DVD before, like at the time of it when it came out, with this, the whole big Chinese the subtitles at the bottom and a rolling like time code count at the top of the screen, and so I didn't watch the movie with him, but I could hear him in the other room playing it. Yeah.
I'm not going to watch it.
No. But I overheard all of the, I hate you. And then my dad took me to see it at the theater, and I was very scared for a lot of it. Because it was very violent and loud.
Yeah, and the whole time you were really hoping that one kid didn't turn into an evil cyborg with soul.
And who'd have thunk it? I had a lot of the Revenge of the Sith specific merchandise at the time. Like I had a lunchbox or a lunch bag rather with the Vader on it that they released.
You had the death sticks, but you were told to rethink your life. So,
right.
Yeah.
We were all smoking.
Yeah.
Do.
See, it's magic. It's everyone's smoking. Good smoking. Every kid smokes. So,
all right.
Yeah.
S452. That's all he's got for us.
Yeah, that's all he got for us. Good luck with your business, friend.
Yeah, it's no business of ours.
Yes, because we're all dorks here.
Yeah, we shouldn't be allowed on the board of any kind of business, I would think.
Oh yeah, especially where like the safety of whale winkers are concerned.
Yeah, don't bring us into your shareholder meetings. No good will come of that. Yeah. We will suggest major changes, which result in major layoffs, which results in mass hysteria.
Oh yeah, that's right. Also, we made the most expensive movie in the world, but there'll only be a theatrical window of 2 minutes, so you gotta go in there quick.
You gotta see it walking by the door of the theater, like do a pass by look at it.
Yeah, exactly. I love this one meme going around where it's like it's an empty theater. It's like an upcoming Warner Brothers movie, and the screen says you cannot access this movie from this household.
Oh, another Gremlin fact, just for fun, that I don't know if you know or not, but Hoyt Axton, who was the country music singer / father in that film that buys the Mogwai, did a number of country hits back in the day, but he had such a great voice. But what you and I especially know him specifically from was the My Mitchell song.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, my Mitchell. It's the same voice as look under the cupboards. There may be a gremlin in your house. That's him. The inventor. Dad.
God, thank God he had an uplift towards the end of his life. Like
You could have put Joe Don Baker in a Gremlins movie. He would have been cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, if Joe Don Baker was in that movie, he'd be like killing the gremlins left and right, like eating them or something.
Yeah. Well, he could have been one of the sloppy cops. That'd be fine.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. So
He does that, or he could have been the Santa who gets attacked. He does Santa every year, and then
that would be
being
he
all
would actually be hilarious as a grumpy Santa.
yeah,
So it's like, oh my god damn, I'm being killed by gremlins.
yeah.
Is that Joe Don Baker as a Santa Claus? Well, he can go to hell. How does that line of dialogue go where the two cops just abandon that poor Santa?
No, yeah, it's like that. That's Dan Ryerson. He does Santa every year, and they just watch him like out their window. They just continue to watch him, and it's like let's check things out or something. They don't say anything about him as he gets taken down. They just drive off down the other street.
I swore they went like, well, to hell with them, and they just drive away.
Maybe that, yeah.
Oh my,
unhelpful
goodness.
though.
Yeah, very unhelpful.
A low body count though. The gremlins just show up to fuck shit up.
Well, they do.
They kill like 3 people. If you want to count him, the biology teacher or whatever who's studying the gremlin,
Yeah, he
who gets a
didn't
needle
deserve
in
to
his
get
ass,
killed. Yeah,
and then Mrs. Deagle. But that's it though. A lot of shit just gets torn up.
yeah. I know that Futterman's originally were supposed to be killed in the movie.
Originally.
Yeah, but then in the sequel they just brought him back. Like, I guess.
Yeah, well, and you can hear later in the movie though over the radio with a lot of background noise that what's his name, Rock and Ricky or whatever. It's like, we now go to the hospital where the Futtermans are recovering. You can like barely hear it in the background in the first movie.
Right. Wow.
They were right about everything.
I got it. Okay, let's revisit Larceny's Inc. with Gremlins. Yeah, I haven't seen Gremlins in ages, so
Why? It's a tradition.
I keep watching Gremlins too. I could watch Gremlins, but there's New York over there.
Ba 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 da da.
But da 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 da. Start spreading the news.
Now this is civilized.
Mm-hmm. Now, of course, Now, of course, that wasn't civilized. Fun, yes, but civilized, no.
I love Microwave Marge, giving her recipe to Mrs. Futterman.
A little bit of sherry. More microwave.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. You can't make movies like that. Have it be filled with so many recognizable character actors and cameos, just doing all these hilarious little bits throughout. So,
yeah.
Oh God, like I said, like as much as I enjoyed Ghostbusters Afterlife, the saddest scene is like, Paul Rudd and the 2 other kids are working on these cool laser traps, and all the other kids are just like passively watching them, not doing anything. It's like, that wasn't a deliberate choice. You didn't want to pay those kid actors extra.
What was your favorite scene?
Ooh, good point.
Your favorite moment.
Okay, invisible ghost Egon reconnecting with both Phoebe, the little daughter, and his actual daughter, played by Kate's. I forgot what his name is. Coop something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those scenes were really effective. You've seen Ghostbusters Afterlife, right?
No, I know that I've seen that scene though.
Oh yeah, no. There's actual scenes throughout the movie. Yeah, Egon's presence is throughout the whole
I haven't
movie.
even seen Ghostbusters 2. So what do I know?
Really? Well, wow. I wish
I was only there in the live stream for like the last 5 minutes.
Really? Okay. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
Ghostbusters 2 isn't half bad. I wouldn't mind even if we watch that in private, just to get your opinions on it. Like I said, I would like to do like a standalone episode where we talk about the Ghostbuster movies, just the first 2. We can ignore all the other 18 million. But no, there's there's scenes where before you, like, Egon's presence is throughout the whole movie because he's an invisible ghost who's trying to lead his family. Because there's a big plot twist on why Egon was on that farm and why he was getting ready to fight against Gozer permanently to stop her once and for all, if you will. And yeah, there's a really cool scene where it's like, yeah, our characters realize there's a ghost in the house. It's probably Egon, and they portray it with like him moving objects here and there, like pointing them to where they need to go. But then they also animate a lamp that almost acts like when the lamp shines on like certain items they need to see. And it's a simple element, but they fill that lamp with so much personality without going overboard. It's a really touching scene. Like you get the presence that, yeah, this lamp is I don't know. It's a good lamp.
Uh.
It's hard to say, okay? The part where they shoot lasers across town, that was cool.
Well, the part of like the reason why I haven't I like the first Ghostbusters movie a lot, but it's also like I get everything that I want out of Ghostbusters within that movie. Like I can't imagine further adventures with these characters. So that's why another reason why I've never watched the cartoon or anything like that.
Yeah, and not only that, but with the cartoon too. If I was to do a night, some kind of mini marathon with you for that, whether it be TV Tuesdays on Twitch or something else, that's something that needs to be curated because there's some episodes that are really good and funny in their own right. Like, what is it? There's an episode called Egon on a Rampage.
Egon Wild.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's called Egon on a Rampage because he gets possessed by a demon.
Better.
But
well, they could call it Gone Wild, Egon Wild, because he's gone wild.
I get it. Yes,
he gone crazy.
Yeah, but no, there's more to that episode. To the point when I revisited it recently, I was like, oh my god, this is an episode me and Brayton wrote, because there's some gags in there that feels very much like the same energy we had with the first Waffle Man gag.
That must be a shitty episode, my god.
Hey, no, we did good job on that. The visuals needed help, though. Damn it, I needed to do better. But no, there's some honestly funny jokes in there, as well as some like really weird, obscure references that you'd get because I know how much of a fan of classic television you are. So, but yeah, and it's like, oh god, there's like Night Game. Holy shit, my all-time favorite episode from the real Ghostbusters. That I don't want to reveal anything about that, but you like baseball movies? Well, here's a supernatural one in half an hour. So
you like baseball movies?
you like gladiator movies, son? You ever seen a grown ghost naked? But yeah, no, the real Ghostbusters is really good. But like I said, I have to curate the right episodes because unfortunately, some of the episodes that were produced there were two sides of the real.
Why don't we do that as the comeback of TV Twitch night?
You sure? Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's my turn first, and then you can do that next.
Okay. All right then. Yeah. Or that we switch up, and I just give you 2 nights in a row after we do the Ghostbusters.
Don't complicate it.
Okay. Well, don't complicate it, sweetie. It's already bad enough we've been talking about dorks all night and whales doing horrible things. There's a reason they call me Moby. And
my joke was better about there's a reason why they call me Big Ben.
Oh, yeah.
I like it when you call me Big Ben.
We're not writing on that pervert. New Year's was not saved because they refused to ride on the whale.
Believe us, it's for the best.
Yeah, that poor baby lives the rest of his singular year life with that damn crow.
Wasn't his name Egon?
Eon the time.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I think, I don't mind the idea of a gigantic immortal vulture desperately trying to regain its life further, but still, I get the feeling that Rankin Bass was kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as villains went.
Eon, Egon, and Qui-Gon and Yukon walk into a bar.
Oh, what's the name of the bar?
Ron's.
Okay, fine. Okay, you 4 similar named pixies, out the door you go.
We had a town bar where I used to live called Bam Bam's. It had a big picture of Bam Bam from the Flintstones on it. I don't know if that was officially licensed.
Into oblivion by
yeah, I don't know.
Oh my god.
Probably condemned.
Okay, so was it like a dive bar that happens to be named after a little cartoon baby?
Yeah, it was just like a local neighborhood tap. You know,
Oh.
it was just the bar that had a giant cardboard picture of the baby with his club on the front of it.
Okay, so anyone could go in there.
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't like a secret place.
I know, but it's like naming a bar after a cartoon character. It's like, welcome to Hello Kitties, the hardest place in all of Los Angeles.
Well, Bam Bam was not to be trifled with.
That is true. He could destroy Fred.
He had that caveman retard strength. Bam Bam, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, that's another alternative title. Retard Caveman Strength.
Caveman retard strength. Yeah.
But how does it tie back to Son of Godzilla? I ask you.
I think Minya has a little bit of that too.
Yeah, well, I mean, holy shit, this is such a controversial episode. Good night, folks. Uh, we're going to play Alley Loop in honor of everybody we've insulted tonight. Alley Loop, Loop. That's a terrible song.
Well, he clearly didn't develop normally.
Ooh, Minya or Bam Bam?
Minya.
Yeah. Well, first off,
from the moment he hatched, he was getting batted around and hit with rocks.
yeah, he's like what is it, pre-birth? He's not exactly full. Yeah, that was like kind of unhealthy little embryo baby. He like crawled out too.
Oh, shit goblin. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, Minya had it rough. It's like, an early birth from a bunch of mantises that wanted to eat him. After they played ball with him, of course, pushing him around like a soccer. And then Godzilla shows up and he doesn't know what to do, but he still uses the baby as a shield against the rocks. Take that. Are there no non-abusive kaiju parents out there? The Gappa?
Yeah. Well, Big Mothra seems to be kind to her larva.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, good old Mothra. And she lets all those natives hang around too.
Yeah. Mothra, come and get me.
Chihiro's like on the back of Mothra. So,
yay!
never ending story style. Those are the two criminals who try to hold me hostage. Damn it. Mothra and Chihiro had many adventures, but this has nothing to do with Son of Godzilla. So, fudge you. I'm trying to keep it PC by saying fudge over, folk.
Fa la 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 la. Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry Christmas. Okay. We may not be whales, but we are dorks. That's the name of the title, right?
No, we're not whales, we're dorks, I think.
We're not
either
whales.
that or caveman retard strength.
We're not going to get away with that.
This is going to be Japanese Man Ass Part 2, where you choose the lesser title.
Caveman retard strength. I'm tempted, but we're not that kind of show, so we're going to go like, we're not.
You can put your stupid little star in place of, the R word.
Oh! Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
Okay, caveman R strength.
Yeah. R star tard strength.
Yeah, holy crap. Thank you to the 21 people who came in and checked up on us.
By the way, in French, retard means just late.
Oh, yeah, retardation.
That's not a French word. Retard means late, spelled the same way.
Oh, man.
Tonight, when I got here, I was just a tad en retard.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. You came in singing and swinging. Because your arms are
swinging low, swinging high.
With that door.
Swinging all the way down to my thighs.
The thunk. The think. The being. The bonk. All right. Any last things you want to say before we can't call it a night? Because, I think I'm going to head off to bed in half an hour from now.
Well, join us for our return to the movie Graveyard Shift after 2 months of other streams. And we'll look out for our Jaws podcast. Look out for our podcast with Patrick, the Movie Book Club. And just look out. Look out for Falling Rocks.
It's big and pink, and it's coming for us. Yes, and this Tuesday.
It's big and pink, and it's going to stink.
Oh, man. Whales don't have access to soap. That's why they're covered in barnacles. Plus, they don't have hands.
Filthy bastards.
Yeah. When you think about it, Moby Dick was a pretty clean guy because he was just a white whale, no barnacles on him.
Practice clean comedy.
Yeah. Not like methylization.
Oh! I got your dork right here. Sit on it. Ooh!
Prince of the Monsters, more like Pixie. No, damn it. That was a terrible joke. You liked it, but still.
Is there a way we could Photoshop that jacket on him for the title card?
We will, or you sketch
With
it.
thumbnail on it?
I will draw. I will ink and color it.
Oh my god! Just doing the crotch chop. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Like a microphone and a martini in the other hand. We gotta end this bitch. My least favorite saying. Oh.
Do you have anything you want to wrap up with for things coming soon to your channel?
Oh yeah. Tuesday night we're doing Merry Mecha Mayhem, Gundam Wing, Endless Waltz, one of the few giant robot Christmas movies, followed by the Iron Giant. So, and if you want,
Ultraman. That's what he would say if he were a weeb. If he landed in Japan, do you think he would say Ultraman instead of Superman when he blows that up?
Probably, yeah.
Then again, if he's in Japan, why wouldn't Ultraman just save them from the fucking nuke?
Or worse, Ultraman would kill the Iron Giant and be like, it's a very short movie.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're not being very kind to kaiju anymore. It's a miracle when you get an episode where they don't kill the kaiju outright. So I'm starting to think Japanese television shows are overly violent. It's like there's a lot of monsters in Power Rangers. They could have just, kicked them in the shin and tell them to go home. And they would have gone home. Instead, they had to kill him with a robot sword from the heavens. You saw Fang. What happened to that poor girl?
It's disrespectful.
God bless, sweet little thing we didn't know. And now to play you out at your funeral?
Bulk and Skull.
What a bunch of
I
dorks.
wonder if they played at the crucifixion.
That was a plot of Power Rangers season 3. We time traveled. There's Jesus. I'm dying for the right reasons.
That's the theme of the Romans.
Oh God, the Rome. Hey, talk about.
Ah shit! Here comes Judas.
Hey guys, I made 30 pieces of silver. How about that? You could have done 10 pieces of gold. How cheap do you think I am, Judas? I don't know. You suck, hippie.
What a complicated time to be alive.
I know. Ay, whale dicks. Questioning people. This has been a weird episode. Apologies to those in the future, but we haven't done this for, 2 months now? No, 1 month.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah. It's been our last episode was the Halloween thing. I think.
Yeah, that was fairly fun. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, no. Come join us for Tuesday night. We're gonna watch some giant robots. Christmas time, sort of, kind of, sort of, kind of. Not really. Maybe.
It's the prep work.
Yeah, that's the part that's gonna kill you. And, oh yeah, I gotta open the file with the music. Okay, come on, Aquabats. Give me a bat. Come on.
Aquabats, come get me.
Hey, little buddy, why the hell would you dream about us? And they start beating me up. Why?
Don't meet Aquabats. Don't meet Weird Al. Don't meet Big Willie. Moby Dick.
Don't meet Ryan.
That gives a new meaning to Free Willy, doesn't it?
Yeah, new meaning to Free Willy. Okay, so yeah, thank you everybody for joining us. Big apologies to those who will be revisiting this in the morning. This Brayton, you're always appreciated. Thank you so much to be on these shows.
Thanks, and I pleaded with you to do this tonight, so I appreciate you humoring me.
Yeah, this is just an excuse for us to be silly. So yeah.
In public.
Yeah, you don't want to know what we do in private.
No.
We jump high in the sky from the ocean just to get those barnacles off our barneys. So that's what whales call human butts. Hold on, I'm adjusting things here.
Fuck.
I'm back to full size. Thank you, Brayden. Okay, hold on.
If you do not defeat this monster, if you do not get Red King to orgasm within 3 minutes, you may never rise again.
I hope there's no kids in the audience. Oh, thank God. It's just the weird American fans and their Japanese moms.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another. Okay, last thing I'm going to say. If you watch like live Kamen Rider shows, there's like way too many Japanese mothers in the audience. Like, woohoo.
I wonder why. Well, they're cool. They're the bad boys. They have dirt bikes.
I know. And they don't fight in elaborate model sets. No, they fight in your backyard because Kamen Rider shows are fairly low budget that way.
No.
Yeah. Goodbye, Super Sentai. Okay. So, thank you very much for joining us, and we will talk to you later.
Peace.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't
Take
hear the
care,
music.
and thank you for everything.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Simmer down now.
Here's something to think about when things go wrong all the time. That luck can change like that high tide. Bad things can soon turn out alright. And with each passing day, so goes another life. Everybody wants to live, some people wanna die. So close your eyes, 'cause it's alright to say hello. Good night. A good night. A good night. A good night. So if this is to be our time, just think of what we left behind. Will they say good of you to last, or lose the memory of you fast? Forever and ever, a wonderful thing. Will someone be grateful for what we tried to bring? It's late, but just remember then, this day will never come again.
Oh, you're not saying a damn thing, are you?
And I offered them a peep show. That fell on deaf ears.
Everybody wants to live, some people wait to die. So close your eyes, 'cause it's alright to say hello.
Good night, folks.
Good night. A good night. A good night. Hello, good night. Hello, good night. A good night. A good night. Hello, good night. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Admiral, there be dicks here!
Make it dork.